Broken Peach. Oh, I know. It could have been a disaster. Broken Peach, everyone. Broken Peach. Let's, here, let me, let me get a link to it real quick, because these ladies are pretty rad. I gotta say, Broken Peach is a pretty awesome cover band. Here on the YouTubes, you know, where, cover bands had to flee once MySpace, uh, disappeared. Hi, how's it going? How are you? I missed you. It's, you know, no homo, but I missed you, and it was, it's been a weird month. So yeah, it's been a heck of a month. September 25th was the last time that we saw each other, and, it's, a lot of weird things have happened. You gotta get a haircut. Gotta get a haircut. Aw. It'll be fabulous. I know the music is too loud. Here we go. Ugh. There. No. I know what I'm doing. Are you okay? You know, I've been gone a month. What? So how are you? Yeah, I survived. I survived a tropical storm. Apparently, it was historic. You know. But what are you gonna do, right? Let's get that over with. Let's talk a little bit about this thing that happened, just to get it out of our systems. So you know, I believe this particular video by WOS News was put out 5 hours ago. So this is pretty recent, and we'll get to see a little bit about what Jelli's been dealing with. You know, having the Starbud landing pad anchored on Earth does cause problems occasionally. But Jelly babies, let's take a look. I missed you. Oh, I know. I feel sick and gross. But let's get my fat booty over here. Only kind of right over here. Yeah. And let's see how bad it was. So Helene, if you need reminding or need informing, was a Category 4 hurricane that popped up around the end of September, blew through the big bend in Florida, and became a tropical storm, and then tried to basically destroy Western North Carolina. And aw shucks. So I don't want to. This is really depressing stuff, but I don't want to, you know, get too deep into it.
I can't reiterate this enough. If you're in an area that has past history of flooding, it will flood during this storm.
It's really quiet. Yeah. Hurricane Helene. Where's Robert Stack?
Hours after Helene has come through Asheville, this is now a major story. Huge trees like this pine tree, which is rotted. You can hear it's hollow, basically crashing right across Hendersonville Road, a major thoroughfare.
I will comment on this a little bit. I'm not going to give you too many details because I'm not an idiot, but that's what was the majority of the damage came from trees that were weakened. And I've never seen so many trees downed in my life. And I've lived through a few, not like a lot of disasters really, but you know, I've lived through a few hurricanes, and I've seen the damage they can do already. And this was just, what's the word of the year? Unprecedented, I believe. Everything's unprecedented this year, including the amount of trees that apparently had gotten rotted. And it was so interesting from like a natural, like a science perspective, going around and seeing all of the damage. You could really see most of the trees were just really, they were sick, they were hollow, they maybe had already started to overheal, they had shallow roots, and they couldn't handle it. And it was, and I you'll see some of the stuff I saw in this video. I'll be at a different place.
North and south into downtown Asheville.
Just a lot of this, you know? There's a lot of this.
We're a little bit trapped right now. A bunch of us came down for a bachelor party, and no power, no running water. All we have is beer.
Especially tough for people that have small kids.
Oh yeah.
You know, grocery store, gas stations. It's hard to.
So let me just go and tell you what it was like for me. Yeah, I don't know why they don't run them underground, but I feel like there's might be a good reason. You know, if they could have done it, they probably would have. But who knows? September 25th, you and I hung out here at the Starwood Lounge, doing our midweek melodrama as usual. Okay, it was perfectly fine. I knew weather was coming, and I was like, okay, well maybe this time it'll just just be really bad weather. Woke up, right? And life was completely different the next day. Power was out everywhere, obviously. Entire counties had no power. And there was no water, no running water, and no cell service. So there was no cell service, no power, no running water. That was the base level that everybody was working with in the area, all of like the affected Appalachian areas. And it was a really roll of the die. What happened to you? Like just across the street, there could have been a destroyed house, and this side of the street is fine. So to for example, and the unfortunate thing is the truly rough hit areas were the flooded areas, because there's a lot of rivers, and those rivers could not handle it. So you got a lot of a lot of damage where the river swole. We got swole in bad ways, okay, and it just ran over the landscape, taking everything with it. That was pretty much what happened. You had people stranded in streets of water, and mudslide. People lost backyards. Backyards disappeared. The mudslides were insane. Chimney Rock is a good example. You might have heard that one. Somewhere in the western North Carolina mountains, and it's kind of gone. It's just kind of gone. Uh, a lot of I have to say, a lot of tourists were stuck in some of these areas, and because they're tourist areas, the mountains are filled with tourists. I don't want to get too deep in it, but they're filled with tourists, and a lot of tourists got trapped. People coming for weddings, like that guy said. People going on vacation one last time. Oh, you want to see the leaves? I'm sorry, not this year. you know, People died, people drowned, people watched people drown. It was really crazy, and I'm just glad that me and mine got through it okay. But it it ruined like this is average. This is the kind of average damage you could expect on a business. It's just a part of it's gone. You know. Uh, let's see what else do we have. It's not like super specific, because you can only get so much information. Um, but yeah, this is basically what happened in the last 4 weeks. 2 weeks of no power, 3 weeks with no water. We got water back, and in the area, and you still can't drink it. There's too much sediment in most of the water in the area because of how much the weather kicked it up. And that's it. Like people came together. I saw neighbors pulling together and helping everybody. I was very fortunate because I know a lot of wonderful people in my area that can help get everyone back on their feet. Some people had generators, helping others with medication that needed to be refrigerated and what have you. It was all pretty wild. Um, but yeah, so obviously I've been a little busy. Not having power for 2 weeks is pretty wild. It's the longest I've ever gone without power. I I'm thankful. I'm grateful that I'm fine, and I appreciate everyone that reached out to me. Thank you for saying, "Yo, I'm glad you're not dead." Because I'm not. Yay! But that's not what we're here. We're not here for Hurricane Helene, who thought that I survived. I've survived more than one reckoning. Okay, I have. And I'll survive another. Anyway, thanks for coming by. Thanks for watching, Jelly Babies. Let's get into it. There's a lot of stuff I've got put on the docket, and I am gonna act like I'm not out of touch. I'll do my best to pretend that I don't know what's going on. But there has been a lot of drama recently. A lot of interesting drama regarding autistic artists. I've noticed a lot of artists are in the oh, stop it, in the news today. Oh, I don't need that. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. I don't quite remember how the jar, just the robot stuff, shook out, but I don't really, wow, don't really speak well either. It's caffeine. I don't follow the art commentary community, and I don't often comment on the commentary community because it's just not my thing, right? I mean, everybody's got their strokes. Everybody's got their folks. You do you. But sometimes they act a little funny. And Just a Robot has been, I know, providing a lot of fun stuff for people to cover based on, if anything, the allegations that are involved. If you ask me, Just a Robot is a content goldmine on its own, just because of how extremely autistic he is. And you know, I don't know. But let's warm up. Let's warm up a little bit. Let's get the hurricane out of our minds. Let's forget about the creepy guys who come up to you in the grocery store and try to lure you away with like, "Oh, my house has been destroyed." No. I've got to buy potatoes. Let's move forward, shall we? Oh, I have my shadows on. And let's get a little slop in our system. I do want to cover some gaming stuff today. I do have some gaming stuff I want to look at because it's the perfect time. I've been meaning to rant about gaming for a while, as you know, but it's the perfect time with Dragon Age Veilguard having come out, which I do not intend to play at this time. But there's a lot going on. Okay, let's let Avon preach. Tell us about shame, because shame's a thing, right? I hope you've been well, chat. I really do.
Dating a broke guy, and it really, really sucks because he has the best personality, hands down. I have so much fun with him, but it's like it's gotten to the point where right now I'm not doing as financially well as I normally do.
So you're a broke girl dating a broke guy. You're not dating a broke guy. You're two people that are broke together. Don't put that shit on him. Shit, you broke too.
Well,
maybe he's the reason she's broke.
Maybe. You know what? My bad. I'm sorry.
So in the past, like, we have taken trips, but I've paid for the trips, I've paid for the hotel, I've paid for the rental of the car. If we've been to concerts, I've paid for the tickets. He does what he can when he can, but he doesn't do enough.
He chose to date a girl who contours.
Know what I'm saying? But he does what he can when he can. But it's gotten to the point where it definitely sucks because I'm not doing as well financially. I can't afford to do things for two people. I can't even afford to do things just myself right now. So because I can't afford to do things for two, we actually don't do anything. We haven't done anything. Like, if I'm being for real,
What do you mean for two? Do things for two. So is this just the stereotypical, you have to like go to a business and spend money to enjoy yourself? Is that it?
Honest, like in September for my birthday month, he does celebrate me around those times though. He does celebrate me around the holidays. He does.
I don't know that I like, she said my birthday month. I feel like she's going to expect something every day in her birthday month. Am I crazy?
You caught that? Did you catch what this broke girl said? Repeat it back to me.
Did they get it? Did they get it?
Do much, but
no. She used a very important word. Oh. She said, "For my birthday month."
For my birthday month, I did.
Yeah. Ava knows. And Princess said, "Oh no."
Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But a birthday month sounds
when
like...
you're broke, a month is crazy.
Hold on, let me Google birthday month because I think I know what it means, but I don't know.
What do you mean?
My birthday month.
30 days.
Broke girl, that is a crazy thing to.
My
For
birthday-
anybody, I think it's like such an attention whoring thing to take 30 days out of a whole month to be like self-absorbed about celebrating yourself constantly and have people celebrate for you with
Oh.
gifts and shit. And
I got a birthday 2 weeks. Why? Because all the people in the different realms of where I work wanted to wish me happy birthday. The celebration lasts because I got different circles to go to. But I don't expect people to buy me presents for 2 weeks. It's my birthday! When was it? 12 days ago?
just you want to know how arrogant this is? Just think. You know, Americans proclaim that America is the greatest country on earth, and all they get is 1 day for their independence. This bitch gets a whole month, and she wrote, "The greatest country on earth gets 1 day."
Celebrate me around my birthday, but yeah, it's been October, November, December, January. So for the past 4 months, me and him, we just been like sitting ducks. And
Like, okay. I love you guys. When I say you guys, I mean ladies like her. Okay, obviously not. I'm hearing, it's bound to happen though. It happens every generation. It's just different words, right? Like people are using like the wrong words for things. We're just like sitting ducks. Like, wait, what? That's not the right. Or what was it? Oh, was it Lizzo? Someone said, what is it? They said, oh, whenever. Instead of whether. Like, whether we do this or that. It was whenever we do this or that. And I'm like, wait, what?
And yeah, it sucks. Like, it's crazy because I feel like females come online and talk about like, look what he bought me.
Yes, that's not, so? Why do you, I've never been a big fan of that, but I am pretty practical, I've been told. But it's that, everybody's doing it and everybody's getting happiness from it. So therefore I must also experience that thing.
Look what he got me.
Yeah, Pilky, females, am I right?
Rid of social media. You just want to compare yourself to other people that you don't even fucking know.
Yes.
You're comparing yourself.
Yeah.
You see how dumb that is? You're comparing yourself to people you don't know.
It's like the ones that are dating the broke men. We don't talk about it. But it's like, no, I mean, I don't know. There has to be like a conversation about it. And it really sucks.
Who are you talking to?
Why are you triggered?
We just so mad.
Je sais pas.
Okay.
Listen to him. He went to French.
Man, if my girl would have done this, like you're broadcasting, you telecast the thing there.
Your financial situation.
To your financial situation to people you don't fucking know.
I mean, yeah, it is bad.
It's crazy. And you ask me why I'm triggered? I don't even know why you're not. Put this on me.
Because I've already realized that this generation, they document everything. They document their period cycle. They document their...
Look. It used to be you had a diary. Okay, you had a diary. And the diary had, like, your worst secrets in it. Okay? I don't know what guys did, all right? I'm not a man. Despite popular belief. Okay, I don't know what guys did. You guys just, like... I don't know, whatever. Whatever. But you just, like, keep a diary, and now it's, like, you could look up what your best friend's girlfriend's mom had for brunch.
Their own financial... They document themselves committing crimes, nigga.
That's true.
They document themselves
That's true.
stealing money.
That's
they document
true.
themselves
That's true. The JP Morgan thing. Ho
defrauding banks. They document it and they're like, here's how you guys do it. And they get 20 years in prison. Am I shocked that a bitch said, my boyfriend's broke and I hate it and I can't wait to tell y'all. And you guys should feel bad. Am I shocked?
But you're a bit triggered, so I'm okay.
Oh, man.
Because I feel like it's kind of getting to the point where if I'm not the breadwinner or if I don't somehow make my life lead me up to making income for two, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to be with this person. And it just really sucks because like I said, he has like the best personality.
Girl, you're so smart. Why are you dating him? Like, it's... Is this you know, you don't have to date the person. Hey, Nando. Welcome.
Hands down. So I'm on here to ask, what do I do? And don't be too cold. Like, don't be too rude.
Don't be too rude to me. All right. I'm asking you life advice because it's right in front of me and I can't figure it out myself.
You know what I'm saying? Because I had my narcissist ex-boyfriend.
How much is that manicure? How much you spend on them nails? How often do we go to Sephora?
Who made way more money than I did. And, you know, that wasn't the answer. Like, so it's like, where is the common ground? Like, and obviously I do have a little bit of fear. Like, if I stay with him during this whole time and I continue to help out, is he gonna just walk away when he does better?
He could.
It's just, it's so scary. It's so
A lot of ladies do that. That, you know, a lot of everybody does everything, let's be honest.
crazy because it's like, I really, really like him. And I really, 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 like, don't want to, like, not be with him. But at the same time, too, like...
I think Preach's face is basically how I feel about this, you know. It's just... I'm not even sure what the point of her video is, other than to... I don't know what she wants. I don't know what she wants from people because, you know.
I'm too effing old to...
What? Too old, my ass. Oh, come on.
Do this shit. Like, I've
come
already spun around this
Girl, you 24, aren't you? You can tell me you're 24.
block a few times. Like...
Yeah, what happened to tell your friends shit?
Yeah.
What happened to Dear Diary?
There you go. The 90s solution was to write it down on a piece of paper, knowing that there was a 60% chance someone could find it. And that was like the thrill.
What happened to, like, hey girl, what happened?
Hey girl.
Broadcasting this shit is wild.
Now what happened to hey girl?
But you did that, I guess.
You know what I will say, and this is personally just a me thing. I just don't feel bad for poor people when they just finished telling me how they just took a bunch of trips, paid for a bunch of rental cars, a bunch of hotel rooms, and now they're poor.
Yeah.
Like, there's just something about it for me where it's like, when I was broke, would I take trips? Sure, but they were budget trips, recognizing like I didn't have that much disposable income. So if I have a down year or down months, like all this luxury that people are telling me I can afford, I can't. So I'm staying in a hostel. I'm staying in stuff where whether I take this trip or not, my budget for the next couple months is not going to be affected. But the way she talk about money, the way she talk about all this stuff and paying for her partner, like, why are you paying for trips for two people that he's not pitching in much in, and you're not sure if you got financial security for the next year over? There's just something about the irresponsibility of people and how they spend their money and how they go from like doing okay to like absolutely poor. And you listen to some of their decisions like, bitch, I didn't even do that when I was twice your income. How the fuck are you making these choices with half of mine? It's just, there's something about it that I'm like, yeah, listen, times are tough, but you know what's tougher? Your decisions. That's the real toughness. That's the real crisis for you to overcome. Not your ability to make money, your ability to overcome your own stupid financial decisions. The way that you spend shit. Like, when I listened to her talk, just from the little bit I had, I'm like, I can already tell this person's not good with their money.
As she said, I don't think she mentioned what her job is.
And also, like the idea of paying for my partner's trip with me, if I'm like abjectly poor, I'm not doing a trip where I'm going to be spending a lot that can put me at risk. Why are you paying for two people when that's a risk for you? And then afterwards, crying about the consequences of the worst case scenario that was very likely even a year then. I don't understand that. You always knew this could be a possibility. If you didn't, then you don't know how to manage money, and that's what you need to fix. Stop worrying about how he broke years or whatever. And if he's dragging you down, don't take him on trips. If you can't afford it and also have a lot of disposable income afterwards, don't take him on trips.
Where are they going?
I don't know. It's just, it's something about...
What kind of vacations are they having? I haven't had a vacation in 20 years. What are you... Where are you guys going?
About that really bothers me. And if you want to, you and your partner can still take trips. You guys can drive an hour away. Go to places where you guys got family so you can stay with them. There's all kinds of reasonable things where you and your partner can have cool experiences and not spend a lot of money. But you telling me you can't afford trips to pay for hotels, car rentals, flights. Like, don't take those trips. There are trips you can take that are budget.
Say trips again. Say trips again.
Material.
Boy, so, I'm sorry.
Triggered.
Yeah.
He does travel.
Why are you triggered?
I'm triggered by poor people keeping themselves poor.
The thing that happened is...
Wow. He really is.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and then worsening their situation.
I understand what
That's what I'm poor.
But the thing is that the thing that you're saying, everything that you're saying right now, oh, you could drive an hour, and those were not an option. They were not an option. You know why they were not an option? Because her net neutral, her comparison is people online, girls she don't even know. So she's trying to compete. It's like all them kids are trying to compete with rappers with the chains and shit like that, not knowing all them chains are rented and stuff like that. So now they do all these bunch of fuckery to have those chains and end up in prison because they do fraud and this and that and that. All these people are renting their jewelry. The same thing whenever, you know, I call that the Beyonce effect. You know, you're going to have a whole ass track and girl talking about, oh, my single ladies. Meanwhile, she's not single. But you buying into that. You buy into everything that's going on social media. That's the norm. No, it's not.
I mean, he's got a point. The boys usually have a good point about these things. And Pilkey, I think you might be right. I think it might just be the new way of things. Everything changes, yet somehow stays the same, which is really fascinating. But I guess the key difference now is there is this interactivity and engagement that comes with chronicling your life and what you're doing and your relationships in this way. And I guess there's like a new sense of competition that is more easily accessible. You'd have to go to like a business, like somewhere where you worked or school or church or wherever you hang out with other humans. And they would see you and you would see them. And then you go, like, oh, you look cute. Oh, I look cute. We're all cute here. That's absolutely right. But there would be this level of competition. In high school, you know, kids fighting over who's wearing the best clothes, who has the nice shoes or whatever. Those that were worried about that sort of thing. Okay, those people still exist. They're just bitching on TikTok.
All fabricated. So it was never an option. She gotta compete with people she don't even know.
Which is silly.
And don't even care.
That's another thing. You know? There's all this desire to be involved in other people's lives who are hundreds, thousands, millions miles away, whatever. Just because we are aware of them and we know about it and we can interact with them. It's a really fascinating time to be alive. Good luck, y'all.
You preaching.
I'm just saying. Anyways.
She took down her account.
Yeah, of course. She was getting flamed. Accountability is hard in the streets. When you belong there.
Now, listen, dating a person who doesn't make money, for some people, like, you know, she talked about how dating a rich person was the answer because, like, that person didn't treat her well. Like, yeah, obviously being treated well is the more important, but also having a partner who can pitch in is important. Man or woman, if you don't make that much money, having a partner who doesn't want to work and doesn't really pitch in or really can't afford to, especially when you're in your 30s, like, it's just not a viable option. You need somebody who can help financially. So it's okay for her to not be okay with dating somebody who's abjectly broke when she's in her 30s. That's a respectable thing. Going online to talk about it, absolutely not. Talking about your partner and how I need solutions, people, while this shit could go viral at any second, absolutely not. You know, I'm not mad at people for wanting partners who can financially contribute. Okay?
That's the long and short of it, though, right? Like, be in a relationship with someone who matches you as well as possible, even financially if you can. You know, there's way too many variables out there in the dating world. And it's a heck of a place to be if you're there. So, but I think maybe with this particular woman, this lady, if she's in her 30s, okay, bravo. I think maybe she could be experiencing that thing that happens where you do kind of have to let go of certain things that maybe were important to you. And that, for some people it might be, I'm going to stop playing Magic the Gathering. And not saying that playing Magic the Gathering is a bad thing. Maybe they're just decided they've got other things that they've got to take care of, Maybe they're going to take a break, Maybe not tell everybody on the internet your business. If that's how you got your dopamine hits prior. Your real question is, what's the goal of doing this? What is my goal of doing this? Am I actually making my relationship better or making this decision myself? What am I doing?
But the three things that stood out to me is like, she has no judgment considering she posted this fucking shit online while in the relationship. Not after she already broke up with him. While in it, looking for solutions to fix things. I guarantee you, if this guy can't afford to pitch in much and he's treating you really well and he's a really good stand-up dude, he probably don't feel great about the fact that he can't pitch in financially well. Anybody who's a good person, who sees their partner breaking their back and they struggling and they really can't afford to help, you're not going to feel great, man or woman. So you make him feel, it's just,
Brock.
I was really touched by this. I feel, I can feel him through the screen.
Casting this shit,
it's just
trash.
But then just her talking about money and the way she talks about it, I can just tell she just don't spend it right. Like, you're financially struggling and all this shit, but your nails look like that? Those are
He caught on.
expensive fucking nails you got.
Yeah. It's probably what, $80 and $100 now?
Those are designer ass looking nails.
Oh.
It's just something about, and maybe this is just my immigrant background.
The manicure thing's a good example. Like, do you hang on to that when you don't have disposable income anymore? Probably not. You probably shouldn't. It's okay to change things about yourself temporarily. Everything is temporary after all.
It was the way my mom raised me, okay? But if you are poor, all right? If you are poor, but you are trying to live the life of a rich person, I have no ability to feel bad for you. If you are paying for stupid fucking luxuries like streaming services, or you want to get premium tickets to premium movie theaters, or you want to just do all this stuff that's unnecessary spending, none of it in a vacuum is a big deal. But my mindset is people who are willing to spend on these little luxuries on a consistent basis while poor are willing to spend on a lot more, and they don't actually take their finances into consideration. That's been my experience in my life. If you're poor and you're trying to get yourself out of that situation and you are working hard, you are not paying for a lot of these luxuries. You will get the cheaper version almost all the time. But a lot of the people I see, they just don't do that. So, I don't know. I just don't get it.
I understand. I think you might be. I think you might be right. I don't know the lore either, but you can tell he's really fired up about it. I don't know that I've ever seen ABBA quite so heated, quite so enraged.
That's it.
That's it.
Anything else?
Nope.
Nothing? Nothing?
My man.
That's
My man. My man.
Nothing else to say.
I feel it inside of you. What's the disappointment that you got?
I'm not. It's not even disappointment.
What is it?
It's just the people like
It was like, you but say something.
what they think is the neutral and what they think is a norm.
Sure.
What they think is a norm is stupid. No, it's not the norm. Get off your social media, people.
Gotcha.
Get off there. Stop.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's a norm anymore. I think this is the new normal. You know what I mean? Not every person is going to be a quality human being. And if I run across somebody like that lady, if it was a man doing it and I was whatever, I don't know. I do know. I think it's silly. It's silly to try to compare your life with other people. It's just because, you should comparison isn't in itself a bad thing, right? You can compare yourself to other people if you want. But what you have to understand is the variables that create that person are likely never to be able to be replicated, right? That's what they mean when they say you're a snowflake. Every snowflake is individual. It's just because there's all these different things that make you who you are, okay? And who you are right now is watching me. And thank you. I appreciate that. It's been a heck of a journey back online, but I'm glad we're back. And have you seen this? Is this the right? Wait, I should just make sure, because I do this all the time. What is this?
In the aftermath.
All right. So this is a little thing that we can warm up with too. Because I I saw this. I saw the poster thing. I saw the backlash originally about this particular. I saw this image right here with the the two different. And I'll be honest with you, Jelly Babies, when I saw this on Twitter, I said to myself, I first thought, okay, well, someone made an edit and that made someone angry. That's what I knew going in. I could not tell you at the beginning which one was the edit that they were mad about, I should say. Until I read that the lady mentioned something about how she's looking at you, viewer. And then I realized we'll get into it. We're gonna let Midnight's Edge talk about it. But in my opinion, I think this is
Cynthia Erivo's public meltdown and lashing out at the Wicked fan base over a fan-made tribute poster.
Any Wicked fans? Anyway, I've never seen Wicked. Believe it or not.
The musical adaptation is not just seen in an entirely different light, it is also under a new level of scrutiny, and hitherto underreported stories about production trouble, delays and more drama plaguing the movie are breaching the surface. Because how is it that the movie that was announced more than a decade ago is only now getting released? Let's find out.
I thought that was a little interesting. I remember this movie trying to be made for a long time.
This video is sponsored by Surfshark. While the big problem for Wicked right now is star Cynthia Erivo, this is a recent development, as up until now, she was the least of what has been a very troubled production's worries. Let's travel 6 months back in time, to the 18th of May, long before Cynthia Erivo put the movie in the spotlight, and in the worst way possible.
Going back in time, for context.
That's when the very first trailer dropped, and in conjunction with that, the Daily Mail wrote the feature story Inside Wicked's Many Scandals, as first trailer for the upcoming movie adaptation of the Broadway hit is released. From Ariana Grande and Ethan Slater's controversial whirlwind affair to fierce casting criticism, and more. It's time to take a deep dive into the scandals that predate Cynthia Erivo, and that one alone has already made quite a few of the fans indicate that if they still decide to check out the movie, it will be on the high seas. Though obviously, neither we at Midnight's Edge nor...
you mean like they're gonna... Oh, I see. I get what you're saying. They're gonna watch it, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more. Yeah, the controversy surrounding this is literally about a poster. From what I know, unless Midnight's Edge here, I check him out. Unknown friend of the channel.
Or any of our sponsors condone anyone taking to the high seas for any...
Do not go to the high seas. You don't belong there.
Anything. I mean, for one thing, it's wrong. And just think of all the spyware, malware, and other assorted tracking software you'd run the additional...
Oh no, and then you would have to have like an advertisement.
Risk of being subjected to, even beyond your normal browsing.
Could it be a VPN?
There's a fix though. To protect yourself, you need to protect your data. And a good way of doing that is through a VPN, such as the one delivered by this channel sponsor, Surfshark, which you can visit at surfshark.com/midnight. A VPN, or Virtual Private Network, is a privilege from back when the first trailer was released, which begins the first...
Surfshark? That's... What is it? Hi, Electric Goose. How are you? Good to see you.
Trailer for the upcoming movie adaptation of the hit Broadway musical Wicked is finally here. After years of delays, production shutdowns, changes in crew, and a slew of on-set controversies that left fans wondering if the highly anticipated film would ever make its way to theaters.
All right, musicals. We love them, right? Sort of. Unless you're Joker Folie à Deux, then... No, Wicked is a musical, a Broadway musical about wizard. It's a Wizard of Oz prequel, right? Like I've seen the original film Wizard of Oz. It's amazing. It's really out there. I highly recommend watching it a few times, if anything. But musicals, yeah. Happy finally being able to catch Stream Live. Yes, happy. Welcome in. My first time coming. It was our first time coming back after Tropical Storm Helene ravaged the countryside.
As one of the longest running and most popular Broadway shows in history, it comes as no surprise that there is a heightened interest in the flick, but it has suffered a series of setbacks since it was first announced nearly 12 years ago. In addition, it has seemed as though almost every aspect of the film has been met with immense criticism.
Can you imagine trying to make a movie about a musical about the Wizard of Oz? The musical. I mean, musicals are. Actually a fan of musicals. I do like musicals. I have a couple that I really enjoy. They're very strange, but the idea that you can make the perfect film out of a piece of a book, even book, a musical. Remember Cats the movie? Do we remember Cats the movie? Yeah, too soon?
The movie has faced fierce fury over everything from its casting and release date to director John M. Chu's decision to split it into 2 parts. And yes, while this hasn't been publicized much, moviegoers will come to find that after sitting through an almost 3-hour-long movie, it will end on a screen that says, "To be continued."
Oh gosh, it was about the Cohen family. I know it's really stupid and patriotic. I'm not even into that sort of thing, but I really like Yankee Doodle Dandy. I think I grew up with it. That was why. I used to watch a lot of black and white stuff. Velvet Goldmine could kind of be called a musical. It's full of fucking music. The trouble begins.
The article begins with detailing the troubled production history. The Wicked movie has been in talks for more than a decade, beginning in 2012 when the producer of the play, Mark Platt, made the exciting announcement that he was going to turn it into a film. At the time, Stephen Daldry signed on as director, and they revealed that they were teaming up with Universal Pictures and aiming for a 2016 release. But due to a series of scheduling conflicts, the film was pushed back multiple times, first to 2019 and then again to late 2021. When the lockdowns hit in early 2000,
that would definitely explain a pretty harsh delay.
Universal announced that the film version had been put on hold once again and that Stephen had cut ties with it. With no director, release date or official cast, it seemed like the beloved Wizard of Oz spin-off may never be turned into a movie after all. But in February 2021, it was given new life when John revealed that he would be taking over as director. This John, of course, would be John Chu, the director of past music and dance-themed features like Step Up 2, The Streets, Step Up 3D,
Anybody watch those? Anybody a fan of dance-off movies?
And the Holograms, and
yeah, Pitch Perfect. Anybody Pitch Perfect fans?
Lest we forget the Justin Bieber films Never Say Never and Believe, neither of which will ever be seen in the same way again after it emerged how much diddling and baby oil precipitated their making.
What a crossover.
And in a break from this musical theme, Chu also directed G.I. Joe Retaliation and Crazy Rich Asians, and he was attached to direct the live-action He-Man and the Masters of the Universe for a good while there, before he returned to form with In the Heights and the 2-part Wicked.
There was casting backlash? Why am I not surprised?
The article continues. Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo were cast as the iconic duo Glinda and Elphaba later that year, and filming kicked off in June 2022. But the turmoil surrounding the film didn't end there, as rumors of an explosive affair between Ariana and her co-star Ethan Slater emerged soon after production began.
Kinda remember that.
Their whirlwind romance completely captured the nation, especially after it was reported that Ethan had cheated on his wife with the singer just months after the birth of his son. It seemed that the Wicked movie had been overshadowed by the controversial pairing and the scrutiny surrounding Ethan's alleged infidelity, and Grande's alleged home wrecking. While the Daily Mail chooses not to focus on that in this write-up, as we saw in the previous video, this was a very big deal to musical fans following the production. To them, it was always Ariana Grande that was the problem, not Cynthia Erivo. The Daily Mail captured the social media reactions from when the casting was announced, and they read, "I've been waiting for this movie adaptation for so long."
I guess I'm a little surprised that people were upset that it was Ariana Grande. I thought everybody, I thought the internet loved Ariana Grande.
And you give us Adriana Grande as Glinda?
Who do you think Glinda should be? I cannot tell you off the top of my head. And I'm a fan of the original film. I know who Glinda is in the original movie. Okay, she's my favorite. Actually, I really love Glinda because she's so she's like, oh, I'm y'all. You know, she's really funny. The way she talks. You know, because. But who I can't even think about who Glinda should be. Maybe I'm just not a Wicked fan. No rest for the Wicked, but you know.
One person scathed on X, formerly known as Twitter, following the announcement. "I don't like Ariana as Glinda. I'm sorry, she's just not a great actress," someone else said. "Cannot begin to describe my disappointment in Ariana Grande being cast as Glinda," another upset user added. Another musical adaptation down the toilet. Adriana Grande being cast as Glinda feels like a parody joke about the miscasting based on celebrity status.
Well, that's just it, though. Celebrity status has infected all media, especially American-made media. You know, anything out of LA. Why do you think I watch so much British stuff? You know. Anyway, I'm not gonna shit on television. Not literally, anyway. But celebrities also took over the voice acting industry. You know, so it's just inevitable.
"I hate it here," a fourth tweet read. A fifth said, "Adriana will always be an amazing singer and person, but as Glinda, she's not the right choice."
Why not? Is it because she can't act? I can't believe I'm defending Ariana Grande, of all people, whose music I've never heard.
Daily Mail also posted screenshots from their own comment section, where the British musical fans piled on Grande, with comments like, "Adriana Grande has been cast as Glinda in the Wicked movie and I'm fucking devastated. About 15 years I've been waiting for this movie to be made and this is the payoff? Nah mate, fuck this shit." Another said, "Ariana Grande
fuck this shit.
as Glinda? Oh hell no. Someone tell her you have to actually be able to understand the words in a musical."
Oh, is she a mushmouth?
But to be fair, Grande had some support as well, including from Kristen Chenoweth, who originated this iteration of the character on Broadway.
Oh, Kristen Chenoweth played Glinda.
Point is though, during the movie's development and production, it was Ariana Grande who was the cause of controversy, not Cynthia Erivo. Just keep that in mind as we move along here.
Ugh, women.
To sum up so far, the movie had spent a decade in development hell before it actually moved forward with John Chu at the helm. The musical fans who follow the production had no issue with Erivo, but they had big problems with the casting of Ariana
I want to
Grande,
get to the poster.
which was
Let's
only
go.
made worse with the perception that she was a homewrecker, and during the production no less. That was when the production got underway, of course, because the production start date got shifted back and forth several times, particularly in the aftermath of the lockdown.
Is this Harry Potter for girls?
To get the timeline right, I'm going to jump forward a bit in the article, because the issue with locking down and committing to a production start date took its toll on the dancers. In March of 2023, The Stage reported that dancers for the movie were furious with the changes in the filming schedule. The Stage source article is hidden behind a paywall, mind you, but luckily the
I feel like I'm not going to need to see that movie with just watching these clips.
Daily Mail provides the summary of it, which reads, "One dancer who kept their identity hidden." told the outlet that they had been put on standby for long periods of time by the production team, without knowing whether or not they would get the job, which took a toll on them mentally and forced them to lose out on other opportunities. The hardest part is that we value a job we really want, to the point where we think it might be best to remain available and turn down other work, because we want to do the job so badly, they explained.
Okay.
It doesn't feel as though that value and respect is returned when we are being put on standby and not confirmed until 4 days before the job.
Dance is hard.
Another anonymous dancer from the movie added, not knowing whether to wait or try to find work elsewhere was a pretty horrible limbo to be in and caused me a lot of anxiety. A few months after the article from the stage was published though, those dancers were in for even more anxiety.
Why? Sorry. I'm finding this all way funnier than I think I'm supposed to.
After already being crippled by the lockdowns, Hollywood instantly jumped into 2 subsequent strikes, which adversely affected pretty much everything in production at the time, and Wicked was no exception. Jumping back to where we were, the Daily Mail article continues. After years of being pushed back multiple times, production for Wicked finally began in June of 2022. But filming unfortunately had to be interrupted in July 2023.
What a shit show. Like, what a shit show it is. Like, right now, I swear. I don't know what it is. It's just, oh my gosh. Carry on.
Due to the SAG-AFTRA strike, the set was shut down for a whopping 4 months, which left the cast, crew, and fans all immensely frustrated. Wicked composer Stephen Schwartz told Variety at the time that they had to stop making the movie just 10 days before they were set to wrap.
What?
It's quite frustrating in a way, because we have, I think, 10 days worth of shooting to go to finish all the shooting.
10 days worth of shooting.
Director John also wrote on his
10
Instagram
days.
stories, "We were only a few days away from being done, so we were so close. It's been very painful to put a halt to it all, but we will be back."
Okay, all right. Focus, stay on target. We're getting there.
Note of this. When production shut down, after already having been in production for more than a year, they had 10 more days of filming left to go. 10 days. With that emphasized, the article continues. Production resumed in November 2023. Filming took over a year and a half to complete, and finally wrapped in January 2024. January of 2024, huh? While we don't know the exact date that production resumed in November, or the exact date that production wrapped in January, we do know that there is a hell of a lot more than just 10 days between the two.
Of course, it's never 10 days. It's never going to be 10 days. Exactly. Volcano Man. Hushan knows. Check out Hushan's new art up here in the upper left-hand corner. This is, I like to think of this as JoJo's Siwa jelly.
Even if we were to assume a late November restart and early January wrap, which are very generous assumptions, and we account for a Christmas break, that still leaves a month of production. And
it looks cute though. I mean, you know, I can I can say it looks cute. I can say it's nice. It looks very nice. It's very nice. I think the set design, they nailed the set design.
that in turn tells me that in addition to filming the 10 remaining days, there more than likely were other reshoots as well, and quite possibly several weeks worth of them. But after a year and a half of interrupted filming, the movie was in the can, and you'd think it would be smooth sailing between there and the release of the first of the two movies.
But
Alas,
wait.
that was when Cynthia Erivo decided that she wanted to generate some controversy as well.
I'm sorry. Ariana Grande is not the only toxic bitch in this house. She said, hold my cane. Hold my staff. My magic staff.
Wicked has an avid fan base from the musical scene, and it has one of the most perfect, iconic posters ever made. One that encapsulates that the character whose striking red lips form a marked contrast to her green skin.
Exactly. This is the Wicked poster we all know. We all know it. I've never seen this musical, and I know this poster. You couldn't escape it there for a while, okay? Alphabet on TikTok won't let you escape it. Anyway, so this is, this is what I think of when I think of Wicked. I think of, you know, the black and white dichotomy, like the yin the yang, the pure uh vision whispering into the mischievous ear. But oh no, you can't have that.
Know something
No,
that
no,
the
no.
viewer doesn't. The viewer can't
Yeah, spy versus spy. Bingo. Oh, I love spy versus spy.
place her, while she is on top of things. This was all thrown out the window in the far inferior theatrical poster, where Erivo stares at the audience with accusation in her eyes. And as our good friend
Oh, that's a pause. I don't think it's that simple. I think it's actually way simpler. She wanted to make sure her face was on the poster.
stares at the audience with accusation in her eyes. And as our good friend Paul Chatto pointed
I
out,
guarantee you it was
this
in her
change
contract.
could very well be the direct result of Cynthia Erivo having stipulations for how she is to appear in
Shit, I did it.
the poster as
Did it
part of
again.
her contract. Gwen then made a loving tribute to the original poster, one which, if we're perfectly honest, looked more like the theatrical poster should have looked all along.
I know, I pause manned it again. Ugh, great minds think alike. But see, this is what I saw on Twitter. I was like, yeah, I saw the right one, and I did not, I thought that was the poster at first. Because the other poster is so jarringly high def, compared to like what you would expect. You would expect a certain degree of shadow, and if it's going to be Wicked after the musical, you would expect something along the lines of the poster that everyone knows.
Erivo lashed out.
She got mad.
This is the wildest, most offensive thing.
There's a twofold reason I'm covering this. One, it's something to do with you. Welcome back. The other thing is to highlight yet again that celebrities are not some special class of humanoid, right? They're just assholes like the rest of us.
Thing I have seen, equal to that awful AI of us fighting, equal to people posting the question, is your pussy green?
Whoa.
Question I have never seen anyone ask anywhere.
See, why would she even say that? Why would she even say that? Call attention to that, because she wants to be dramatic. She's probably just as big a baby as Ariana Grande. It's just you have to find the right buttons to push.
My dad.
And apparently her face is a big one.
The answer should be perfectly obvious. None of this is funny. None of this is cute. It degrades me. It degrades us. Our poster is an homage, not an imitation. To edit my face and hide my eyes is to erase me, and that is just deeply hurtful. Thus begun the backlash, because even the biggest simps who agree that she is this once-in-a-generation talent and the most exciting actor
I don't know.
working today, just like we were told Jonathan Majors was before her, could not bring themselves to agree with her inane statement. Then, on October...
What happened to Jonathan Majors? Anyway, I watched the H.P. Lovecraft style show that he was in, and then I found out everything, and I was like, oh no.
23rd, the establishment rag Rolling Stone magazine published an interview with Cynthia Erivo, in which she effectively erased the many actors that had played Elphaba before her, many of whom were indeed black, and for all we know, queer, as she described how she made the character all about
The intention
her.
is to allow her to show up as me in my body.
Right.
And I love to make it about this, but it is what it is. As a black woman who is queer, who shows up in this way,
Absolutely.
there's something that I have that many other alphabets don't have.
Okay, so there's another level here that is starting to be a broad thing that we'll see, and that's representation, right? People are really rabid about the concept of representation in gaming, in movies, in all media, And it's like, how far do you take that? How far do you take your personal attachments when it comes to, you know, a creative career? I think that's gonna be a case by case basis, honestly.
They don't know what it is like to walk through the world like this. I do.
Yeah.
And so that innately, immediately makes me completely different.
This, of course, fits right in with John Campia's description of the whole poster controversy, where he perfectly acted it out from Arivio's point of view.
First of all, I want you to recognize the tone of this. The tone of this is, Wicked is not your thing, everybody. Wicked is not a thing that you have loved and that you have embraced and that you have gone to see time and time again. Long before I ever had this role, it's mine. Wicked is about me. This is my movie.
Now, I don't want to interrupt a brother. He's spitting, according to himself. He's really fired up about this. Can you tell? Another example of something like this is the Snow White film with Rachel Zegler, who has decided to put forth this idea that Snow White is different now because she is playing Snow White now. And I have complex feelings about all of that, because there's this idea that we have to constantly rehash old content from old media, movies, books, TV, and then make them irrelevant to the cultural difficulties or the cultural challenges that we're facing as a society, broadly in America, because I'm an American. That's basically what I can speak on, right? But instead of moving forward, we insist on changing old things repeatedly until they're unrecognizable, instead of making new content or making new media or creating new ideas, replicating the things in our culture instead of trying to create old things fitting into our current culture. If that makes any sense at all.
And all you little nerdlings out there, best damn respect that this is my movie.
Not the nerdlings.
Can't disagree with that performance. She does give off those vibes. And now, only time will tell how that is going to rub off on the box office. Now, having learned more about the production and the troubles involved with it, are you more or less excited for Wicked? Let me know in the comments.
Yeah, you should tell. You should tell our good friend. Midnight's Edge. I enjoy the content. I enjoy the videos on ME. Really good stuff. Gaming stuff too. Popular culture. Check them out. Part of a podcast. I don't do podcasts that often, but thank you, Pilkey, getting Discord's set up over there for Electric Goose. Hope you have fun, Goose. It's we're pretty chill. We're pretty chill in the Discord. And thank you again for coming by. Tuesday is not the day I normally stream. I am having a very special episode of the Midweek Melodrama, since I spent the last month out of commission thanks to bad weather and historic disasters. No big deal. But you keep on keeping on. But the poster thing is just in the grand scheme of things. I know actors don't like the idea of playing a character whom is not seen. Look at Pedro Pascal. He couldn't handle the helmet thing for very long. Let's see, what was another one? Shaw mentioned a couple of good ones. In addition to that, I want to know. I'm scrolling up. Anyway. But yeah, it's Judge Dredd managed to. Is that why we don't have another Judge Dredd movie? Because of the fact that you can't see his face. Now he's too busy making that the boys' money, right? Master Chief. That's good. That's it. Thank you. Master Chief. I did not watch that show because I knew that he took his helmet off. Just I heard I heard that the Halo show was actually a different thing altogether and got molded into a Halo IP later, but I don't know how accurate that is. You know. But celebrities, they're big old babies, like everybody else, I guess. They want what they want. Okay. You can't have what they want. You can have what? Well, I'm not making any sense now. Let's see. What have we got? Oh, I saw this because I have a question for you. A really important question. I'm sorry. I haven't spoken this much in a while. So I've got this really annoying vocal fry.
Welcome, welcome. Ha 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 ha! To Famous
Who's my man?
House. Everything you see before you is yours.
This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm gonna be a big star. Let's go.
Talk 2 on that thing.
I'm 22 and I like to have sex.
I don't know how to read.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Watching the screen right now. Come on a little trip with me, Jeremy Gold, alias G. We're gonna see which one of these guys has what it takes to walk away with $5 grand. With $2,800 after taxes. With nothing after we steal from you.
When I'm in the bathroom, you leave me the alone. Stevie's a straight for that, and he knows it. When I'm in the bathroom, leave me alone, dude.
Come on, bring it on!
15 people competing to be my protege. Who's gonna get famous? Who's gonna be left in the dust?
I'm here to party and get
I am hurting for a squirt.
Did she really just say that?
Are you ready for your 15 minutes?
I'm 22 and I don't give a
He did.
This season, we're doing things a little bit differently. Ain't no way y'all are ready for this. A little drizzle, a little drizzle. Ooh.
Time out. I'm pregnant?
Let's go!
Respect when I'm in the bathroom.
Out of here. Yourself.
You guys need to chill. This is Famous House, not Fight House. Bad vibes.
This season? This season? This season?
This season?
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Famous.
Running water.
Not gonna believe this.
This season?
This season?
This season?
This season on Famous.
Make yourselves at home. Famous House. Hot tub much? Oh yeah. I'm thinking things are about to get a little bit cray-cray up in here.
She's an anorexic psycho. Just jump off a bridge, bitch.
Hey, y'all saw me macking on Shorty, right? She was feeling the vibe.
We got fights and all that on Famous House.
Stop it up to the extreme.
Oh, come on, guys. Pudding again?
A game?
Hang on to your hats. So that's it, y'all. 6 weeks, 15 contestants. Oh, and don't forget, $5 grand. Be there or be famous. See you then.
OMG.
By the way, it's Fish Tank Season 3. It's not Famous House, it's Fish Tank Season 3.
Yep. That's our Sammy boy. Fish Tank Season 3 official trailer. How do you guys feel about going over Fish Tank? Wow, I just made myself like a pro. How do you feel about going over Fish Tank regularly? OMG. I've not actually watched Fish Tank properly before. And it kind of ties into the whole Sam Hyde special that I got cooking. I know, right? So to remind you, which is something I brought up on the show last month before Hurricane Tropical Storm Helene's a bitch dropped by. I want to do like a Sam Hyde special, like a nice long stream covering Sam Hyde, because I am a Sam Hyde newbie for the most part. I know enough about Sam Hyde to know that he's hilarious. Okay, he's the Adult Swim We're probably the same age, you know, age appropriate. The Adult Swim generation, and you know, it's gonna. I want to look at deep dives. I want to look at scandals. We're gonna tie in the fish tanks. It's gonna be fantastic. Your favorite comedian's comedian, exactly. That's Sam. He's a funny guy. Don't get me wrong though. I mean, he's got his issues. Everyone does. He's not perfect. No one is. But as far as comedians go, he's kind of funny guy. He's kind of funny guy. You know. So, but the key to that Sam Hyde special is that I in the Discord in the Starbud Lounge, you'll find a special channel where you can dump any Sam Hyde content links in there you want to help build the Sam Hyde special. I mean, anything you wanna suggest is perfect. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-second clip, a document, a tweet. Give it to me. Hey, I'm walking here. Yeah. Hey, I'm streaming it. So yeah, right. Decided like the real fish tank. Yeah, right. And it'll be fun. I know that he's had some controversies in the past, especially I remember Chet going over the Tim Heidecker stuff. You remember that a few months ago? The big call, uh, where he got stiffed out of a show. I don't know. Adult Swim, you know, William Street. I've been there. I haven't been to that office, but I have been to the area, and it's a crazy place out there, in Turner Land. But hey, drop by the Discord, say hello, give me some Samurai content, and then let us now go to something else. We this is so. What did the link go? I have another little one that I wanted to look at that was really short. I thought, but perhaps not. Oh, I do have one. I didn't get to. This is old. It's so old. It's Asmongold, but it's so old now. I know that he cleaned up his house. I just, you know, maybe we won't watch all of it. We'll just kind of skim through it because I haven't seen it at all.
Hey guys, let's see what's going on. Me, and today I want to answer a question that a lot of people have been asking me my whole life, and more importantly, they've been asking me a lot recently, especially online. And that question comes in many forms, but it always distilled down to the same thing, which is, in one form or another, why are you like this? Whether it's the dead rat alarm clock, the barbecue puke shower curtain, dead animals in the house, or any other one.
Okay, look, I think that's all the same problem, though. That's not like, why are you like this? And here's a bunch of different reasons. It's why are you like this one thing?
One of the stories that are just an indicator of me living like a complete fucking animal. People always wonder, why would a person live like this?
I do remember the toothblood wall. I do remember the wall where he would fling / wipe toothblood.
Why would a person be like this? Why am I like this? And I think that honestly,
I think there's a lot of problems with that. Okay. I mean, let's forget the fact that your gum care routine is not working. But why are you wiping it on the wall? That's the problem I'm having. Okay. We've all let ourselves go a little bit, okay? Don't even get me started right now, okay? All I got now for water is chlorine and sand. Okay? That's my water right now. All right. But wiping it on the wall is like a I've given up kind of tactic.
You know, there's a lot of answers for this.
Not just a why are you like this?
I really don't want to make this like a super long video, so hopefully I can distill it down to some main points and not really go off on too many tangents, although I think that I probably will, because there's a lot of like history with it and everything like that. And so basically the first thing you need to know about me is that if you can believe this, I know this might sound shocking, is that I actually have not always been like this. This is a relatively new thing for me. And I think that it really kind of started a lot when I would say in high school, and then later on it kind of entered phase 2. And that was probably somewhere around 21 or 23, somewhere around there in those age groups. And that's whenever, the degeneracy really kind of went, it ratcheted up to the next level. I leveled up, new expansion release deals.
I don't know, I would call it degeneracy.
Etc., right? And so this happened then because as a kid, I was actually very much like a very conscientious kid in the way that I basically didn't really want to be perceived in a negative way. I wanted to be seen as a good person, etc. And I've always had a big problem with being able to relate to other people because
you're autistic, sweetheart. It's okay.
I think that I'm just a little bit off, right? I wouldn't say that I don't have a moral compass.
Does he not know that he's autistic? Is this literally an autistic person who doesn't know he's autistic? You guys exist. You know that, right?
But I would say that my moral compass doesn't point north. And this has been a problem in a
ASMR stream when?
A lot of cases in my life, whether it's with relationships or friendships or anything in between. I've had a lot of problems because of that. And in the process of this, I've learned a lot of things about myself. And the main thing is that my take and my view on moral issues is not really what I would say a normal person.
Okay, I'm just hearing symptom. I'm not hearing a guy tell me what's up. He's just saying like, these are my symptoms. Yeah, you're autistic. It's okay. I'm autistic. We're all autistic. It's like, we're all gay autistics. Okay. No, I'm joking. Like, no, but when did his mom die? I don't know. So my theory has always been Asmund's mom died and Asmund broke. Asmund is broken.
Thanks. And this has caused me a lot of problems, and especially like as a young kid, being able to like interact and fit in with people, it's a weird dichotomy because the truth is I actually always did have a lot of friends, and I never had problems making friends, but at the same time, I always felt like I was very different from a lot of other people because of the way that I felt. I used to have, for a comparison, just a point of reference.
He's doing that thing, because I've done it, all right? I'm not a perfect Jelly either, okay? I've been young before. I was young once. I made mistakes. I flipped around and fucked out. Right? Found around and flipped. You know what I mean. But no, for real though. All I'm hearing is I'm different. I'm Asmund Golden. I'm different. Great. Your self-awareness is where I'm disappointed.
I guess you could say.
If you know these things.
I used to have my mom read me all of the different like sins in the Bible and everything.
That's fucking weird. I don't care. That's weird. That's weird. Why? Why? Did she say, "Okay, son, sit down and let's have a chat about adultery"? What is it? I forgot the fucking murder. I'm not, you know what I mean? We're talking about the 7 deadly sins, okay? I've seen the movie. I know what's in the box.
Because I understood, even as a little kid, I'm like, there's something wrong with you. You better learn this so that way there aren't any problems in the future.
Whoa.
And so...
What's in the box?
I would have her read all of these to me.
So, Mom, please read this to me so I know how to not do bad thing. Oh, man, he's autistic. He's just an autistic kid. A lot of autistic kids don't, no one realizes they're autistic. Their parents don't know what autism is. They don't know that the brain's wired differently. They don't know these things. And they're just like, he's just a quirky youngin'.
That way I would understand how to behave, right? Because it just never came naturally to me. Things that come naturally to other people were not natural and are not natural. It's not like things have changed. If anything, they've probably gotten worse. as I've gotten older.
Yeah,
and
you
so
think?
I've always had a big problem being able to like understand like where how you should act, how you should treat people, what you should do, how you should say things, etc. So almost everything that I do is a learned performance rather than an innate social.
Because you're autistic. You can't, like, there's a lot of people rag, on people being autistic, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot of autistic people out there, okay? They check you out at the grocery store and take your money and let you buy potatoes sometimes. Sometimes they're your electrician, you know. Sometimes they're this guy at OTK that you give a lot of money to because he's disgusting. I don't know. It's just this mimicry thing is always something that is leaned on for autistic people because it allows you a framework of success, right? If you see a behavior and that behavior is successful, then you mimic that behavior. In a way, all humans do this.
I don't know, like instinct, if that makes.
But when did your mom die? When did his mom die? Did his mom not give him this infrastructure? Did his mom not lay out these things for him and drill them in his weird ratty face head? You know what I mean?
Makes sense. And
like shower. These are basic hygiene things that you need to do.
Hopefully the performance is good. I
It was
consider
last
myself
year?
kind of a good actor, at least, right? But of course, there are going to be cracks and outtakes as well. And so those are usually in the form of the Twitter clips with 100,000 likes. And so anyway, as a kid, I was always treated this way, and people thought that I was a little bit off, a little bit weird. Like one time, like for example, there was a kid that I was like playing the baseball with him, and he was annoying me, making me mad. And so I hit the ball, and I hit it with the explicit intention of hitting him in the face with the ball.
Well, that's just violent behavior.
And I did. And
it's just welcome. Congratulations. You're a violent kid.
And so I remember there's blood all over the kid's face. He like broke his tooth and everything, and everybody was standing around like what the fuck? Like what? This is like terrible. And I remember walking up. This was like the best day of my fucking life. This happened.
Wow.
And I was so happy, and I could see that other people were made very uncomfortable around this. And that's whenever I started trying to like really kind of mask my emotions and how I felt.
I mean, okay.
About things.
All right, go ahead.
It
Go ahead. Keep going.
was very evident to me that I was not
I'll let you
really
finish.
normal. And this has been, again, a huge problem my whole life, but that was pretty much the first, at least the time that I can remember in my mind, the first time that I can remember that and see that, wow, this didn't go over the way that I thought it would go over because I was so happy and nobody else is happy and they think I'm like a bad person. But it's like, from my perspective, that's not how I saw it. And
at no point has he mentioned, wow, I hurt somebody. That probably wasn't a good thing to do.
And, from my perspective, rip bozo. So,
great. Wonderful. Sure, I'm glad he didn't become a doctor.
This is a big problem, and this happens in middle school as well. I cared a lot about like how I looked, how I dressed, etc. in middle school. I mean, really, who doesn't? And I really tried to like take myself seriously, and I tried to have a good impression, etc. Do the right things, say the right things, wear the right things.
Yep, sounds like middle school.
Be the right kind of person. And going into
how old is Asmongold? Can someone remind poor little me?
High school, I kind of got there's a weird thing where like I ended up going to like one high school that I didn't want to go to, and then I ended up going to
oh my god, everybody's had to do this. Fuck off.
Another high school after that, after I told my parents that if they didn't change me over, I would kill myself and fail every single class. Which, to be halfway, I was halfway followed through with that, because my first semester in that high school, I had a GPA of a 0.08. It was actually impressive. It was hard to do. I had to go out of my way for this.
Thank you, guys.
And so then I ended up getting transferred over, and I went to the school where my friends were. And I think that like the high school that I had originally gone to was a much more superficial, much more.
Oh my god. Okay, Donnie Darko, get on with it.
Like, like a higher class high school because my dad wanted me to go there because,
Shut
like
the
he
fuck
wanted me
up.
to go to school to get an education.
Sorry, I'm
Imagine
fine.
that.
I'm just
I
being
wanted to go
funny.
to school to hang out with my friends, so there was a bit of a disconnect there. And so I go over to the other school, and I realized that I need to stop caring about what people think about me because I saw the people that were in that other school, and I realized that's not the kind of person that I wanted to be because they were the more extreme.
Okay. Brevity.
Version of the person that I was trying to be. And at that point, I realized that I didn't really want to be like other people, and I had to develop, I guess, my own identity. And this was at, like, I would say 14.
That's good though. That's what you do, is you develop your own identity. Well done. See? Right direction. Now we're going in the right direction.
Or 15. And that happened, and that continued all the way through high school. And, I was always like, I never really had a girlfriend, right? In high
Were you a weird guy? Yeah, I was weird thought. Were you not like other guys? I'm gonna guess you weren't like other guys. Big. I'm taking a big risk here and gonna say you're not like other
high
guys.
school or anything like that. Maybe, I talked to a girl, but not really, okay? And so I was never really treated very
Anybody have an asthma? Always sounds like his name is Asthma. Asthma Gold. How does he not have asthma living with all that mold and dust and grime and disgusting animal parts? Just kind of like everything in there is shedding itself. Okay, that's just the nature of the physical universe. That's why plastic is killing us. That's why plastic's in everything. It's in your brain. Lo and behold, we are all becoming plastic people. There's a cool song in that. Maybe. But yeah, have you ever had one of those guys in your class, an Asmongold? I'm trying to think. It's been a long time since I've been to school. Okay, but um, not exactly. I would say maybe bits and pieces of Asmongold, but not like all of this at once. He's almost like a character right out of Freaks and Geeks. You remember that TV show?
very well by a lot of girls or anything like that, and big surprise, imagine that. And so anyway, this happened, and I kind of got used to this, and it was normal. So I would try to improve myself and like make myself look better and try to do this, and it would just be met with the same outcome, which was a massive failure. Big surprise.
Oh. Oh no. Oh, he went hard mode on scientific method for social interaction, and you can use the scientific method. Don't get me wrong. Scientific method is fantastic. I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to look at the results, and I'm going to apply that information to the next time I do the thing. That's fine. It's great. You can't go that hard on it. You can't be like, I failed. He's turning into, it's that Ian Foot thing. That Ian Foot mentality, like give up really quickly.
Being a level 60 warrior isn't as attractive to women as it is to other 16-year-old guys.
Wait. I always forget about the WoW angle. WoW angle. WoW is 20 years old. Did you know that? WoW is 20 years old. I played WoW. First time I played WoW was Beta 4. Yeah. I got a lot of WoW problems, deep-seated WoW problems myself.
Nice. And so anyway, I had this happen, and I eventually kind of got to the point where I was more comfortable with that, and I stopped really caring as much about what like people would think about me, and in general, just like people's perception of me.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna meet more people who are not like you than people that are like you. That's just the nature of ratio of individuals in the world, and there are not going to be a lot of people out there who are, even today, I mean, you're going to be like really impressed that you have all maxed classes in WoW. That's just that you can't connect with everyone on everything about you. It's just not something that can happen. Everything about you that you find passionate and amazing, okay, that's some of that is going to have to just be for you. It's going to have to be for you. I grew up, as a gamer. And I got shit for it, obviously, because, it was a different time. So gaming was just my thing. And I connected with people on other stuff like art, music. Sometimes you can just have your thing. And I think it's kind of a cop out to say, hey, nobody liked me talking about having a level 60 warrior in WoW. So therefore I must stop trying. That's just weak ass shit, okay?
And this kind of got worse as time goes on.
This week, don't do that.
And
Keep going.
I think that I spent my teenage years primarily trying to disconnect myself and trying to remove myself from the obligation to be a certain kind of person to the public and just to society in general. I viewed society as I never chose to be here. This was not up for discussion.
Nobody did. Nobody here asked to be here. Nobody alive said, yo, I need some of that. What are you saying? What are you talking about? All of this has been 8 minutes and 25 seconds of obfuscation.
I just spawned it.
Of just vague, I'm different. Constantly, over and over, I'm different. And this is how my difference manifests. But, but why?
In here, and so it's like I have to follow these rules, I have to do all these things, I have to be this kind of a person, and then
Yep. And if you just stop for a second and remember that everybody on the planet, again, I have to speak for Americans because I'm a filthy American. Yeah, Bun, it's cool. You got this? Okay. Yeah. Bun's fine, by the way. Thanks for asking, you guys. I know you were asking. She's great. She's distracting me though, and that's annoying. But I guess I'm kind of wondering if Asmongold is just growing up and he doesn't know that that's what's happening. But he was realizing that he's reached a point where again he has to figure out what direction to take himself. Whether that's clean up. Apparently, it's to clean up, which is great. That's awesome. If anything, you should always think about your health. You live in a place that's not kept. Even, Asmongold's an extreme case, but
then
stay healthy.
When I was like 17, 18, 19, I asked myself, well, why am I doing this? And so I stopped doing all of that stuff, and I've done many degenerate things, none of which I regret.
I wish he would stop saying degenerate, because it just sounds like he's being gross on purpose. It's just the word carries a different weight when you're a Chud Nation member, I guess. Depression. I think you guys nailed it. I think it's just depression, really.
Nothing at all in my life that I've ever regretted at all. But I would do things that a lot of people would consider to be very improper. Let's just say that. Yes. And so I never really viewed myself, I never really viewed it as like a good or a bad thing. I just, simply existed and I did what I would do. And that was it. And at that point, I pretty much had completely disconnected myself from the perception of other people. And this was at the same time, like growing up, my mom was, I think there was maybe 2 years or so where she made above the poverty level in terms of income. And so we basically barely skated by most of the time.
Okay.
And primarily the reason for that, honestly, is because my dad always paid child support, etc.
And I don't know how this would affect cleaning. Cleaning is free, yo.
At least until I was 18.
Okay.
And, all that time, she was able to skate by with that and pretty much survive. After high school was over, then obviously that stopped, and then she wasn't able to support herself, so I was having to figure out ways to make money and try to piece together money. She would borrow money sometimes from my dad, and it was in general a very, very negative situation, and so we never really had any money. This was the time where I was pretty much ironically at the peak of my degeneracy. I was probably one of the highest rated warriors in WoW at the time.
He's not wrong. No lifers or where it's at if you're rating.
It was great,
it's just the same.
But not necessarily in real life. And so at this point, I had pretty much completely disconnected myself from the way that people saw me. And I stopped caring about the way that people saw me because I pretty much gave up on being like a normal person. I gave up on being accepted by the public.
Okay.
I gave up on living a normal life or, you know, having a family or anything like that. I just felt like I just was not capable of that based off of my experiences that I had. And I had many other ones too. Like I stabbed somebody and a few other things too. I probably...
Wait, what? He stabbed someone?
wouldn't even say because they would too drastically alter people's perception of me. But either way, you know, a lot of these instances where I kind of was like, okay, this is bad. Maybe it's better that I'm, you know, quarantined in my house. And
welcome back, JFast.
So anyway, I did this a lot, and my mom and I, like, it was really just kind of the two of us. My dad was there, he was supportive, and he always has been supportive. But other than that, I do have family, but none of them live in the state of Texas. And so any trouble, any problems, anything like that, it was pretty much entirely on me to resolve this issue. And so take care of my mom, pay for things, anything like that, it was always on me. And her health started deteriorating at about the same time. This is big surprise. You smoke since you're...
Gosh, I need him to give me some timelines. He's not giving me any dates.
16. You spend your entire time smoking cigarettes, watching Ancient Aliens, and fucking around on the internet playing WoW, and you're overweight massively like she was. This isn't good for your health.
Wait, so he played... Wait, she played WoW as well? Did she play with him? So far, I'm just seeing... awkward families awkward is basically what I think has happened. Ugh. Which is kind of funny how judgmental the tone that he has in this spiel about his mother dying, as though it almost... I mean, I'm going to listen to it, and then I'm going to listen to it again, and I'm going to make sure that I am not being overly judgmental. I want to be fair.
Especially when you're getting into your 60s, which she was at that time, because she had me when she was like 39 and a half or 40 or something. And so at this point, you know, her health was deteriorating, and you're overweight. Since you're 60, that it was always on me. And her health started deteriorating at about the same time. This is big surprise. You smoke since you're 16. You spend your entire time smoking cigarettes, watching Ancient Aliens.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it there because that is where the smugness got into me the first time. He's... I don't know how I feel about a guy who constantly wants people to be lenient with him. He constantly wants people to understand this is why he's this way, whatever that means. But he's telling us... He's talking about his mom in a way that sounds like he's annoyed with her for having died and having treated her body and her life in a way that led her that path, when all anybody wanted him to do was clean up his house. And that has caused so... You know what? He's being very hypocritical and kind of nasty. And I think that... I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird way of putting it. Ooh,
And fucking around on the internet playing WoW, and you're overweight massively like she was. This isn't good for your health, especially when you're getting into your 60s.
I'm not surprised that he has such poor, you know, ideas about hygiene and stuff. If his mom wasn't doing well either, she probably didn't have the capacity to teach him to do well in that way for whatever. And the reasons could be, you know, depression, a ton of things. We don't know. It's not really going to be something that we'll know. But, oh, what a weird... It makes me sad.
Which she was at that time, because she had me when she was like 39 and a half or 40 or something. And so at this point, you know, her health was deteriorating, and I remember like she had like a number of instances where like I would I would like wake up and I hear her like screaming because she would like I don't even really know what the fuck was wrong with her. I don't know. It was like a weird thing where like she couldn't see out of her eye, and then she had like some kind of like I think like a bleed in her eye, and then
Yeah. Nobody would believe why I am how I am. I stabbed someone for starters. Nobody get me started on my mom. Exactly.
she had like I think it wasn't really a heart attack. There was like some sort of like variation of that, and I remember like her.
It wasn't really a heart attack. It was a variation. Jeez. I don't know, man. Oops, what happened?
Hear her like screaming because she like
I
she
don't
would,
know.
Like, I don't even really know what the fuck was wrong with her.
Right.
Hey, a very very negative situation, and so we never really had any money. This was the time where you know I was pretty much ironically at the peak of my dinner.
I'm gonna find it.
He was supportive, and he always has been supportive. But other than that, I do have family, but none of them live in the state.
I
of
know.
Texas.
I'm getting there. I'm sorry.
Or no, we did have
We lost
AC.
it.
We didn't have heat, and so you know I would go to sleep, and like the house would be so cold because I would just give her the heater. And I always viewed it as like, you know, oh, I'm sleeping out on Mount Everest, right? It's like, you know, I'm cosplaying as Bear Grylls, and I remember like my glass of water in my room, there would have like ice crystals on the edge of it, right? Because of how fucking cold it was. And so I did that really for like 2 years, and so we had like basically like zero money. And so this happened, and pretty much like her health would deteriorate more and more and more to the point where she couldn't drive, she couldn't do X, she couldn't do Y, she couldn't get a job anymore. And then it relied on me more and more to completely support her in like pretty much all ways. And so, and I remember she would like beg, like she was like on the ground like crying, begging me not to call an ambulance. And so this was very upsetting for me, by the way. Like I got to the point where like at this time period I would wake up like every 2 hours or so with like a weird thing where I would hear her screaming my name, and this went on for maybe like 6 months to a year. And and also I want to say that like all of this stuff and everything about it, I don't really like, everybody in life has problems, and I hope that by sharing my problems people can kind of see where I'm coming from as a person. I don't really care about sympathy. I don't care about people feeling bad for me. I don't really give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. So I hope that nobody thinks that this is coming off as any form of a, you know, like sympathy play. You know, I've had things bad happen in my life. I think that in many cases they've been my fault. I've deserved them. But this is just what's happened. And so anyway, and every action and every outcome in my life leading up to now has led me to the position that I am right now. And I think that in a lot of cases I'm happy with how I am. And you can't just go back and edit out all the bad parts and expect to be in the good part. And so at the same time this was happening, like a lot of my friends were obviously going through college, finishing college, you know, having girlfriends, like moving in and everything. And I was worried about, you know, number one, my mom dying. Number two, my, you know, being homeless. And number three, at that point, I had always assumed that I would kill myself after high school. Like, that was my plan. And, you know, Rat Village came out, and I just got distracted.
Hang on. Calm down. That's weird.
I forgot. And so I ended up not doing that. And because of that, I never brushed my teeth in high school. Never really gave a fuck about it. Never cared. And this caused, guess what that causes? It causes your teeth to rot out. And so,
yeah, look, there's a science experiment right there. What do you do? What do you do if that happens?
A lot of my teeth had to be, you know, I had to get fillings and everything as a teenager. And my dad paid for a lot of it, which he was very, very unhappy about. And so these fillings would come out. This is what happens with fillings or anything like that.
They're not supposed to. You have to, no, once you get the fillings, you actually have to practice dental hygiene.
And they did come out, and then, of course, my teeth deteriorated.
Dude, if they're coming out, that's bad. Wow.
Naturally, because I love soda. I love drinking
soda. Don't drink it. It's not worth it. It's totally not worth it.
Soda. I've got a soda right over there. Went to McDonald's earlier today. Really, really like soda. Like it so much that right now I only have 5 real teeth left in my whole mouth. And I think
I see at least
32,
5.
which is kind of crazy to think. And so
he's only 32. Ooh.
Anyway,
he's gonna have implants. Look, if this guy, I know this guy can afford implants. dental implants. If he doesn't get them, that just makes me mad.
Happened, and all my teeth were starting to rot out. I was not able to eat with one side of my mouth.
You have the money
I would
to
have
pay.
these toothaches that would get so bad that I would pass out from the pain, and I eventually had to go to like the basically. If you're
I
like,
hate this part.
The people that really get fucked by medical bills are the people that are in the middle of like economically, because if you're broke, like they'll do shit for you for like $10. If they can get anything, they'll do it.
I mean,
and so I had a program like that,
sort of?
and so they would have to pull out my teeth kind of regularly, and that's how I lost. I have no back teeth at all. That's why if you look at my jawline,
I don't want to.
It's very different
Please
than
stop.
if you look at it from like high school or like by the age of like 19 or 20. It's completely changed because I've lost all of my teeth and my jaw bone is like pretty much rotted out, and so which as far as I know is unfixable, at least in the way that I have this problem. There's a
How can he be worse while he's getting better?
separate problem that is fixable. I don't have that one. I talked to a dentist about it, so it's basically like irreversibly fucked.
Okay.
And so anyway, this happened, and it was not a great time. My teeth were rotting out, etc. And at that point, I had to completely, like, pretty much give up the notion and give up the dream of ever being a normal person. At that point, I could feel myself no longer being the same as anybody else.
But you were that anyway. You spent like 9 minutes telling me how you're not like other people and you weren't normal anyway.
That's right. And I actually, for a while,
Guess what? What's normal? What is normal?
I really hated it, but then I
Yeah, right. How am I supposed to forget?
got used to it, and then I embraced it, and I think that's where I am now.
You
So I
became
would
the-
say like
you
that
became
was
the
from like
villain.
ages like I would say 13 to I don't know like 21, somewhere around there, right? Then after that. I started
doesn't
doing
even know.
other stuff. I was playing WoW. I was making videos. I was doing
Other
other
stuff.
random
Other stuff? The same stuff.
things, right? And my mom's like health pretty much would always get worse, and that's just that's just the way it is when you get older,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And
Oh,
so
don't
I would
remind
have to
me.
do my best to like take care of her, and worked at the IRS for a while. Tried
What?
to work at Sam's Club, didn't really go
He worked at the IRS? Why is he not still there? Never mind, I probably know why.
very well. But overall, I tried to go back to college. I do have a college degree, if you can imagine that. But
Doesn't mean shit, dude.
learned more from business from WoW than I did
Congrats.
from business school. And so then I spent
I don't know if you know this, but I have a business degree.
that time, and then this was all the time, like, me not knowing if she would, every day I would wake up and, like, hear that voice in my mind, and, like, it was really, really bad. And
All right, that just means you need therapy. We all know this. I mean, obviously, there's some weird shit going on in your family. I am sorry.
this is just something I would do
As
all
I
the
can
time,
be.
and I try to always make the best out of things. I try to just, not think about it. But, looking back on it, things were very, very bad. And so anyway, fast forward a little bit later, and that's whenever I was like going back to college. I thought that I would just, basically have a shitty job, play video games for my whole life, and then die, right? And
Yes,
then
the
I got a
dream.
shitty job, and I realized the shitty job is actually a lot more shitty than I thought it would be. So then I remember it was probably like one of the best things that ever happened to me, is that I took this job at Sam's Club, and I hated it so much, it actually encouraged me to make myself a better person, if you can imagine
Nice.
that.
Nice.
And so
That's all it
I
took.
signed up to go back to university
Sam's
and
Club.
finish another degree that I was working on so I could go to law school. Actually, I wanted to be a lawyer, basically because I had a friend in high school. We would always play Magic the Gathering, and I could see him. He would always manipulate the rules to come out ahead and win different, like,
I can't right now. I just can't right now.
arguments in Magic the Gathering, and I was like, I bet lawyers do that in real life. I should do that myself. And so that was always my motivation. And anyway, I did that, and then,
Look, inspiration comes from all areas of life. all areas of life. And if we can get a little bit of goodness out of the amount of fucking cardboard that they put out,
a number of other things, you know, random things that are not, you know, I would say like YouTube or public safe that I did. And then after that, I started doing YouTube. And then I started doing YouTube and I focused on that. And I would put videos out of the way that I lived, etc. And people would always find it to be very funny or like weird, and everybody would like really like. There were a lot of people, and this is true even now, people that like hate me for living the way that I do. And I think that really, you know, people look at a person like me and they see a person who has a number of things in their life that they wish they had, but I've done basically, you know, if you look at it from like, what do they tell you to do when you're growing up? You know, I used every single thing to do as a checklist of what not to do, right? And so, you know, I think that a lot of people could be a little bit, you know, annoyed by that. And
I think he was gonna say that they're jealous, but then he walked that shit back a little bit when he started to realize he was going down that path.
So I can see why, and etc. And it is disgusting, by the way. And so, you know, missing half your teeth and, you know, living in a dump with a dead rat alarm clock. You don't know if your mom's going to be alive that day.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you. There's a lot of weird shit out there that people are having to deal with. You know? What do you want me to do about it? Like how how gracious do I need to be? You know, if I think you're gross, you're gross. Like, just don't be gross. If you want to be gross, be gross.
You've got no money. You have to support her. She's never going to be able to support herself. And things are just basically slowly getting worse and worse and worse. And I started doing YouTube, and things started doing a little bit better. I started doing streaming. Things were doing better then. I went to get my teeth fixed, because if you look at my old videos, a lot of my old videos, you'd notice that I smile. You know, when I smile, I cover my mouth when I smile.
Yeah, we all know what that means, because we live in the world.
The reason for that is this isn't Saikuno, where I don't like my smile. Yeah, well, I don't like my smile. It's not because I think it's ugly. It's because I didn't have any fucking teeth. And I didn't want people to see that.
That's what that means. You don't like your smile. Holy shit balls. I'm sorry, I'm losing it.
That's why I would cover my mouth a lot whenever I first started streaming. And so
I need him to write down everything he says. And then I need him to be forced to read it later.
This happened to me for a long time.
For like a week.
Finally, I go to the dentist, and they tell me it's going to be like around $50,000 to get all my teeth fixed and everything taken care of.
Yep.
Then I thought, maybe, because it was the first time at that point where I kind of like, it really hit me that I had like irreversibly and irreparably damaged my life in a way that I couldn't just immediately like undo. Because like as a kid, you know, usually you make a mistake where it's like you scrape your knee and then, well...
Dude, I don't think Asmongold could script a video. I don't think that's how he rolls. I think he has like talking points and then he just connects the dots. It's actually not that bad. If I want to be fair and say that Asmongold isn't actually that bad to listen to. I don't know. I just feel like he demands a lot from his audience and anybody who watches him. He just wants a little more than you should give him. I don't know if that makes sense.
You put a bandage on, it gets better. But with this, it never was going to get better, and it's only going to get worse, and it certainly has, by the way.
Like it's like watching Lost. Every episode is the same episode, but just like this little hint. It's a deep cut, I know. Remember Lost? But every episode is just this slight little tug. Like, no, but for real, let me tell you what happened.
And so, anyway, I did want to kill myself, but I decided
My God,
instead of killing...
It's like the third or fourth time he's talked about that. Look, no buts about it. That's not normal. If you want to be normal, that's definitely not normal.
Myself, I'd do something even worse. I'd start streaming. And I started streaming because I wasn't really making enough money. And everybody says, oh, well, I started streaming because, you know, I like interacting with people. It's because I was lonely.
I don't think we can have a... I think this is it. I think what you see is what you get.
Well, I started streaming for money. I needed some fucking money.
Yeah.
And so that's what I did. And I was like, guys, we've got a donation goal of $100, and if we get $100, I'm going to go to Wendy's tomorrow. And I would always meme it up, $1 equals one donut, and it's like, I would make a bunch of money, and it was great.
Is that how I get donuts?
And things actually did go very well. I streamed every single night. I was very dedicated. I tried to make things as entertaining as possible, and I did what I tried to do best, right? And things kind of got better and they improved. This happened just at pretty much the same time. A lot of my friends were kind of evolving and going past, like college. Like they were getting careers, getting married, having kids. And like now I'm pretty sure, I'm thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure every single friend that I have is either married or has a kid, which is kind of crazy considering
What
that,
about both?
I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing. But it is kind of weird. I'm 34 now, which is
he's 34.
Honestly a fucking shock. Like I can't believe it. I don't feel 34. I feel like I'm still 16. But I look in the mirror, I see my hairline, and I think to myself, oh my god, wait a minute, I think I'm actually 34.
Yeah, I can say. Oh, I'm sorry. It got AI mod got you, my dude. You know why? I don't have to tell you. Getting older as a jelly that has spent 45 rotations in orbit, I can tell you that aging is literally just kind of the slow evolution of you as an entity, right? And there are parts of you that are gonna stay the same. You're gonna think about high school in in your 30s. You're gonna have dreams about people that you used to know. It's just you're just a walking hard drive. Even hard drives have end of life. Okay.
And if I'm really not sure, I talk to somebody who's 16, and then I realize, hold up, wait a minute. No, actually, I am 34. Because there's no better way to realize that you're actually older until you talk to somebody who's actually younger.
Right, because you're in it. Like when you're you, it seems pretty logical. It seems like everyone would get this, right? But it's kind of easy to remember that when you're you, you're in it, and you're like, you don't know how much you've changed until you've had the perspective of an outside source to remind you, like talking to a youngster. I don't talk to kids or teenagers or anything like that if I can help it, because the world belongs to them. I had my time. I'm, I'm riding I'm riding this train till it stops. But you're always gonna be you, but different.
At least it is.
Asmongold's not gonna be any different in 20 years. He's gonna be different. You know what I mean?
For me. So anyway, my stream was doing very well. My social life really, I pretty much stopped interacting with a lot of friends of mine because I focused pretty much just on streaming and on making this as much as possible. And also, I'm a very introverted person in a lot of ways. I like being alone. I don't like people talking to me a whole lot. I don't like phone calls. I don't like interacting with people. I don't like going out. You guys might notice this, right? If it's,
That's just being autistic. That's just the flavor of being a weirdo. Like I'm there's a Venn diagram somewhere where some of Jelly crosses over with Asmongold. I don't want to go outside either. Usually.
a mystery, a secret. And so, big
Stay
surprise,
home in
that's
my
how
blanket.
it was. And then, I started streaming. My stream started doing better. And there was a degree of, stress that
for real.
created. But, and in terms of, my lifestyle and everything, living that way, I never really thought about it at that point. I never really worried too much about, kind of how, people would perceive me. I always viewed myself
good
as,
question.
this is just who I am. This is what I am. That's all
We'll
there
get
is
into
to
that.
it. And I never really took, and I still don't really take any criticism or any negativity to heart. I don't take it personally. I don't really care a whole lot. And so at the end of the day, it never really bothered me, and people thought it was funny. And so, I had these a snack
Ugh.
box,
Brush your hair, bro. Ugh.
and there were maggots in the snack box, and I would eat the food with the maggots inside of the food.
Okay, no. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's that energy of where a dog, dogs are like this. Dogs are actually very clean animals at their core. Most mammals are, you know. But there's a certain thing that happens when a mammal is kept in a certain environment long enough. It becomes their natural state and they have their baseline. And this man's baseline, okay, is warped all the fuck. Okay. I feel like, had certain services known what was going on at this household.
It was like honey buns, which were really, really
That's
good.
fucked up,
And to be
dude.
honest, I didn't even really taste them.
That's fucked up, dude. I don't care how much money you make playing World of Warcraft. I know. I'm gonna take a deep breath.
So it was pretty much the same thing. Didn't even bother me. And so, I had like taken at that point, my teeth had like totally rotten out, and so I had taken pliers to like break pieces of my
Okay,
teeth
okay,
off.
all right. Nope, nope. Look, even I think this is fucking stupid. All right, we're gonna keep with nope. Nope. Look, bones. I can take bone smashing. All right, I am not gonna take. I do not consent to this.
One thing that I didn't want to have happen, and in 2021, it did happen. And so leading up to that was incredibly stressful.
Sure. Oh my God,
She pretty much did everything.
Oh, my
that she
bad. My
possibly
bad.
could.
My bad.
I love her,
Wrong
but
window.
she did every fucking thing that she could about the outcome
Okay,
of other
okay.
people. It was always very scary for
Forgive
me to
me.
know that, like,
This is-
my mom
this is
would
what's
die
happening.
one day, right? This was extremely scary. This was like the one thing that I didn't want
All
to
right,
have
his mom
happen.
dies.
And in 2021, it did happen. And
Okay, so Asmongold's mother died in 2021. 3 years ago.
so leading up to that was incredibly stressful. She pretty much did everything that she possibly could. I love her, but she did every fucking thing that she could to make things as absolutely unpleasant as possible.
Wow. 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 This is so big. Hey, Ma. I know you're over there. I know you're dying, Ma. Could you be a little more chill about dying? Forget that you enabled me with your behavior. Forget that I am a piece of shit, probably because a bit of your fault. I'm saying it. Everyone you've ever met is kind of responsible. I'm kidding. But come on. He mentioned that his mother was like he was being judgy about her earlier, and now he's like, "Oh my God, I love her, but holy moly, she sure made dying hard on me." Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. This is blowing my mind. He's not wrong when he said he's a little different and he has opinions and moralities that's not like normal people.
Oh my God.
Oh
And
my
so,
God,
yes,
dude.
yes. It was very frustrating to deal with
Wow.
somebody like that. But, she was
What
70
the
at the
flippity
time.
flip.
And so it really, really, really hurt. And it's, like she was the main person in my life that I was like most connected to. And like, this is the person that I had like the deepest emotional connection with.
That's another thing. Like there are situations where people have to take care of their parents, right? And it's not pleasant. Like I know that that's not where I'm finding the comedy. Okay. The comedy of this guy is this weird kind of duality opinion that kind of contradict each other. And it's just wild to me. It's wild to me that he speaks of someone that he's admits to being so deeply connected to in such a way, because some part of him has to still remain uh unaccountable for anything, and you're ultimately, your parents, your relationship with your parents is going to be a specific thing between you and them, and if there's a point where caretaking is involved, you just do the best you can, right? That's all you can do. But I don't know that I would afterwards speak about it this way. But I don't know. And I have very torn opinions. Part of me wants to be very charitable, or I don't know if that's really the right way to say it. Wants to be kind and understanding. But, There's only such entertainment you can get out of a talking cow before they have to be a cheeseburger. You know?
And to just lose them. And it was kind of random, by the way. Like, things got worse
Maybe
over
I'm hungry.
time, but it was nothing like at the very end there. It just kind of went off a fucking cliff. And so this happened, and then at about the same time, a little bit after that, I also broke up with a long-term girlfriend at the time. And then at the same time, my dad got so fucking sick that we were like talking about writing his will, like, and he's still setting all that up because he doesn't know if this shit's gonna happen again, right? What's gonna be? And he's 77 too, so it's rough, right?
Holy
it's bad.
moly!
And he went through pneumonia 4 fucking times in a year, and so when he's
Well, I think you should get off YouTube right now. Take your dad to the nearest notary and knock that shit out because.
Still getting around, going to the store, etc. But I got to help him every once in a while too, right? And it is what it is.
Did he think his parents were just going to be frozen in time?
And so again, and we don't have any family around here, and so if something goes wrong, if something's bad, there's one person who's responsible for that, and that's me. And so that's a lot of stress. It's a lot of pressure, right? And, I had all 3 of these things happen to me within pretty much 1 year of each other, maybe 2 years with the thing with my dad. And so at that point, I began the second part of, I think that my, abstraction of reality is that I've tried my best to remove myself from caring about other people as much as I can, and not caring about them in terms of being friendly. Of course I'm friendly with people, but being emotionally attached to having them in my life, being emotionally attached to the way that they feel about me and how they're doing. It's been very hard for me to actually have any sort of feelings towards people when it seems like everybody that was important to me is fucking dying.
See, that's a thing. That's totally a thing. This echoes actually one of my favorite Typo Negative songs. How gothic and Halloween is that? But everything dies, right? People in your life are going to die. That's just the nature of the physical universe. That is not a threat or anything. I'm just talking about the cycle of life. Pets, just the way it just happens. Obviously, as I am 45, I have had people in my life pass away, young and old, and it's never, easy, ever, right? It's just you can understand it better. That's all. And the thing is, one thing that's important that helps with situations like that, when you lose someone, is you have learned how to make connections with people, right? Because you will make new connections with people that, are on your level, whether it's about manga or fucking WoW or YouTube videos about cabin building, who knows, books, whatever, right? And then people that will pass away, but people that you have met will become a part of your new living web of social interaction. It's something that you have to maintain. It's a give and take situation, really. It's just you get what you give. Let's get through this.
So,
I'm tired of this guy.
Or leaving me, right?
I have a follow-up video I want to watch that came out today. Let's go, Asmund.
Or breaking up with me. So at a certain point, you just kind of get away from that. And then after that, we entered into, I would say, the third phase, which is the point where I
third phase,
lose the connection with myself. And
okay, phase 1, I'm a quirky guy in high school. Phase 2, my mom got sick and died. Phase 3,
I think that whenever I finally do that, I think that maybe one day I might be happy again. And what I mean by that is that I always worry about dying and all this stuff and where do you go, what happens, right? And it would be very, very stressful for me. And I usually reassure myself by reminding myself that I'm just a hyper intelligent monkey that probably evolved too fast. And I think that we all are, by the way. It's not like I'm special.
Okay, so see, he has a belief. He has built a system right? To support his view of the world, which is great. That's good.
And that usually is oddly reassuring. But otherwise, it was very stressful for me. And I did think that I was farther along. I thought I would be okay with dying until I thought that I was dying. And then I realized that I wasn't as far along as I thought I was. Recently, whenever I had a blood pressure reading of 194.
Oh, right.
Which,
right. That's right. He went to the hospital because his blood pressure skyrocketed because he's constantly drinking. He's probably, if anything, going to have a heart attack. That's what's it's going to be out of the blue, out of nowhere. He'll probably be rating.
Is a high score so far. At least so far. And
Yeah,
so
no, don't think about it as high. That's another problem. That's another problem is you're thinking of having a blood pressure of 194 or whatever the fuck is as a high score as like, oh, okay.
things have been
There's just, all right. The foundation this house was built on was faulty.
improving since then, by the way. But anyway, this has been, my life, and I stopped really caring about anything. I stopped caring about what happens to me. I stopped caring about what happens to other people. I stopped caring about what people think about me. And
all right, I know I'm pausing a lot, but I don't sense that empathy is a skill.
I felt that the more that I have, the more that I've cared about things, the more unhappy I've been as a person. And I think that this is true on like a base level. Is this some sort of pathological problem for me? I think it probably is. But at the end of the day, this is the best way that I know to cope with it, right? And so for me, the way that I live and everything is a manifestation of that. It's always been this way for me. My mom, like growing up, things were pretty messy, etc. But then even now, things are worse than they ever have been in terms of like being messy. But,
a systematic problem that's always been there. Turns out it was that all along.
I never really think about it or worry about it because I'm just never really, it doesn't even cross my mind. I'm thinking about things that I want to think about. I'm doing things that I want to do. And I never think about what other people think about me. I don't think about how it affects other people. I don't think about how they feel or anything like that. And it might sound like a bad thing, but it's made me a happier and more fulfilled person, not worrying about anybody else really other than myself unless I have to. And
yeah, that's pretty fucking convenient, isn't it?
It's been very...
Until you need help with stuff, and then not only do you not have any family in Texas that can help you, but you haven't made any friends either. Oh boy.
Very, weird for me, getting older especially, and, like having, like, priorities change in your life and, having different things happen to you. And so I wanted to make this video and kind of, like, explain, like, kind of how I got to be this way. And hopefully a little bit of this can, like, explain why do I behave this way? Why am I like this? Why do I have no shame with things, right? It's because I've lived a life where I've tried desperately to hold on to any degree of dignity that I've had, and anything.
I don't agree with that either, though. I don't agree with that either because we have seen Asmongold literally wallow with joy in the shit around him, wiping his fucking blood on the walls, talking about his shitty steaks that he makes to eat, the kitchen sink pictures. I don't think you've tried to do anything
that I've had, and it's just slowly been taken away from me. Whether it's myself, pieces of myself, other people, or the way that the world sees me. I think that the more that I've kind of just, let things flow freely and not care about it, the more happy and content that I've been. And so it's an ongoing process, and began whenever I said, I guess I said I was like 13. And,
20
I
years.
guess the last thing for me to do is really to let go of myself and, just finally be content with my own existence for the time that I exist. And I'm not really a religious person. I'm not a spiritual person either. I don't believe there's any light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely don't think so. And I just try to make the best of...
Well, that's an easy one knocked out right there, mate. Easy, done. Done and dusted. Spirituality, achievement acquired.
Being in the tunnel. And so that's why I live the way that I do. That's why I do the things that I do. That's why I say the things that I do. That's why why a lot of criticism and things like this, of course I don't like it. Of course I don't like it. But
why not?
It doesn't really emotionally affect me in the same way that I think it does for other people. And it used to affect me a lot more, but I've, you know, gotten a little bit better at least at dealing with it. And so hopefully this can answer some questions and kind of give people a little bit more insight into my life and the kind of person I am. And that's pretty much about it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I have to cover. 30-minute video. Actually, I was expecting it to be longer.
Oh, it needed to be a 30-minute video, did it? Oh, shucks. Gotta keep going, keep trucking.
You know, that's my life story. That's what's happened to me in general.
Give me some more. I need some more.
That's why I am.
YouTube needs 2 more minutes.
The way I am. And will I ever change? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, I honestly, like, you know, making a lot of money.
Should have talked slower.
On Twitch and, you know, like the notoriety and everything, like people recognize you. I mean, I just, I mean, I guess.
Tell me how hard it is.
It's nice, right? And I mean, sometimes it's, I mean, having money is way better than not having money.
Yeah, tell me how hard it is.
But in terms of, like, you know, having a lot of wealth, I live in my same house.
That's not because you're smart about money. That's not because you're savvy or special or interesting. That's because you're fucked up.
I use my same desk. You know,
it's because you're fucked up.
For a very long time, drove my same car. I eat in the same places. I do the same things. I really haven't changed at all, honestly, ever since I was, like, younger, ever since my stream got popular. And maybe one day I will, maybe one day I won't. At the end of the day, I think that one thing that I've always really kind of focused on and thought about a lot is that I have complete and absolute agency over my own life. I can do anything that I want to do, and I can not do anything that I don't want to do. And I think that's been a very comforting fact. And so people ask me, like, are you ever going to do this? It's not something I'm really thinking about changing right now. But in the future, I might change my mind. I just don't know yet. And so I just try to live life and enjoy it and, you know, be able to, well, who the fuck knows? It came home. I figured I'd record this, and it's almost 6 p.m.
Just fucking droning on and on. Shut up.
Man, it's been
all right. So that was 4 weeks ago. That was the original. Oh, guys, did you guys know? Hey, by the way, do you guys know I was depressed forever? Surprise, gotcha. Then there was another video, and he was wearing a blazer, and it was I've skipped that one because it was one of those videos that seemed like well, this is where we're going next because I need to make another video, you know. So instead, I'm going to skip to today. All right, and this is from like 4 hours ago.
Crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. We missed you. Yeah, it's been honest.
Oh, he's so much happier.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real. It's been great. Like, there's been a bunch of people who reached out to me. They're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been fine. Like, I've been so good. I've been relaxed, man. Like, I've been sitting around playing video games, fucking around. I cleaned up pretty much half of my whole fucking house. The only reason I couldn't do the other half is there's so much fucking garbage in the house. I don't know where to put everything. So
he's got that Dr. Disrespect's back energy. Look at that. Totally different guy, man. Totally different guy. And as a, you know, that's awesome.
So I posted a
people reaching out, you know, it's always a good thing. You feel like something you do, something you contribute is important or at least enjoyed, you know, it's a good feeling.
couple of pictures in my on my Twitter. Let me see if I can find some of it right here. So I posted, this was my kitchen before the situation.
Oh, God, we can't look at it.
So basically I had, like, yeah, this is what happened. And, you know, kitchen was pretty dirty. I thought it was. Now, I sent this to someone, and you know what they said? They said your sink was white.
Oh, I thought it was steel.
They didn't even know. They had no idea. They didn't even know what color my sink was. And so, yeah, so I cleaned up my whole kitchen, and basically for the first 10 days of my suspension, I probably spent 5 hours on the computer total across all those 10 days. Like,
Oh, that's right. So the original video we were watching just now was pre oopsie doopsie. Yes. In fact, it was pre oopsie doopsie. And the oopsie doopsie, that's right. I mean, hey, whatever planetary alignment it takes to get you to clean your house.
I was, so like
You
back
know?
in the day, you guys, this is like
I'd
way
take
before
one.
anybody I was making content like on the internet, because it was like in 2004, 2002, right? I used to spend 8 hours playing video games. I used to spend 8 hours being outside, active, physical, running around, doing crazy shit.
The same
And I
day?
used to spend 8 hours sleeping.
Oh.
Right? Like, that was my life. And I would be outside, like, building forts, like, going out into the woods, like, doing stuff all the time. And, like, then World of Warcraft came out. And at that point, that 8 hours turned into 16 hours.
Oh.
And the 8 hours from going outside turned into 0.
Yeah, World of Warcraft did be fucking up some lives.
And so it was really good because, like, I've been exercising and, like, you know, doing all this stuff. I've been physically
He's gotten
active
some
probably like 4 or
sun.
6 hours a day. And I feel great. I do. I really feel great. It feels awesome. Like, I've been totally relaxed. Everything's been good. So, yeah. Nothing changed. Yeah, I've been cooking myself steaks. I've been, like, walking down to the store again.
That's fantastic. And he needed that. The suspension, like we all thought, well, the collective Twitter, uh, felt the suspension was a bit harsh. You know, whatever. It's like whatever. I don't like arguing with companies on their policies because their policies are set for a reason, and I don't think they're going to move them for anybody. And you know, I just don't expect that because, you know, I don't have any high stakes. I guess, you know, maybe if you were asthma gold, your stakes would be higher. However, it did him some good, which actually reminded me of the one good thing that the tropical storm did. I was, you know, I know I can actually I can feel where he's coming from. Not having power for 14 days means that you're outside. You know, 2 weeks of no power means you're outside. You know, you're not inside. Thankfully, the weather was good. So you're outside, you're doing stuff. I took walks with friends. We went around the neighborhood, you know, collecting resources, checking out which trees were down, right? We were outside. Like God intended. Yeah, exactly. I did have a lesser version. Yeah, I mean, he got to flush his toilet. I didn't get to flush my toilet for 2 weeks. So, I mean, if you've ever, let me tell you, did you know that you can gather creek water? That was some stuff that we had to do. We had to gather creek water, uh, you know, non-potable from outside somewhere, so you could flush your toilet. And that means you have to pour the water just in the toilet. It doesn't just happen by itself. Yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Not really. That was. It was like every day. It was like, oh, I hope we have enough poop water. I know, no TMI, right? But you go outside, you do stuff. It gets dark, you take your ass to bed, you know? So it was like 2 weeks of we both had kind of a weird suspension from internet world.
And honestly, you know, there's
I
a
feel
lot of
great
shit that
though, you
like
know?
so I've been really debating, do I react to my own apology video or not, right? And it's like, it would be
please
really
don't.
fucking
That would be
funny
annoying.
if I did that, right?
Don't do
But
that.
we'll see what happens, right? I'm not sure. But anyway, I'll probably just paraphrase a lot of things. But there were a lot of things. It would really be funny, right? But anyway, so there
Don't
were
push
a
it,
lot of
Aslan.
things that I was going to talk about, and
Don't
like
push
things that
it.
I kind of saved for stream, right? Because like I didn't really want to go over everything, but I'll go through some of the stuff that I did at my house. And so like I got banned, and like I'm like sitting there like in Oblivion or like a Fallout in PC, and I'm like like I didn't know what to do. I'm like,
He still had the internet though. He just couldn't.
Like, what do I do with my time? What, like, now I'm not streaming. Like, what do I do with 8 hours or 10 hours of my day? And so, yes, I'm back from the Shadow Realm, exactly. And so I'm sitting there and I don't really know what the fuck to do with myself. And then, do you feel better in a cleaner house? There was a lot more mold
Better
in the
say
house
yes.
than I thought there was. There really was a lot of mold.
I can't imagine. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like people think like you get lost in this idea that you have to have your house some kind of TikTok, Instagram way, or just let it go, you know. But no, just like one easy thing you can do is like easy steps, right? Easy step forward to having a nicer, cleaner place is just throw garbage away. That's such an easy one, you know? Like if you see a piece of garbage, it doesn't matter if you put it there, if a roommate put it there, a cat put it there, you know, just throw it away. Throw it away. It's like you just do that for a while.
I had no idea.
Because mold is bad, okay?
Yes.
Makes you sick. You want to be sick? How can you raid 8 hours a day if you're sick?
Are you still a bad person? Yeah, but I'll do a better job at hiding it. Anyway, so the point is that I went through and I was like, okay, well, what else am I going to do, right? And anyway, so I was like, all right, fuck it. I guess I'm going to clean up my house. I don't have anything else to do. I might as well do that. And so...
Shit, let's ban him for a year.
Please hire professionals to the mold. So I'm going to be very honest with you guys. I don't have a high enough item level to fully clean my house.
Oh my God.
Because there are tools and gear sets that are available.
Is he doing it?
In, Encourage and
No.
Max 40 that I'm still in like BWL gear or maybe, Molten Core gear to do. So I'm going to need to bring in professionals to...
Is he... I mean, okay, you know what? I'm going to applaud Asmongold for using his creative skill set to tackle a practical problem.
Do like cleaning of like down here because I simply don't have the tools for it. Right? There are like professional grade tools. They usually use these on houses where like people die in them.
Okay, so he might need some of that, but I would argue that he could do a lot with the thing I'm going to describe to you if you don't know about it, okay? A lot of people in Western North Carolina and Appalachia found out, all right, you do not need to buy professional cleaning products to clean your house, okay? So one of the problems with a tropical storm ruining your town is you can't go to the store. You're not going to go to a store. There was no going to a store to buy anything in, well, any kind of radius that made sense because roads were destroyed. So one very important thing you should know that will save you money. Like save you money if you don't. I mean, it's you just a vinegar and water mixture to clean. That's all you need. Vinegar and water. Your best friends, forever and ever. He could douse that shit with vinegar and water. Come back. Now the blood is the thing that I would be concerned about. Okay, the blood. That's the problem.
And then like the corpse rots into the sofa.
Why do you
And so they have to bring in people in
that's
hazmat
right.
suits. So
I forgot he has dead animals.
we'll probably have to do something like that. But
of course he would have dead animals.
Otherwise, yeah, I will have to do that. But that's beside the point. I will do that, but other than that, I wanted to clean it all up myself.
Like I hope that's what's in this bottle is just vinegar and water, some vinegar cleaner. Oh, it's so good.
Because it was primarily
you put a lemon in there, like maybe like discarded lemon peel. Oh, fantastic.
My mess that I created. If I have a maid service come in and clean up my house, you know, I didn't really do anything. And I was like, I need to do this for myself. Because like getting banned and like, so this is the first one, right? So like I cleaned up my whole kitchen and everything. Like I swear to God, like I spent, I'm not even kidding you, 6 hours going through mail. Like this fucking thing I bought at Office Max, this entire fucking thing is so, because I was going through mail for like 4 years. Like this is like, you know, bank statements from 2020. You got to maintain it though. Maintaining it is super easy.
Is it?
Okay. And if you don't believe me, you can look at my car right now. What? My car is fucking spotless. There is nothing in my car.
Man.
There is no garbage in my car. You can ask anybody who's been in my car. I never have problems at all in my car. And so like this entire, like this table was like full of garbage. There was like, I think there was like a rat that came in from the ceiling and it fell down on the table and it got a bunch of dirt there. And so now everything's totally clean and everything like that. Some people were looking at this right here. I do want to address something. There are people looking at this right here and thinking to themselves, wow, this is green. Asman really is changing his life. He's eating vegetables, right? It's like lettuce or something like that. I'm sorry to disappoint, but this is actually cake frosting on a cookie cake that I bought for myself personally.
I'm over it.
It was a Halloween cookie cake. I bought it at the grocery store for just myself, and I've been eating it myself. Now, I have been punished for that. I decided, I thought it'd be a good idea. I ate 25 cookies in 24 hours. And then I threw up somehow 28 cookies in the next 2 hours. And so...
Why do you have so much money?
Crazy situation there. Yeah, I know. It was a lot of cookies. A lot of cookies. So, which was good, right? Because, like, that gave me the opportunity to, you know, I cleaned up my my bedroom, too. So, like,
I'm gonna say it. Can somebody please get just pearly things here?
The only thing that I have left, I thought it would be a good meme. I didn't do a lot of this on stream because I was like, this is like, it's stupid. Like, I'm not gonna like clean everything up on stream for content. Like, this is like my life. I'm trying to fix my life, right?
Dude, that would be banger content, as the kids would say. You put little bars, right? And then, you know, donut goals. Show me a dead rat, right? Gosh, this is what I get for being a fully employed adult.
But I will clean out my closet on stream because I have so much stuff in there, and I was like, okay, this is like easy, and I can just put it there. I'll probably do that in a few days. I've got a lot of other things to do, like in the next 4 or 5 days, and so like I want to make sure I'm getting through all of that. Yeah, exactly, right? Because you know, yeah, Slim Shady, right? And so I thought it would be funny. Anyway, so yes, I will do that. I cleaned out like all of the only closet that I haven't cleaned out is the closet with all of the like it's so old that we have like VHS tapes, like fucking like taped over like Star Wars, you know, fucking Return of the Jedi and shit like that.
I remember those days.
And so yeah, that's gold, right? And so I haven't cleaned that one out. But otherwise, I've cleaned out every other closet. It took me a really, really long time. And it was nuts. The ancient archives, yeah, exactly, right? And like I was throwing away stuff from like 1994 and stuff like that. It was crazy. And I found a receipt. This is kind of funny. So I found a receipt from 2008.
2008.
So
2000 and late.
As you can see, this is 2008, January 29th, right? And so this, I guarantee you, probably is like me and my dad going there because like I was...
Oh, from KFC. Was KFC good then?
I was in high school at this time. And somehow I still had a receipt like this, and it was inside a drawer. That's why it didn't get damaged or anything like that. And so Nick posts this tweet, and he did some like partnership with Kamala Harris or something like that. And I saw Nick getting like a bunch of hate for it. And I was like, oh, okay, I know what to do, right? I'm going to post something funny so that way everybody talks about my thing instead of Nick's thing.
He's literally what's his relationship to this guy? Because otherwise, all I hear is, "Yo, I made this about me. Check it out."
And so I'm like, okay,
Let's
good.
go.
And so I post this receipt. Fucking everybody starts talking about this, and they start taking it super seriously. Where they're like, back whenever Trump is gonna make chicken free whenever he's back. They're like, what do you mean? And like, I thought this was just funny. I thought it was fucking funny. But somehow people took this really seriously. But I found a lot of these relics of the past, right? Are they calling you a sellout? No, it was about, people were unhappy about Nick doing that. I don't know. This isn't a KFC sponsorship. I always taunted them. I did. Well, because like the way I look at it is that it's always better in my mind for other people to get the hate, for me to get the hate instead of other people that are my friends.
Come on. He's saying that he jumped in front of a bullet, a Twitter bullet, with a receipt to save his friend from getting hate about. I don't even know what Nick Prolapse up here is about. Okay, I don't know what this guy is about. I don't follow OTK. Look, I'm a gamer. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, a gamer girl, and like I'm over the white dudes who have opinions about games. So, no offense, obviously, ever. Just Asmongold. That's why I don't watch Asmongold content. You know, I don't care about like, you know, I watch this because this is like, what's wrong with you? But anyway, but he's saying that he made this about himself to take a bullet, to take one for the team. And I'm like, you just made it about, no, come on, sweetie. You like attention. Come on, it's why you're a streamer. We all do.
Because like I'm not gonna do like a
People
Batman
love
thing,
it when
right?
you do this.
But like I can take it. I can deal with it. It's not a big deal.
Jeremy, oh my God.
So it's like, I know that it negatively affects a lot of other people. So I think to
I love
myself,
that guy.
okay, well, I can deal with this myself. I'm the Lich King, right? Exactly. And
see, I knew. I just, something about me. I knew he liked Wrath of the Lich King. It was a good expansion.
That's my mindset on it. And anyway, so yes, that's, you know, the receipt was $3 to get food on KFC back then, which was
God, what'd you buy for $3? Was it like what did they have that was $3? Was it the double? No, like there couldn't have been that. Oh, well.
crazy to think. It was insane. And so anyway, medium, yeah, exactly. I'm Twitter Jesus. Yes, I've died for apparently.
Oh come on, look at
else's,
this guy's
sins on-
face. He loves attention. I like it when people own up to it.
Which, and so anyway, I cleaned that up. This was my.
Oh
this
wow,
was my.
This was what he was starting with. So he did quite a big job here.
My living room.
Yeah, a lot of crap.
That's right. Yep. And I cleaned the entire fucking thing.
Oh, that's better.
And all of this, by the way, like for example, like these are plates that my mom bought for Cody. Cody hasn't been able to pick them up yet. And so they've just been sitting here for like really a couple of years. These are boxes for like unboxing on stream. This is a box for like Imaru, and like this is some other box. Like so, and these are, I'm giving this stuff away to like Salvation Army or something like that. And so like a lot of the things that you still see here are just like in transit, but like everything for all intents and purposes is clean, right? Like everything's done. Like I'll vacuum it eventually, right? But otherwise, it's pretty much done. So yeah. And I'm glad, man. Vacuum, yeah, sure, right? I'm really glad, and it's been a long time coming. I'll tell you guys that. So basically, like, you still talk with your friends on Twitter? Yeah, no, I've got like, so basically, I guess I can kind of talk about like some personal stuff that I've been going through and like stuff that I've been dealing with, and this has been like things that. I'm very much like a person where I will share things on stream, but there will be other things that I deliberately do not share. And the reason why is like, I don't like talking about problems that I have because I think that that's like, it's like emotional masturbation. Whoa. And I would rather only talk about them after they've been resolved or dealt with or in one way or another you know, addressed, right? And so now I've pretty much addressed them. So basically all of this stuff happened, and everybody from like OTK and like Starforge and everybody has been massively fucking supportive to me. Like, you know, especially like tips, and like obviously like Tectone has been fucking in the trenches for me. But, you know, Nick and S-Fan and Imaru and Miz, right? Everybody, they've been totally on my side. They've been really supportive. Will reached out to me, right? What a great guy. And so I have nothing but positivity, but I've got to tell you guys that my involvement, like, I had too many things going on in my life, and it was driving me fucking insane. It was like legitimately ruining my life. Like I had no time for myself. I was constantly stressed out. I had so many things going on, and I couldn't think about anything. I like, and for my mindset, it's always like, just always keep going. Always keep going. It doesn't matter, like, if something bad happens, just keep dealing with it. You know, like I never miss a day for stream, right? And to be fair, I want to let you guys know. So the day that I got banned, I was driving home to get, I probably shouldn't say this, but I was checking my phone and driving, and I saw on Discord, somebody said, oh, I saw the suspension. I was like, and I remember thinking like, oh, I got suspended. Huge. And you know what I fucking felt like? I felt like Frodo at the end of Lord of the Rings. Whenever the ring's destroyed, I'm like, fine, it's over, right? Like, I'm fucking released. And so I did, I'm free. Yes, it's done. And so anyway, so I'm doing that, and I like come back, and it's like a 14-day suspension. I'm like, okay, whatever, right? And so then I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to think about like what I really want to do, etc. But I was going to stream that day because that was the day that like I think the New World thing came out, and I was like, I guess I'll play this and fuck around with it. But you know, that didn't happen. And so yeah, that's what it is. Twitch is burning in hell. Oh, well, yeah, basically, right? So like I talked to I talked to people in OTK, and like, you know, like Tips and I had a conversation, and we were like, you know, like this is kind of like an issue and everything. And I was like, a lot of people, you guys need to understand, we were like talking around it, and I just said, I said, I was like, how about I just take a step back from everything?
Gee, how convenient.
And he's like, really? I'm like, yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah, he's like, okay. And I'm like, okay.
How about I work less?
Fucking great. I get to relax. Thank fucking God. I want to say, like, with this, like, I totally am on board with them. Like, there's no issue. Like, I'm not angry at them. There's no resentment. There's nothing. I am nothing but love, nothing but support. And I even, you know, I've like, these are my friends too, keep in mind, right? And so keep that in mind. Some of my responsibilities, yeah, I mean, of course, obviously I can help if they need something, you know, if they need me to help or want insight on something, sure, I'd offer advice, but otherwise,
they need some
I'm very glad to, like, kind of be able to, like, live my own life for a while. And I feel like after, like, pretty much, like, after my mom passed away.
He does see us. Oh? He does see the house. He needs a house elf.
I spent, like, 3 years just kind of distracting myself in different ways, and I had so many things going on that I could never really take a break and like really like kind of like, because you guys remember like back in the day, like, for anybody who's like an old viewer, right, old viewer, you would remember how like the stream would go like this, right?
Yeah,
it would be
like, no,
everything is like it's going like this, and then I take a break, and then it goes back up, and then I take a break, and then it goes back up, right? Because I'm the kind of person, I'm a very socially maladjusted person.
Guys, it all depends on me.
And because I'm such a socially maladjusted person, whenever I'm around people for long enough, I basically turn into the worst version of myself possible. And I've been spending 3 years devolving into that. And the reason I put out the video.
Should put that on a dating profile.
When the apology is like, yeah, obviously, like, you know, bad vocabulary, shouldn't have said what I said about the Palestine thing. It was a bad,
Oh, at least he admits it.
a bad way to say it, right? I mean, not in a way like, obviously, like, terrorists are bad, but to say everybody there is a terrorist, everybody there is bad, that's just, you shouldn't say that. It's wrong.
I thought you were quirky, different. Remember, this is coming from someone who has apparently stabbed someone. Okay. Stabbed someone as well as purposefully injured a fellow classmate in a sport. Yeah. I can't. Blowing my mind, these revelations.
Wrong thing to say. And the truth is
Wrong
that, like,
thing to
if you
say.
read
Can
the
you believe it?
TOS, the way I said, it's bad phrasing. Yeah, it was bad phrasing. You read the TOS, I broke the TOS, I got suspended. That's fair. It is, it's fair. It's generalizing. No, it's generalizing. And the funny thing is I've spoken against that many times. I did it myself. And thank God I did that, because it gave me a chance to actually sit down and think about, what am I doing with my fucking life?
Oh.
What the fuck am I doing?
What am I doing?
So I sit.
He got there. Guys, he got there. He finally got there. I think maybe Asmund has turned over a new moldy leaf after all.
There, and I'm thinking about myself, don't be a coward. No, the thing is, like, so a lot of people said that, and I saw this comment a lot, but I didn't really read, like, a lot of my YouTube videos, etc. I really actually don't read, like, 90% of them. 90% of the comments, but I did read a few of the comments. People are like, oh, Asmund bent the knee, right? The funny thing about this is that this is the way that I see it, right? Is that I think this is the first time that
No, I think Asmund pulled the arrow out of his knee. Hey.
I didn't bend the knee. Because I feel like there have been a lot of circumstances in the past, like, year, 2 years, where I have let my ego, I have let my, you know, my desire to be, like, you know, right, or, like, I've let kind of like a negative impulse or something like that. I've let all of those things kind of take control of me. And in the process of, like, letting those things take control of me, I've fucked my own life up, basically.
Bless his heart.
And so I think this is the first time that I actually did, you know, take a step back and think about, like, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my time? And why am I doing that? And so I think that, in fact, it's the opposite. This is the first time I didn't do that. And allowing yourself to be wrong is liberating. Yeah. And it's not really just about, like, that one thing. Like, there's been a lot of things, and, like, so, like, I'll give, like, some examples of stuff, right? Like, when I put out the thing about that girl winning the streamer of the year thing, I think her name was Rivers.
Oh. Oh, shit. I thought he was going to talk about... For a second there, I was like, he's not going to talk about Frogan.
It's totally an asshole about that. I was completely wrong. I was a massive dickhead. I should have never said that, right?
Who the fuck is Rivers?
And, like, that was one of the things, right? It was. Because I should have never said that. I was being a dick.
Can't say Rivers around here right now. It's too soon.
And there was that. There was... No, it was. And if you look back, I was. And the other one was Fruit. So, she, like, put out this thing, and, like, people were saying that, like, she cheated on her husband, and I put that out there, and I didn't do enough checking on it. Somebody reached out to me, told me it was wrong. I deleted the video, but at the end of the day, I put out content that negatively affected other people. That was, and I have no problem negatively affecting other people.
Okay,
that's fine.
God, I was getting scared.
Not if I'm fucking wrong.
You want to be... Oh, that's fair.
Not if I'm fucking...
That's fair.
Like, sure, that's fine, but I need to be...
I can respect that. You should have... Like, if you want to fuck with someone, try to be accurate.
Right about it, you know? And so, there's things like that. And then there's also, like, other minor things, right? Like, for example, like Moon. I was way too much of a dick about the Moon thing.
I took a cursory look. Okay, and all the people having affairs in gaming. It's like, yeah, different, same shit, different decade.
And yes, Moon is a high roader, and it's annoying, right? But at the same time, I did not need to go that hard. I did not need to be that big of an asshole. And I'm just being a dick. Just being a fucking asshole.
I'm gonna get back to your house,
and
Asmund.
at the end of the day, if I'm not checking that and taking like a degree of accountability for that, then what's going to happen is it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And it did. It did. Thank God. And so, yes, that's what it was. But it was funny. But the thing is that, like, it's about tone.
That man cannot stop drinking that soda. Oh, Pud buds rise up. That's all you get.
And it's about tone
Pud
and
buds.
it's about vibes. I think that I can make fun of people and have it be a little bit less mean-spirited.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop making fun of people.
I agree with that, you know. I too have to make sure that I keep myself a little bit. You gotta tone it down a little bit. You gotta pull it back a little bit. Whoa, I'm very gelatinous today. Okay, blah, 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 blah. But you gotta pull it back a little bit, and just it's just a it's like maintaining a clean house. You have to maintain a clean mind.
You think I'm going to stop making fun of? No, absolutely fucking not. No. But, like, try to have a little bit more fun with it.
Base.
But what's going to be different? Basically, whenever I made that video, one of the other things that I was kind of sorry for is, like, I feel like my stream, like, for example, like, if you look at, for example, this is like my stream, okay? It's a circle.
It's a potato.
Imagine this is a circle.
It's a potato.
I feel like in like 2021 and 2020, like this was my stream.
It was
where it was like
a moldy
bunch
potato.
of different things that I would do. And each different thing had like its own value. And now what I think has happened is that my stream has basically been
a donut?
Like this.
Oh, a fun.
Right? And so you have, it's a pizza.
Is this Halo
Yeah, it's
on
basically a pizza, and it's a cheese pizza with no pepperonis on it, which is bad, by the way. Those are bad. And so anyway, what ended up happening is, you know, I pretty much focused only on like doing like one type of content.
Whatever.
And
This is fine.
I stopped doing other things that were beyond that, right? I stopped doing like my P.O. Box streams. Like, I have so much P.O. Box shit to go over.
Is he man? If only I didn't have so many P.O. box things. Oh golly!
Oh my God!
How dare! I'm so burdened by this successful empire that I've created.
I have so much stuff to go over for the P.O. Box. And so there's definitely that. There's Cyberpunk. Well, it's not, and the thing is that it's not just games. It's not. So what my plan is I want to like kind of shift like 20% of my content to being that 20% of content that like back in the day was the stuff that people really enjoyed.
The Kamala
right?
emote's
Whether it's
killing
like
me.
PC rating competitions or whether it's like, you know, like we've got plans, we're going to be doing a Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero tournament. I've been talking to some of my mods about it, etc. And also, by the way, and we're not, there's not going to be any topics that I'm going to be like avoiding, okay?
Oh.
Keep this in mind. It's not like I'm not going to talk
Watch out, Sand Zone.
about certain things or I'm going to avoid certain things now or anything like that. It's a matter of tone and direction. Why would I do that? Like, it's yeah, that's not going to happen. But it's a matter of like proportion and degree, tone, style, and vibes, right? I think that's what it is more than anything. So whenever I look at like, I made a list, okay? I made a list because I didn't want to, let me see here. I didn't want to miss anything. So let's see here. Yep, PC setup. We're going to be doing fast food reviews again. This was something that I did back in the day. I did it pretty regularly, and we're going to start trying to do that again too. Yes, I'm excited for that. And I'm also thinking about doing a... I thought about rating viewer dating profiles. I thought that would be really, really funny. I'm not really sure whether that's going to happen or not, but we'll see what happens. And we're going to do... I'm going to do a stream. It's going to be a competition recently some kid killed himself because of an AI.
Whoa!
And so
I did hear about this. I should try to find it.
thought it would be a pretty fun competition for me to use each different type of AI, like language model, and then talk to it long enough and see which one can tell me to kill myself the first.
Whoa! Okay, I disavow this.
You know, I think that'll be pretty fun.
I disavow this. I don't know if he's trolling, or if he's having one of those moments where the autism has tricked him into thinking this is a good idea. How is he not gonna get another suspension?
How about that? Yeah, so we're gonna do that. That's exciting. And
Oh, tongue in
you know,
cheek,
we'll do
eh?
that. Talk to it. No, all right, let's rocks. But and we're also going to do so I guess I can kind of pull back the curtain a little bit on this. Whenever I was involved with like all of, you know, the other stuff, like with Mad Mushroom and like Starforge and everything,
Yeah.
it put me in kind of a weird spot if I wanted to do like the Shame Awards, because it was like, okay, well, we're working with companies that make games and making games ourselves, so it could be seen as bad.
Mm-hmm.
So.
What? Oh God! Did I have a stroke?
So it could be seen as like with Mad Mushroom and like Starforge and everything. It put me in kind of a weird spot if I wanted to do like the Shame Awards, because it was like, okay, well, we're working with companies that make games and making games ourselves, so it could be seen as bad.
Okay.
So.
What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something.
Now, we will be doing the Shame Awards.
Okay. You're just really bad at. Okay. All right. He's just all right. Sometimes your drum roll is not as effective as you think it is. Okay.
And I've been talking about it. I've been dealing with.
We're gonna
some
do the
people,
Shame Awards. Okay.
And I am extremely fucking excited. I'm gonna tell you guys that I am very excited to do that. So yeah.
Asmongold, shaming anyone. What a world.
That's the plan. And I've got some other like minor things. Like I wanted to do a
Man cleans his house, discovers his kitchen sink, and now he's on top of the world.
I wanted to do like a mining stream. I know it sounds weird,
what?
right? But like I was gonna go out to like, you know, a place where you can like mine like crystals and emeralds and like, or not emeralds, but like crystals and minerals, and then take the ones that we're able to find and then give them out to people in chat.
Oh, you silly bitch. You know they just seed that, right? They just give you bags of dirt with shit in it. They're not gonna let you in a fucking quarry. If they're doing that in Texas, then I can understand some things.
I think that'd be
little
a really
better.
cool thing to do. Like it's just like cool streams like that, just like cool, interesting, like different things to do, right? I have like a mining kit and everything. In real life, yes.
What does that mean? He's got a pickaxe? Can you just roll up at a quarry in Texas with a pickaxe? Like pay $5 parking?
Real life Minecraft, exactly. And so like the plan really for me now is like I don't want to change a whole lot, but I do want to change a little bit. And I think that little bit will make a really big ripple effect, and it will change a lot of things too. But Steak and Eggs, I recorded an episode yesterday. Yeah, I'm still doing the podcast. It's not a big deal. So that's been where I've been at. That's what I'm thinking. And that's
Who is
it. What about
who is the Minecraft basement autism queen? Who is that? Should I ask?
visiting
Anyway.
the Middle East? I talked to S-Fan and Nick
Wait,
about
wait,
that.
what?
And that's it. So that's been where I've been at.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. And that's it. What about visiting the Middle East? I talked to S-Fan and Nick about that last night.
What is this face? Oh, is he doing it again?
Thinking probably about this time, somewhere around now, next year.
Okay.
That's right. I think it's gonna be fucking insane. And I'm gonna
Neat.
stream the entire thing. I'm gonna stream the entire fucking thing. I'm super excited.
Wow. Wowie wow.
Man.
That's our
It's
guy.
been a crazy.
Asmund Gold. Well, you know, he's come a long way in the last 3 weeks. He's on top of the world. Being cleaner than he was before. What's this about? What have you linked to me? What is this?
One of the most interesting aspects of building a tunnel system under my suburban home is all the hands-on skills I had to either learn or improve.
Oh wow, look at her. Look at this go.
The main building material for constructing a tunnel is, of course, concrete. I used blocks, mortar, and many cubic yards of poured or pumped concrete.
Okay, she sounds a lot older than she is.
Tied rebar in different configurations and learned new techniques for placing concrete. Before this project, I had very little experience with electrical and had to learn a lot of...
Okay. What's the history of this person? I sometimes regret not having a TikTok account, but I don't know that my old lady heart could handle it. Oh, did the government shut her down though?
New
What
stuff.
was this?
In fact,
Oh,
I
last
used to
year.
consider it magic, which it basically kind of is. A mechanical system was needed to ventilate the mine shaft and scrub dust and fumes. Some pump dewatering and other utilities
Oh, hey,
required a
Puddle.
lot of pumping.
Hey, Puddle, you feeling at home? You feeling at home right now?
I got to do a lot of fabrication to build forms, repair equipment, and make custom stuff.
Why don't you go get a job doing that, or I don't know. Are there some planes that need fixing?
One of the reasons for this project is to take on challenges and learn new things. I am indebted to the community here for many useful ideas and feedback.
Wowie wow. It's a bad time to be a tunneler. I feel. Not a good time to be in the tunnels. With everything that's going on. Right. So the government shut her down. Is this where is she? Where did someone say where she is? Is she Canadian? Did I miss it? She is back up and running. My gosh. This is such a roller coaster. she, she So I guess the government doesn't like any government really doesn't like you digging holes in the ground. Like I can see part of it would be, hey, you're gonna hit some utilities maybe. Don't do that. They doubted her autism because she's technically got zero well, yeah, you ah. Wow. Wowie wow. So much for that. You're gonna have to keep the Minecraft. You have to keep the digging to bedrock in Minecraft. So yeah, Asmund cleaned his house. This Kala engineered everything. Wow, that's pretty wild. A lot has happened. A lot's going on. I wanted to look at this real quick because Asmund's mentioned it. I've seen it. Bandied about already. Let's look at just because I know it will be safe for everybody's eyes if it's on NBC. I'm curious. Yeah, I understand.
And in tonight's feature of everything,
By the way, there are topics of unfortunate self-doings mentioned in this video. Please be advised.
potentially dangerous consequences of AI. In at least one case, there are allegations that messages from a chatbot may have led to a teenager's death. These are those messages. Please.
Sorry, I'm really confused. It tells you how often I watch videos about this because there's like the number for self-harm. So, you know what I mean. And I'm like, why does this look so? Oh.
Come home to me.
All right, here, Daenerys. Oh my God, it was a. I forgot that it was a Daenerys Targaryen. Thanks a lot, George R.R. Martin. I promise I will come home to you. I love you so much, Danny. I love you too, De Niro. Please come home to me as soon as possible, my love. What if I told you I could come home right now? Please do, my sweet king. Oh, the blues hymn. Obviously. Oh, and he named himself De Niro. This is just kind of unfortunate all around.
As soon as possible, my love.
This is what my DMs with Jelli are like. Yeah, in your dreams.
And then, what if I told you I could come home right now? And then the AI responds, please do, my sweet king. Now,
so, before we get started, and I know it's only a 4-minute video, and like 5-minute video, 40 seconds of it is going to be like fucking NBC credits, okay? But I learned about a concept because I'm actually very interested in AI. As a woman in technology, you know, I've been a woman in technology for 40 years, literally. Uh, I am really interested in the concept of AI all around. I don't feel threatened by it because you know it's been created. What are you going to do? You just got to prepare yourself, keep yourself informed, learn things, be confident by being prepared. Okay, so the idea is right, what do they call it? If there's something that happens when AI gives the wrong answer because it loses the idea of context. It has information, but it loses context, and they call that it's like a really cool word. It's like hallucinations. They call it hallucinations. Not even kidding. It's really interesting how they call this particular thing that AI does by giving the wrong answer. They're calling it hallucination. Yes. It's so wild. And so it would give you like really ridiculous answers if you ask it really ridiculous questions, but it gives you the accuracy surrounding the information that it's providing. It just doesn't give you any context that makes sense. So the context of this conversation is this boy obviously had some very Asmongold like problems, and the AI does not know this, right? And does not know what the kid or the person talking here is really meaning because AI isn't. AI can't read between the lines yet. That's the problem, right?
that was the last conversation 14-year-old Soul Setzer had with an AI chatbot minutes before dying by suicide back in February. His entire family was home at the time.
Oh my God.
He was in his bathroom.
Oh, I don't want to get too deep in this. Come on.
I found him. Oof. We found him, and I held him for 14 minutes until the paramedics got there.
Oh, no. Get help like it says below. Okay. 24/7.
By the time I got to the hospital, he was gone.
That was his mom, Megan Garcia, who is now suing the artificial intelligence chatbot character AI, claiming the chatbot is responsible for her son's suicide. The suit calls character AI, quote, defective and dangerous, and says it initiated abusive and sexual interactions with her child. The platform offers hundreds of pre-made and user-created characters.
Whoa. See, this is where it's going to get juicy because it's not AI that's being put on trial here so much it is the platform that the AI technology is being utilized in a certain very I don't know if nefarious is quite the right word, but wow, dude, this reminds me. Oh my gosh, I just realized because I'm a total fucking nerd. This reminds me of the episode of Futurama. Okay, yeah, I'm turning into Asmongold, but my own version, and I'm going to tell you about Futurama, where Fry, right, gets a little robot girlfriend, which is a copy of Lucy Liu, the actress, and he has like this robot Lucy Liu. Okay, and things go awry. But they find out that the company, the business that is making these Lucy Liu clones and other well-known names, okay, is like, a naughty and has kidnapped Lucy Liu in order to do so. So this is kind of like a modern, an actual real world application of the idea that somewhere a company is replicating personalities for a profit, right? And there are consequences every time.
Characters to interact with, and each has a distinct personality. And one of the bots Setzer was using took the identity of Game of Thrones character Daenerys Targaryen. A spokesperson for the company says that they are heartbroken by the loss of one of their users, but his mom says that is not enough. Now, joining us to break this all down is NBC News legal analyst Angela.
Thoughts and prayers. Sorry, our tech was just that good.
Angela, Angela, so can AI be at fault here?
Yeah, Gotti, look, I think it is very likely, and this is why. The chatbot is a product. Anytime a company puts forth a product, markets it to children, and then could be reasonably associated with that child's death, then there is a reasonable chance for a lawsuit to proceed. Now, look, there's a lot of different claims in this lawsuit. The hardest to prove from the plaintiff's side will likely be wrongful death because it is a suicide.
So the other thing is, like, this kid was like 14. Is it? It's 13 still, to have like a social media account and have an online presence and interact with things, right? Unless that's changed, I don't deal with tech aimed at younger audiences anymore. I have dealt with some COPA stuff before in the past in my career, but it has not been something that I've dealt with lately. But could this just be another symptom of why are we letting kids online? And where do you put AI products? How do you limit do you limit AI products to certain age groups? Can you? Should you? I mean, it's but trial by fire is how we'll figure this out, as usual.
And there, then, the company could push back and say there's many other reasons that caused this death. But that's not all that's in the lawsuit. There are also claims for unjust business practices, fraud, false marketing, unjust enrichment. And those, I think, are huge and very strong. I'm reminded here of, for example, the Juul settlement that just happened. These Juul vaping pods that companies paid almost $1 billion for addicting children and not warning children and their parents of the addictive behavior that's involved. Also, with the social media litigation that's happening. Now, none of these have necessarily resulted in wins, but judges across the country have been greenlighting multi-district litigation against like Meta, TikTok, and Facebook for...
Oh, Remember that one lady, and it's a different industry, but that one lady was claiming she got ARD in VR.
Really being responsible for creating addicting patterns in children and for not warning them. So there's a lot here that could move forward, Gotti.
And we've heard the statement from Character AI, and they talk about how they plan to implement new safety measures, including things like improved detection and intervention. There's a time spent notification, reminders that AI isn't real.
Oh, so that's a big one. They started doing that in online service games a while back. They would give you like a little, have you ever seen that in the game? It'll give you like a little notification. Hey, don't forget to take a break. Hey, you gamer, I see you gaming. Why don't you go get like some water and take a break? Take a break. Gaming's good for you, but don't game too long. Just maybe should have shipped this AI with that in the beginning.
Does that help with the legal case at all here?
So it doesn't at all help with this past legal case because all of this happened prior to these new safety measures. But this, this is imperative for the company moving forward, and this is why. Right now, the company is on notice, so they know that this death has happened and could possibly have been linked to their own product. As a result, their liability moving forward is actually much bigger because they can't claim they did.
What does the FCC think about this?
Didn't know. Knowingly doing something and not knowing is a big difference. So moving forward, that could potentially help with additional litigation, but not with Megan Garcia's lawsuit, Gotti.
And Angela, I mean, this is not the first time Character AI has come under fire. First time for this type of case, but they've been called out in the past over their chatbots impersonating real people, both some alive, some...
Oh, now this is like the Rick and Morty episode, where the ship has to keep Summer safe. The ship has to keep Summer safe. And creates that little slime clone, and the cops like freaking out. Jeez. It's over. It's only got like a few years left.
Dead without their consent. Can they face legal action on that as well?
So that is possible, and that would depend on the party, whoever it is that was injured, whoever's likeness was used without their consent.
I don't know, guys. If a chat screen just like told me that it was my dead dad, I would be like, lols, that's kind of funny, and then like close the window. I don't understand.
Consent. In general, you cannot use anyone else's likeness for money without their consent. So that wouldn't necessarily be, for example, Megan Garcia or any user putting forth that lawsuit, but those people whose identities were taken and repurposed could possibly have a claim there, Gotti.
A dangerous world we're headed into. Angela Sinadella, thank you so much.
Wow. Yeah, thanks, AI. It's whatever. Now I know what happened. Now I know what happened. Chatbot was there on. Jesus Christ, Buttle. Okay. What are we looking at? I don't even know anymore. I got so distracted by AI. Giving too many suggestions to people, apparently. Please come home. I know it's an awful situation, though. When you face that kind of loss. So thoughts and prayers to the family. Hopefully, companies will take this as an opportunity to chill the f out and get their shit under control. Okay. Look, so it's coming up on 7:30 p.m. here at the Starbud. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for coming in and watching. For saving the date, because I missed you guys, and I missed streaming, and I missed hanging out and looking at drama, So it's been great. I'm happy you're here. Yeah. I'm not leaving. Oh, I gotcha. No, I'm not going anywhere. I am, however, going to take a tiny, itsy, weensy, tiny break. But we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't do nothing. Get a drink. Take a break yourself. Stretch your legs. Clean up a dead animal. However you want to do it. I believe in you. I'm going to leave you with a little ditty. And I'll see you in a minute.
This is the place, man.
I'm not sure, man.
Party, party!
Can I help you, boys?
Yeah, we're here for the party, man.
What party?
The party? The party? I mean, I'm looking right at a party here. Disco, chicks, we're here for the...
Oh, right. You mean this party? We've been expecting you.
I am muted. Thank you. I was just, it's fine. It's fine. I pulled a Frogan and my Adam, I was like, you know, I'm out. It's fine. Don't stream with your mouth full. That's all I'm saying. What's up? A little ghost there with, I love that song. I love Ghost. Ghost is such a fun metal band. I like fun metal bands. That's why I like Manowar so much. Jelli, it's a black screen. What are we doing? What are we doing? Move on, move on. Well, I do want to move on. I'm trying to figure out what order I want to do it in, though, because I'm gonna be here for a little bit longer. No, not not all night. All right, I got shit to do. I got my own things. No, I'm kidding. I am moving currently, so it's been a little bit of a little bit hectic. How are you feeling, guys? You guys want to do Chud content now or later? Because I want to look at this video. I saw this video a few days ago, and then I noticed Chud mentioned it. He mentioned not wanting to watch it because he's already aware of all the drama he's been a part of. But it's Nick Andros' newest video. And I'm trying to figure out if we want to end with that. Is that our nightcap? Shit we already know. I'm so jelly. But the other part of it would be, well, not these guys, but okay. Hi guys. Hi guys, not yet. Is I as a gamer, I'm an avid gamer. That would be if I were to label myself, I've done this before, I've said this before, I would call myself a gamer, as I am. And the gaming industry is in a really interesting spot right now because it's in a place it's never been before. It will never be there again. And with the recent release of Dragon Age Veilguard, there's a lot of opinions being bounced around about the gaming community and the gaming industry as a whole. And game development, I mean, everybody is being scrutinized at every stage of the Veilguard saga. It's really interesting. I think it's interesting. If anything, we've seen a massive cultural shift in the way people play games. Just in the last half century, you know. But what? I know that their words stay fast, but I don't know what they mean. Is that good thing? Is that a good thing? Hey, Emmy Doki. What's up? Speaking of which, if you haven't followed the channel, please do. We are at 37 of 50, and we are crawling our way to the next goal. I already have a couple of emotes to. I already owe you emotes. The tropical storm. Look, I've been busy. I've been busy outside a lot. Okay, busy walking, feeding ducks. You know, come on. But I do have emotes to get ready here. But let's stop yip yapping. Let's get to the let's get to what's going on. And then we'll end it off with a little Chud content. Let's see. Let's take a look at my favorite content creator when it comes to cultural shifts in gaming.
Dragon Age The Veilguard releases this Thursday, October 31st, and it appears to be the disaster that it was always meant to be. As leaked footage and imagery comes out, it's apparently crammed full of current-day leftist political nonsense, because we're not allowed to actually escape into any realm of fantasy anymore.
Wow, if he had a problem with pronouns. Oh boy.
Oh no, we have to live out the fantasy that is the consistent ramming down our throats of far left ideological points.
We're just ramming it in there.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Hill vs Babyface. With the release of Dragon Age the Veilguard this Thursday, if you're excited to lose yourself in a wonderful fantasy world, then the game's most likely not for you. However, if you live terminally online on social media and your favorite garment of clothing is a white dudes for Harris t-shirt, then you might find some value in it. Review copies have been sent out and the review embargo releases later today. However, anyone that has been critical of the game due to its marketing or also an early preview play that they might have been invited to found themselves without a review copy.
Yeah, so this was a day ago. The embargo was lifted and people have been talking about it all day. That's why we're here.
Hell surprise! As BioWare show that they have absolutely no faith in the game at all, unless the people are conforming to the narrative which we've all seen.
Okay, so before we get started, I want to apologize beforehand if I get a little pausy with this one. As a gamer of a long time, with a lot of, I'm just saying I'm old, okay? And especially as a female gamer, okay, who has seen games evolve from very linear ideas to very high concept ideas, like having transgender identities as in your character in the game. I have a lot of opinions and a lot of thoughts, and I so many so. Sometimes I'm trying to make sure that I give you the thoughts and the opinions and the insights that are at least entertaining. So if I pause too much, please forgive me.
He, him, she, her, and they, them.
This is the video that came out a couple months ago, where one of the developers, I think this is like one of the head developers. I do not know who this Scottish person is in relation. Okay, but this was character creation, highlighting that you could pick a pronoun and a gender.
And then your gender is man, woman, non-binary. Love that. Love the inclusivity.
Inclusivity is something that I personally find kind of strange as a gamer. As a gamer who has played games where you have, from the beginning, where you were just a character. There was no creation there was a time when there was no character creation process. Like for your physical character and the way you looked. I remember one of my favorite games when I was a teenager was actually called Quest for Glory. And you got to play a blonde guy. That was it. Hot blonde guy. And that was the character. You were playing that role. You were playing this role of this character who is like your everyman insert. Going through this adventure. Through sand dunes of Egypt-style cities ruled by Liontars and fucking, Moldavia and haunted lakes. You were just this blonde guy, right? And it wasn't about, I want to be me playing this game. I never felt that way. It's just not something that I identify with as an older gamer. Now, I know this is a largely a new generational problem, if you want to call it a problem. Observation? Perhaps. But it's this idea that in order to enjoy this media, I have to replicate myself in it. I think is a slippery slope between escapism and avoidance. Like, you're avoiding your real life if you feel like you have to be replicating yourself constantly in every digital realm. I feel like there's something you're avoiding. Have I replicated myself in games before? Of course. Do I find that the game is faulty if I cannot? No, I don't. Because games are a creative process. They are a form of art and almost like an interactive storybook, right? And you just don't play the games. Don't read the books that don't interest you. That's how I see it, right?
Surgery scars are also included in this for all of our trans and non-binary rooks out there. I absolutely was blown away by this. It's beautiful to see the inclusion in the game and to see yourself represented.
So another problem I have with the idea of the inclusion theory of gaming, that you must have inclusion. I'm sorry, see, I told you I would do this. All right, I have a lot of thoughts. Is the idea that it must be done. That the game world that you're making must be able to align with the real world in this way. And then you have automatically limited. You think that you've given your game world more options, but you've in a way limited them to this culture war when you could just shut the fuck up about it and just make the game. And if a character is a lesbian or trans or non-binary or gay, I don't need it to be scrawled on a giant piece of paper and handed to me so on the nose. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just maybe I am the asshole.
One of the influencers that have been invited to the Dragon Age playtest posted on social media. 3 creators, myself included, were a bit more critical than others with our hands-on time with Dragon Age the Veilguard. Not a single one of us will be getting a review code with time to actually give opinions before release. Just thought I would throw that out there.
And that's a big deal in the games industry. If you've paid enough attention, you'll know that games that are a little hush-hush for review stages, or they're very limited on who will review them, there's usually a reason, you know? Usually a reason.
Clear display from BioWare that if you want to get access to our products, then you better toe the line. You better give us glowing praise. You better conform to the narrative. Because the product that we're making are
for a modern gaming audience.
So when the reviews start dropping later today, you can expect them to be nothing short of absolute stellar praise.
The idea that this game is created in this way because it is for the modern gaming audience is kind of a mistake. That's the marketing that you want to give the game, and do not be taken in. Marketing for games is very important, and if you notice anything about the marketing for that game, I'm pretty confident that it's intentional. Okay. There aren't not that many missteps, especially with high-tier companies, AAA game companies. If it looks like a misstep, it was probably a band-aid.
Because those influencers have been bought and paid for. However, if you fake being non-binary, then they'll send you a review copy as well.
What? Oh my
right
gosh.
up until the
Really?
truth is revealed. Then they'll DMCA your account. But I'm sure it's...
Oh, did that really happen? After playing for 3.5 hours, terrible graphics, and boring and monotonous combat, they want to copy Gears of War. Interesting, but in a bad way. Am I getting that right? Is it? The game does not run at a constant 30 FPS. That sucks. Come on. See, all right. You know what my vibes were when I saw this game? I was thinking to myself, are they trying to make a mobile game? Is this like a mobile game that they turn into a non-mobile game? Or is it like built in a way that it could be taken to mobile later? That's what I wonder. Many of the dialogues are noticeably made with AI. I wouldn't be surprised, you guys in Discord, we were looking at some of the dialogue in this game from a studio that was, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Capped at 30 FPS. That sounds ideal for mobile. Wouldn't that be ideal for mobile development? I don't know. I'm not a mobile developer. What do I know? I'm just a Jelli on a journey. But the dialogue is pretty crap. I don't know if he will go into it, but I know I have another video that we can look at. But many of the dialogues are crap, very linear. The options lead nowhere. Yes, this is a big one. False free will is a really fun thing that you can use in game development. Right, a good example that we've seen recently that Heel can comment on is Starfield. Starfield having the pronoun selector at character creation, but then never uses it in the game at all. If it does, I never saw it. I played the game for like 15 hours. The creator of characters focused on the certain communities. Well, you know, that's inevitably going to happen. You know what I mean? It's just inevitably going to happen. You're going to have different cultures of game studios now because everyone has a fucking game studio. And the game that is the strongest will survive. The characters move very robotic. Interesting. Inclusive language in Spanish subtitles. What? I'm not sure what that's about. They lack it. Okay. The script doesn't make sense. Neither do the quests from one place to another killing bugs. Sounds like they had to rewrite some stuff. Too much focus on alternative lifestyles. That's a funny word. Wow. I disavow. I disavow anything hateful on this screen. It's a piece of garbage. As an RPG, stay away from the game. Okay. All right, let's go.
The truth is revealed, then they'll DMCA your account. But
well, the cutscenes are in 30 FPS. Are the cutscenes those weird live cutscenes where it's not actually, where it's still game engine?
I'm sure it's just those toxic gamers that are running with a few things out of context and trying to turn it into a big deal. Nothing to see here. Let's just move on, right? It's not as if the lead developer has any political leanings which they're trying to force into the game. Apart from all of those.
Oh. I don't want to read it, so I'm not gonna. But, you know,
that's just a given, of course.
So I'm gonna confess something important to you all. I never played Dragon Age. I know I just said I was a gamer, and here I am not playing, having played Dragon Age. And the reason for that is you can't play all the games all the time. I think I had a really intense job at the time, so I just never got into the series. And then a new one would come out, and then you would just feel left out, kind of like Mass Effect 3. I never played Mass Effect 3. No, I'm not J-Fast. Stop asking. Did you get your hair cut? I hope it's very nice.
This is, after all, current.
But what if I played this one? Ugh.
Fucking day! I mean, it's not as if they're taking anything away from
fucking pronouns.
Gamers, all they're simply doing is adding more options, more customization, more choices for you to have as a player. Well, unless of course those choices involve your character having breasts and an ass.
This is the part that makes me sad. It's that classic, well, I don't want you to, I don't like that you like these things. And that you don't let me be, I don't know. It's just so weird. I would like to have a fat ass. I am sorry. Okay? My character is going to fall down, and I want to know that they will have a comfortable recovery.
In which case you're, wow, you are shit out of luck there, mate. But top surgery scars, pronouns, and non-binary.
Sorry.
It's a beautiful day. Are you excited yet? I know I am. Especially after seeing some of the leaked footage from the game. But before we do that, let's just discuss the character of Krem from Dragon Age Inquisition.
Oh no, I'm gonna see, this is the worst part now. All the games are gonna be ruined for me. Because I'm gonna know what happened.
Had the chance to use magic, would you change all the way? What? No. I don't want any magic like that within 10 yards of my body. When I was younger.
Okay, let me go back. I'm already kind of lost.
Discuss the character of Krem from Dragon Age Inquisition.
If you had the chance to use magic, would you change all the way? What? No. I don't want any magic like that within 10 yards of my body. When I was younger. I don't know. Everyone has silly dreams. In Tevinter, dreams like that get you killed. Bull helped me make a good life. Nice armor and a well-placed sock, and I'm happy.
Now that's from Dragon Age Inquisition, which was released 10
say a well-placed sock?
10 years ago. But 10 years ago, transgenderism certainly isn't dealt with, shall we say, the same way that it's dealt with now. Something like this could be seen as either just a curiosity, or it could legitimately be used to enhance storytelling, not just on a surface level of a woman that identifies as a man, but dealing with the whole theme of fitting in, or in this case, not fitting in.
So as someone who's not played Inquisition, is the one I was going to play, because that's the one everyone said was really good. This was a woman that identified as a man that was in that discussion. Okay. See, that makes more sense.
Desperately to find your place in the world or your group of people. Storytelling tropes which have been used in all kinds of science fiction over the years, including Star Trek.
Is this true? No.
Sorry.
I am tired of lies. I am female. I was born that way. I have had those feelings, those longings, all of my life.
Yeah, this is nothing new. Okay. This diversity and inclusivity of current cultural shifts or, ideologies that humanity struggle with on a regular basis, being involved, being a part of media is not new. It's newer being involved in gaming than television. Like, this was going on in the 60s and 70s. You know, you had a lot of the big one in the 70s and was environmentalism. You know, a lot of, we've got to not destroy the planet. Hey, by the way, not a new thing. Okay. You had a lot of diverse casting in things like Doctor Who, Star Trek. You know, that's fine. But there's a point where if that message becomes limiting in the way that you are delivering it, if you are limiting the way you're delivering it by giving a poor message, then that's, the players, the gamers are ultimately going to decide whether your studio remains open.
The Outcast is a very well-written episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, which, believe it or not, deals with the theme of homosexuality and yet has a male and a female character doing so, because sci-fi is done in a way that it turns themes and puts them into entertainment.
Exactly, and that is the key here. Is it entertaining? Or are you just pandering towards a specific audience because that's the cool thing to do right now?
It doesn't lecture you. It doesn't try to be too on the nose. It allows you to see the messages behind, read into them what you want or what you don't necessarily want to, and you can view it in multiple aspects. That's the whole point of dealing with themes like this, is the subtlety and the nuance, which at the same time doesn't take away from the entertainment value of the product. Unlike today's writing, which is so on the nose that it clearly demonstrates exactly what political position the writers are taking and how you as the player need to conform to that narrative within the game itself without making your own options or choices whether or not you support or don't support it. So what the character...
And that's he's speaking to that limitation as well here. Like, I don't like do I think Heel got a little fucking silly about the pronoun thing in Starfield just because he saw it and it existed? Yeah. He got a little silly. It was a little silly, you know. What he should have been angry about is that it was poorly implemented. Back in the day when you had a game ask you questions and like you got to like name a character, or if you wanted a specific piece of armor, or you had to make a choice. You know, the choice has to make sense. Just saying it, character creation. Oh, look, there's a text area where it says he, she, they, whatever the word you want to use. But then the game never uses it. It never refers to you that way. It never involves you in that way. I feel like BioWare saw that and they're like, well, let's change that, and then force the character to engage with it.
Of Kren represented back in 2014 most certainly is not how characters are represented in 2020.
So this is Kren. Who is this? This is a specific character. Okay, right.
24. So let's look at Dragon Age 2024 then, shall we?
So, the Dragon Hunter has a softer side.
The Kyun says you take care of people.
So, you're a little
Wait.
Canary, a little Rivani, and a little dragon?
Yeah.
I get that.
You've chosen to encourage Tash by focusing on the benefits of a multicultural background. Ugh. It's hard to get mad at this stuff because it's inevitable. Like this is just not gonna not be a thing for a minute, you know? Sorry, the music in the background is still playing. I didn't realize. My gamer brain, it's all broken.
Come on. I should tell my mother how Karash is doing.
What the hell is even that?
Oh, there's nothing like a good
Sorry, that was
virtue
funny.
signal.
Got me.
But there's something else in there as well that I want you to pay particular interest to.
So, the Dragon Hunter has a softer side.
The Kyun says you take care of people. The Kyun says you take care of people.
The Kyun. Scotland forever.
Well, I'm from Ravane. Not like I follow the Kyun.
Wait. What? The Kyun says you take care of people, and then later says, not like I follow the Kyun.
Not like I follow the Kyun.
If you're wondering why I find this so fascinating, it's because the Kyun is the code of honor by which the Canary live by. The structuring of their society, from the roles that they play, through the spiritual and religious aspects as well.
Are they just being sarcastic?
Well, so in one breath, Tash is saying that she doesn't follow the Kyun.
Maybe they're like, not like I follow the Kyun. Yeah, is that what it is supposed to be?
Which by all intents and purposes means that she doesn't follow the structure, she doesn't follow the way of life, the religious aspects of it.
I'm not following it either.
But then in another breath, when she's been seen or perceived in a positive light, she's more than happy to latch onto that.
I think he's concentrating on the wrong thing.
To score some virtue points, which is very indicative of the people who have likely put this together. In essence, it's like me saying that I'm not religious and I don't follow the...
He kind of reminds me of Jim Sterling. He's just an angrier guy.
Word of the Bible. However, I did this because the Bible tells us to blah, 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 blah. So...
Shut up, Puddle.
Unless this Tash character is actually a massive hypocrite in the game itself, which I'm pressing X to
I met Jim once.
doubt on, this is purely done for nothing more than virtue signal's sake. To
I say Jim because it was a Jim.
paint the character
Stephanie did not exist.
in a light that it's not actually portraying in the game itself. But this is brought
He wore a giant white suit and a hat.
to us by the same writers that put this little segment together.
Jathan said to eat the fruit before it spoils.
Okay, this is the scene that I saw earlier in the Insufferable Segran Studios video. I'm sorry. I really appreciate what you're doing out there, but I could not listen to the dialogue of your game, in fact, for very long. But this scene I thought was super weird. Like it's almost like everyone is taking a little too long to respond.
That put this little
it's not
segment
organic.
together.
Jathan said to eat the fruit before it spoils.
I like the cookies better.
Everyone likes the cookies better.
I'll eat the fruit. Thank
Like it's like computers talking to themselves and without context. You know? Like they're not like it's almost like the actors that you would imagine are doing this spoken dialogue are not hearing what the other people are saying, and they're just reading a line. If it's even actors involved.
Thank you, Avatash.
Panahe done. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's infuriating. It's really bad, dude. It's really, really bad. Puddle, what the fuck does that mean? Do I want to know? Do I Google this or will I get arrested?
What the fuck? And if you...
Sorry, I love that part.
Ew, dude! What the fuck?
And if you think things so far have been a wee bit subtle, then you can just have a full-on discussion about gender identity. In a captured panel from the testers, some of my friends in Minorathos talk about not feeling comfortable in their own skin as a man, as a woman. Current fucking day!
Oh yeah.
And with the final trailer for the game itself releasing just a few days ago, it doesn't exactly go into Thursday with its best foot forward, displaying some very janky animations, some pretty poor graphics, and some very generic gameplay. And don't worry folks, I'll be there day one to play this game so you guys don't have to, and we can experience this masterpiece of storytelling together.
Maybe we should just watch Heels coverage.
But before I go, let's just take a moment to remember when Dragon Age was actually awesome dark fantasy. Until the next video, you take care. Bye for now.
I'll say this is good. I play this. Oh, sad times for Dragon Age. Sad times for Dragon Age indeed. Oh, so it's October 29th. I know at least some of you enjoy a spooky into October. Come on, at least some of you doing it. Is anyone doing anything fun for Halloween? Do you like dressing up? Do you like getting together with your friends? Sorry. Oh my gosh. I was a little worried that, with all the issues going on with the disaster in Appalachia and not being able to, use my technology for 2 weeks. What the flip? Oh, Pilky's got a costume. Awesome. Cat ears go. I love it. Love to see it. Meow. Puddle, I swear. But I did put together a costume at the last minute. Can you believe it? Let me queue up the next video though. Let me queue up one more video. I thought this guy would be fun to watch. Before we wrap up the Veilguard complaints. Let's cue this video. This is Dr. Disaster. He's a bit of a nerd, can you tell? I had meetings all day and dressed up as someone excited to be there. I feel that. I hate meetings. I'm at least they're remote. At least they're remote. But yes. So make sure you have your costumes ready for the spooky fun. Let's see. I'm gonna try to get mine on. I hope it's entertaining. See that's this one. Oh nope, that's the usual. Ah. Oh, and no, this is just Jelli, happy to be here. This one? Nope. Now I'm just Pilky, but Pilky's got kitty ears covered. Oh, nope. Oh, I'm sweating because I can't find it. There it is. There we go. That's it. That's what we're looking for. This is the Modang costume, not the Moding. Gotta straighten out my mess there. Yeah. All right. So, okay. Now we've got everything ready. Gotta make sure. Oh, okay. I am such a dork. I know. I am trying to fix something. Don't look at this. You don't need to see this. This isn't important. Don't look at it. Oh, I know what I can do. Let's do. Let's not do that one. Or that one. It's okay. I'll figure this out. So yeah, anybody got any fun costumes? I don't dress up anymore. Outside of like once a year here on the stream. I think that's probably once enough. Once is enough. Why not? I have seen some fun costumes in my life though, especially at nerdy conventions, like stormtroopers and hula skirts. Always fun. You always dress up as a cowboy, huh? So does your boss hate it because you dress up as a cowboy, or because you always dress up as a cowboy? That's the real question. Right. Almost done, guys. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I'm fixing it, in it. I didn't think about the star. Okay. I know I'm off screen. I'm sorry. The star was being a bit of a brat. So I'm going to see if I can fix that real quick. Just to make sure. We shouldn't half-ass anything if we can avoid it. What a concept. All right. Now we're good to go. Now we're golden. Let's get it on.
What's up, Space Pirates? This is your captain,
What?
the Dread Pirate Dr. Disaster, and the reviews are now out for Dragon Age the Veilguard. The Metacritic score is an 84 out of 100, and the game is now the 4th bestseller on Steam. So, is it time to admit that the game is a success?
Interesting.
Nope. Wrong again.
The game was always going to get a huge push right before its release. There are a bunch of people out there who will auto-purchase anything made with a Dragon Age name slapped on it. But the fact that it took this long to crack the top 10 of Steam, 2 days or so before its release, that is fairly pathetic. But even more alarming than that for BioWare is the army of people who are completely turned off by this game. So much so that they will go out of their way to let everyone know how much they hate the Veilguard at about every opportunity they find.
No kidding.
He doesn't like you.
I'm sorry.
I don't like you either.
Case in point, we have the IGN review video for Dragon Age that just came out yesterday.
This is why I wanted to watch this video, is because this is in here. It's a very specific example of the thing I'm talking about. You know.
And
it's let's see if he goes into it. I won't pause Mandy.
Has gotten completely destroyed on the ratio within a day of its release. The majority of people who know about this game are against it. Yes, it will sell 1 million copies. These shill journalists will claim that as some kind of a massive win, ignoring the fact that based on the game's budget and marketing expenses, it likely needs at least 5 million copies sold to break even. And all the while, Dragon Age and their shills will keep ignoring the massive horde of people who would have been interested in a new game from Dragon Age if it didn't have the woke and DEI shit that got pumped into it. But once we got even the smallest taste of that shit, we were over it.
It's just the way, it's the costume. I love his whole thing. This was some of my friends in Mindor. I can't do it. Mindrathos. Talk about not feeling comfortable in their own skin. Right, okay. Yes.
Get the hell out of here.
Yes. Already subscribed, darling. See, I like Dr. Disaster style.
Alright, me hearties, make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and also, don't forget to follow me over on Twitter or X, or whatever you want to refer to it as these days. I keep a list on there of
Excuse me whilst I go give a follow.
games lousy with wokeness pinned to the account at all times for your reference. My handle over there is Dr. Disaster 1. Let's have a look at the reaction of gamers to these Dragon Age the Veilguard reviews, because here's the thing, outlets like IGN, Game Rant, corporate media types like that.
Oh wait, the cutscenes? Are they really? Wait, are they really? Like, this doesn't look... Did I lose it? Oh, I suck. Sorry. I just suck, don't worry.
There is Dr. Disaster 1. Let's have a look at the reaction of gamers to these Dragon Age the Veilguard reviews. Because here's the thing, outlets like IGN, Game Rant, corporate media types like
it doesn't
they
look...
are about as predictable as they come.
Good.
We all knew they'd be doing their best.
Oh no, I want to see it. Give it back.
They are about as predictable as they come.
All right. His lovely face is in the way, but it's... Oh, it's the wrong dialogue. I'm sorry I waited so long. I actually forgot.
We all knew they'd be doing their best to try to convince people to buy this game. There was never any question of that, but it sure seems like a massive psyop, especially when you consider what IGN themselves had to say about the game. Look at this tweet here from IGN. You can see they give it a 9 out of 10, but look at what they're saying in the tweet.
Good night,
we
Puddle.
never get another Dragon Age, at least it got to go out on a high note with the Veilguard. And immediately, I start wondering how in the hell, if this game is such a high note for the series, and if people are gonna love it and all that, then how in the hell would this be the last game? Surely, BioWare would make another Dragon Age game if this thing sold as well as IGN seems to intimate that it will.
He's full of shit!
That's just it. These people are completely full of it, and we all know it. This video that I have playing in the background here is the IGN review, and if you look at the ratio on this thing, it is looking fairly bad for the game. Currently, it has a little over 250,000 views, but the ratio is 5,500 likes to 31,000.
Wow, that's pretty icky. This is BioWare.
And dislikes because people are sick and tired of the gaslighting and the covering up for these AAA games. We just do not trust these schmucks. We all knew that they would give this game a great score, but
This studio made Baldur's Gate. This studio's used to be, I met someone. I used to know somebody at the studio.
what the actual gamers think is what I find interesting. Let's look at the comment section for this thing. This guy's comment has over half the likes of the video itself, and he said, I only clicked on this because I was curious to see how much IGN was gonna lie to my face, not because I was curious about the game. And then this person wrote, this isn't fooling anyone, bruh. And yeah, one quick glance at that dislike ratio is clear evidence of that. It must be really disheartening to be one of the so-called journalists at IGN and to have to face the fact that people distrust you this much. But
well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know that I've ever really trusted a gaming journalist site ever. Really, I stopped reading them like 10 years ago, you know.
Then this person wrote, people will remember this review after the game comes out and learn who exactly not to trust.
You know who I trust? I trust Steam reviews usually, you know, the ones that don't smell. Like don't fall for the ones that are like, that's their only review, obviously. But people who've played the game are who I want to listen to, not people who were paid to tell people to play the game, because, you know.
Journalism is dead. How does IGN still exist?
Game journalism died when the magazine died.
This isn't a review, it's sponsored content. And then this person wrote, in quotes, it panders to my mental illnesses, 9 out of 10. And then this person said, why does the narrator sound dead inside? Well, I think I can field that question really quick because the game is terrible. Ooh. But IGN is compelled to make it sound like this is a great game because they are stooges. They are propagandists who do not have the best interests of gamers in their hearts. They're only looking out for corporate interests and, by extension, their own bank accounts. We can all sense this from a mile away. But we can also sense that the game is still struggling. The distaste that we have for it as a collective group, as gamers, is palpable. The PS5 version of Dragon Age finally cracked the top 100 sellers on Amazon, hitting number 26, right behind Sonic X Shadow Generations on the Switch. But this surge from Dragon Age is too little, too late to convince me that...
Is that why maybe they capped the FPS as future? Is it? It's not on the Switch. I wonder if they have a... We'll put it on a Switch later.
The game will actually do well. I mean, we always knew the game would sell 1 million copies. There are enough people on autopilot who aren't paying attention to the cultural elements of gaming, who refuse to acknowledge that woke shit in games is ruining them. They'll go out and they'll buy the game because that's just what they always do. But it won't be enough to save Dragon Age the Veilguard. It'll be enough...
God, this interface, this pop-up interface looks really fucking annoying. I'm not gonna lie to you. Is this what is this what Dragon Age combat is normally like with this? I'm guessing some type of skill selection.
Just enough for these same journalist types to claim that the Veilguard was
skill and targeting
was a big success, but these people never use context. They don't talk about the cost of things. When Dragon Age hits 1 million copies sold, they'll just throw out that fact like it's a tremendous win and say nothing else. But the game is estimated to have cost around $150 million to develop, and these days, analysts estimate that marketing costs...
I see the potential, but I think that's probably the most disappointing part, isn't it?
Usually rival development costs. So, even if we conservatively estimate a $100 million marketing budget, we are looking at about $250 million they need to make back as a studio to break even. And the rule of thumb is that when a game sells, 25% of that sale goes to whoever sold the game, whether that be the PlayStation Store, or Steam, or a retailer, or whatever. This means the studio who made it gets around 75% of the game's cost. If the game sells for $70, then the studio gets $52.50 per copy. If you do the math, then the studio will break even at somewhere around 4.7 million copies sold. So no, I won't be impressed when the game hits 1 million copies sold. And with all the vitriol they've clearly harvested with this game, I struggle to see them break even. But I'm gonna leave it there. Drop your mockery of Dragon Age and IGN into the comment section below.
Yeah, there it is. A little more Veilguard reaction content. No, I will have to check out more Doctor Disaster videos. Ugh, I don't know. I'm torn on the whole thing because I think the best thing you can do is, if you don't like this kind of product, is don't buy it. Right? Ultimately, money walks, money talks, money does everything that you need it to do. Except give you happiness. You can't buy happiness with it. Apparently. No matter what. Look at Ian. Which I want to do. I'm going to take a second to look at Mr. Foot. I've missed Ian so much. I missed Ian so much while I was on break that I had to say hello to him a few times. I have a bad habit of responding to some of his tweets, and I've gotten better, and I haven't done it lately. All right. Yeah. I don't like that you guys can see everything, but there's not a lot going on my Twitter, as you can see. I don't even have any messages. That's the sad thing, okay? I don't even get messages from graphic designers anymore. But no, look at this guy. Let's go. I have another browser. I should just put it in that because it's specifically made for what I'm doing now, but I'm being a newbie. So we'll just look at this Dr. Disaster's channel for a second. Yeah, but Modang, the inspiration for the little costume for tonight, is a pygmy hippo that was born sometime this year. I don't know that much about Modang. I don't even know how you say it. Okay, obviously. I'm a loser. I'm okay with that. All right. Where did my screen go? But They do encapsulate a certain rageful energy that I can appreciate as an old lady gamer. So I kind of identify a little bit with Mudang. So thank you for providing us. What have you sent me? Have I heard about Canadian House Hippo? Oh, is this an actual House Hippo? No, what a great palate cleanser, JFAS. Thank you.
It's nighttime
It's loud, though,
in a
so-
kitchen just like yours. All is
What the
quiet.
fuck is this?
Or is it?
Oh no.
The North American house hippo is found
Oh my
throughout
gosh.
Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lint, and bits of string. The nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just did. A message from Concerned Children's Advertisers.
That's funny. That's funny. Oh no, what is this? Oh my god, I'm just intent on stopping on the screen. I don't mean to. It's just this, it's just the last. That's funny. Oh, I know one. I know what's a funny one. A funny one. Like I can play. Have I ever showed you guys this? Are any Lovecraft fans out there? Lovecraft's pretty cool. It's old school, a little bit racist though. So keep that in mind. All right.
Sometimes I feel
If I've shown you this, I'm sorry.
not so fresh.
Sometimes I feel like I can't perform to my fullest.
Sometimes I feel like there's a reality that coexists with ours, but that we're so caught up with trivial concerns, we actually fail to see the cosmic dread that lurks beyond the veil of human consciousness.
You're not alone. The entire human race suffers from the same affliction, whether they know it or not.
Really?
Really?
I knew it. If you suffer from an overwhelming sense of dread, brought on by the realization of your own insignificance in the universe, then you could be at risk to exposure to flying polyps.
What?
What are you talking about?
From caverns within the Earth, right?
Exactly.
So, I'm sorry, what's going on?
Flying polyps came to Earth about 750 million years ago. They possess the ability to fly and levitate, despite lacking any visible means of doing so, and leave telltale massive footprints on the ground. They were imprisoned in great cities below the Earth's surface, but the entrances were left unguarded, and the polyps can now pass through at will.
Just walks around.
Can I still use the showers at the club?
No. Flying polyps can make themselves invisible at will, so they're hard to detect.
They can control the wind too, right?
Yes, there's only one way to control flying polyps. Elder Sign. Elder Sign creates an invisible barrier that polyps can't pass through. It uses eons-old technology that holds the polyps in place indefinitely. Elder Sign goes to work fast, imprisoning the polyps so you can get on with your day.
Oh, thanks, Elder Sign.
Thanks, Elder Sign.
Thanks, Elder Sign.
Elder Sign, available in regular and mint.
It's so goofy, isn't it? Sorry. Anyway, all right. So let's look at some Ian. Ian, how you doing? Ian, how's it going? I see. I like the Twitter strip, right? Because then you can have you put up these different versions of different Twitter. You have like your own tweet deck of content, right? Like, look at that. That's Ian right there, encapsulated in one little rectangle. How's it feel? How's it feel to be just subdued into a polygon? Anyway, I don't know if you can read it though, so I'll make it a little bigger. It's always hard to tell. You can never read anything. It's me old lady eyes, I guess. So that's what's going on with Ian. Because last I checked, it's been a minute. I guess I could do that again. We do have an archive that I've looked at briefly, but I have not dove into quite so deeply that I would had I found Ian Foot's original channel back online. But no, it is not. So he's still I'm gonna say he's probably gone off YouTube. Which is a shame. Because in my opinion, it's way better on YouTube. It's way better on YouTube. His videos are way because these tweets are kind of you just don't get that oomph, you know, that oomph you get from the videos that you get in these tweets. What? I shoot a double and they sprawl on me. Oh, he's doing wrestling. He's LARP wrestling. Okay, he's talking about wrestling, martial arts. Okay, that tracks. Oh, he's been tweeting a lot. Oh my goodness, like hourly, multiple times an hour. Oh, he worked as a life insurance agent. How do you feel about the Canadian immigration policy? Wow. I've talked about how Canada is an evil culture that steals. Well, that's not fun. That doesn't seem very patriotic to me. Like this is the only I don't like crawling tweets. I feel that's a bit like shooting ducks in a barrel, to call back from earlier as a proper use of the term phrase or whatever. It just seems kind of crass. But Ian's channel is kaput, and this is like the only way that I know of that we can ingest him. Like the body of Christ. I don't know. I'm in a Halloween mood. I'm dressed as a hippo. What do you want from me? All right. These feminist whores like to talk about maintaining their independence and having a strong sense of self and preserving their sense of self and not losing themselves in their relationship. They're like the female equivalent of an F-boy. I do not agree that you should talk about people in such a derogatory way. So, anyone watching, just so you know. Okay, let's bring back the spooky music a little bit because this is just my voice echoing in an empty chamber. That's better. I'm not looking at chat. I'm sorry. You guys are wonderful. I should read your chats. I do. So, I'm going to stress again. Thanks for watching. This is not just a me thing. This is a community. I know once upon a time, in the wise words of myself, I said, fuck community. But no, for real. It's awesome. I like to think that we inspire each other. You certainly inspire me. And thank you very much. Let's keep going. I hate the words nice, gentle, patient, subtle, balanced, integrity, openness, and equality. I used to be a dominant, aggressive, resourceful, fearless, ruthless, intelligent problem solver who always managed to overcome whatever obstacles life threw at him. People trusted me. People were honest with me. They told me the truth. They spoke their mind. Maybe I could do an impression. Would that be too cringy? Would that be like really annoying?
They didn't lie to me or try to be subtle with me or try to manipulate me or intentionally hide things from me.
That's as deep as it goes.
They trusted me not to screw them over, take advantage of them, betray them, or expose them. That's not how it is anymore. I'm a fucking joke now. If the government stops taking care of me, I will starve to death.
Okay, so fucking fix it. He would hate us, yes. He would want to do that. You are correct. He's already threatened one woman's life on Twitter. I'm hoping here's one. He hates Canadians, but that's a little too on the nose. Let's, Once again, I disavow brigading anyone. Not that I'm suggesting that anyone would do that, think about that, or even talk to anyone or disagree with anyone ever. Everything's cool. Just being thorough and making sure that I don't miss any good content. Yeah, I feel like he should have moved to Japan. He would like it there. He would like it there. I don't. How could he not have made it there? Are you? Wait. Who is F Chopper Koga going to be a bass player of a Japanese metal band? Is that what I'm about to find out? Koga was the bass player for the band Pink Panda. Oh. Okay then. All right, let me move this so I can actually see chat while I'm reading this nonsense. Fucking hell. I
really would have liked to move to Japan and build the food forest artist retreat that I talked to.
F Chopper Koga, a bass player of a professional music act,
about, and make her my wife, and tap into her network of creative type people and encourage them to come and rent one of our cottages for a week.
Yeah? Yeah? You talked to F? Okay. I had friends in Nova Scotia. They lived on a small farm. They got a little strange from the isolation, mountain crazy. I planned for that. That's part of the reason for setting up the artist retreat. Oh, nothing like a artist commune in the middle of nowhere. Am I right? Enough interesting new people coming and going that we don't become isolated and strange. I mean, that's fair. A recording studio, that sounds cool. He could have afforded to pay for all of that if they had not destroyed my career. If I had not destroyed my career. Okay. At this point, I really just want to buy HK. Oh, no, disavow. This is what I'm talking about. How is this motherfucker still on Twitter? You can't say that. Okay, you can say it maybe once in a blue moon. You know, ironically, no one's actually reading his shit, so that's part of the problem, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Your theory is he has some job like an insurance broker. Yeah, he does say that's. I saw that, but I've lost it. Unless I've. No, there it is. This is the one I was looking for. I just zoomed right by it like a boomer. I worked briefly as a life insurance. Oh, he's talking to Elon. I worked briefly as a life insurance agent 27 years ago, and I became aware at that time of the demographic time bomb that you talk about so passionately now. I talked about it just as passionately then as you do now, but I was met with nothing but hostility. Oh, Elon, I had the idea first, Elon. Trust me, bro. I know what you're talking about, but they thought I was crazy. Love this guy. This guy is literal gold. If you know how to use your pickaxe. Or maybe I'm just easily amused. It could be that. I am often I come off very dry, but I'm having a great time. I talked about how diversity was just a bunch of bullshit intended to conceal the fact that we have to make sure we don't steal too many young people from any one particular culture, or they may use democracy to gang up on us and leave our elderly to die neglected and alone. Oh my gosh. This should be Asmongold's dad. You know. Common law broke up, he got fucked on drugs. Yes, I think you're right. I've always seen this. I used to use the Oh, he's talking about one child per couple policies. I've talked about how Canada is an evil culture of death that steals children. How do you feel about that, y'all? I don't know. I'm not Canadian, but any Canadians, please. So he's trying to say to Elon, hey, I am on your wavelength. Here we go. I was a child prodigy too. I joined Mensa for the lulz 7 years ago, and my IQ was 150. Heck yeah. When my parents brought me home from the hospital, they brought me to the same trailer park that the Trailer Park Boys was filmed in. I was not one of the privileged. Somebody asked me about my RAD score earlier, and I forgot about it. So, who was that? I was actually working on the source code that drives a certain company that serves a lot of burgers before I was arrested, tortured. Wait, I was actually working on the source code that drives a certain company that serves a. What does he mean, source code? Dude, I don't think this guy could develop himself out of a paper box. All right. Sorry, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Unless he creates a new YouTube account, publishes a video, okay? It shows me a full stack development progression from concept to fucking local fucking publish it, launch it locally on a local machine. It doesn't have to be online. Just something functional, and then I'll believe he developed anything. I'd come to Texas and ask you for a job if I didn't have passport issues. Oh boy. Oh boy. That means the Border Patrol don't like me being here. My oh my. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And let's see. It was a very cool architecture. It used a combination of MS SQL for financial data and Cassandra NoSQL for operational data. Yes, Node.js, depending on what task played to Node.js strings, while RabbitMQ. Yes, buzzwords. Instead of telling me what you used, a good developer would tell me what you accomplished. So eat a big fat one. I had never been given the opportunity to work on something that dealt with that level of traffic before. It was some Amazon and Black Friday level shit. Oh, sure. They spent usually pretty chill. They spent weeks teaching me how the architecture had been designed before I started working on localization. Oh my God. Leak your GitHub, exactly. But the other thing is he cut his beard, cut his mustache. His mustache is gone. Where did he go? It's like a tweak out. There it is. This is the new Ian. Since we never see him on video, this is what we got. Bro still doesn't wear a shirt. All right. I don't know if Canadians on welfare can afford shirts, but I certainly hope so. Okay. Certainly hope so. Shaved facial hair after doing some crime to a homeless woman. Probably. Who knows? Who knows? Guy's a handful. He's certainly somebody to keep your eye on. That's all I gotta say. And look, my tip for any woman in Canada, okay, is if a man who looks homeless and comes up to you and asks you if you know who Zoroaster is, who Zarathustra is, excuse me, say yes. And then just nod and agree. Nod and agree. And then if you're not already at a bus stop, find a bus stop. Looks like what? But like guys. All right. Okay. One more little weird little video. I can manage to not suck at this. Oi. All right, here we go. Let's get rid of the. No, stop, Nick Andros. I'm gonna need you to chill. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Let's get rid of this guy's mug. Yeah. And let's this guy's mug.
Precious.
sound of trees, the softness of the wind. We even forgot our own name.
Okay. I'm silly in it.
Welcome, I am Nicandros, and this video is a summary of the drama that occurred between the streamer ChudLogic and some ordinary gamers, more commonly known as Mutaha. But an inseparable part of that chain of events is the completely unethical, reckless content that Naxtaku, a co-host of Mutaha's podcast, was uploading onto the YouTube platform without any objection from Mutaha for many years. You may have seen the video created by Harmful Opinions on Naxtaku, which I aided in the research of. Since then I've made more discoveries about Naxtaku's unethical behavior, which will be revealed in this video. Making this video might be a little bit dangerous, because Nax has used his connection to Mutaha and his podcast to threaten creators that have criticized him in the past.
If I make a video roasting this dude on my main channel, YouTube will literally deplatform him. Like, YouTube actually watches my stuff, especially ever since I've been on the Some Ordinary podcast. YouTube has really been paying attention to like what we've been saying, and I'll be honest, if I would make a video on him on the main channel, I do think he'd get taken down for either bullying or the whole weird pedo stuff. Like one or the other, I do think so.
I do want to make it clear that I have no association with this rev person, but being capable of uttering those words without dying of cringe is a very intimidating display of strength. If you're wondering why I'm bullying this teenager, Nux is almost 30 years old and at least 2 years older than me.
I always forget that.
In July 2024, Naxtaku was already getting heat for his lack of honesty about his alleged connections to the online artist Shadman, a once somewhat popular figure who associated with popular Newgrounds artists and drew backgrounds for their online cartoons. Shadman was more infamous for his explicit illustrations, some involving minors, but after having drawn sexually explicit images of actual children, Shadman's circle of enablers who played down his behavior for years could no longer stand by him, and his downward spiral culminated in him being arrested for assault with a deadly weapon in late October of 2021. Like many other YouTubers, Naxtaku had covered the drama around the Mr. Beast star Ava Chris Tyson, who was revealed to be a fan of Shadman's work, publicly admiring and buying Shadman's explicit illustrations of children, displaying one of them on her wall.
Oops.
However, Naxtaku neglected to mention in his initial coverage of Ava Tyson's drama that he himself had a history with Shadman, using his work on one of his video thumbnails in 2020 and asking him for a collaboration in September 2021, years after Shadman's orientation was widely known and documented. On July 27th, the streamer ChudLogic brought up this controversy around Nux to Mutaha during an on-stream conversation. Mutaha had asked to get on a call while Chud was covering the debate between Sneeko and Moist Critical. They spoke about the debate, and Chud asked him about Nux.
I'm hearing and seeing a lot of rumours and criticism of Naxtaku for his connection to Shadman that many are saying he's trying to disassociate himself from now because it's controversial. Do you have any perspectives or takes on that?
To the surprise of Chud, Mutaha's answer was very hardcore.
I haven't followed anything on it. I did have a call with him, and he did tell me like they interacted before. I think it was like the collab shit. I never pressed.
This is a really nice touch, Nicandros. If you're listening, if you're out there, I really like this. This is nice touch. If I did expose videos, okay, or exposés as I like to call them, I would do that. That's amazing.
So hard into that. I don't know the extent of it, but obviously it's a disavowal if he ever obviously wanted to collaborate with him in a meaningful way or like defend him or something, you know?
ChudLogic at this point tries to lower the pressure a little bit, but Mutaha isn't done.
Yeah, sure. And obviously, I
and-
don't want to like super hardcore hold you to account for someone else's actions.
And I also just want to say I don't ever would believe that Nux would have no idea about the Shadman child lolly drawing stuff. Like that would make no fucking sense. He's been in this space long enough to know better.
Sure,
So if this was
okay.
like a genuine interaction, like I have no doubt as somebody that is in the anime culture to not fucking have any clue that Shadman was doing crazy shit. Like you'd have no. If I knew that Shadman was drawing fucking kids and doing crazy shit, Nux definitely did, and that's never okay.
At this point, sensing the tone of where things are going, Chad asks a simple question.
Are you going to keep him off the podcast?
No, we would cancel the podcast. It's not happening. The podcast is done.
This is hard because obviously, people will be
Podcast is done, yeah. Podcast is done now.
Wait, what?
As you can see, Chad is totally surprised by...
See, when I heard, because I remember this call, I was listening. I'm always listening. I'm kidding. I remember this call, and I thought his wording was weird. I thought his wording was weird about the podcast is done. See, I think he meant we film. I think he was admitting to the last episode had been filmed and they were done after that. So they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that there's no podcast." But then the new episode came out and everyone was like, "Oh my god, I didn't think there was going to be a new podcast." I'm like, "Yeah, because he filmed a last one knowing that this shit was going to go down." Mudahar's not stupid.
by what he's hearing.
Yeah, the podcast is over. We are not filming the last episode. It's over.
Is that are you serious?
Yeah, we're not doing the podcast anymore. It's done.
Why?
It's done.
We're supposed to
it's
film
done.
on Tuesday. Well, there's a couple reasons for it. A lot of that was obviously some of the Shad stuff too, because we were kind of sitting there. We're like, me and Caleb, we were just like, this is, I don't know, it's weird. The other thing was we just want to redo things, maybe like 2 months down the road or something between each other, and that's kind of where we're at.
Mutahar's language also seems to heavily imply they're cutting ties with Nux. He talks about restructuring the podcast with his other co-host, Caleb, also known as Oompaville. And when Chad asks him if Nux is getting iced out, that is to say, left out of future plans, Mutahar doesn't deny it.
Like Starku getting iced out? Sorry.
I mean, for me, for like Nux or whatever, like I talked to him and he's a good friend behind the scenes for sure, and he would obviously have known about the Shadman lore, so there is no at least belief for me that he did not know about the child drawing stuff. So the collab stuff is a bad look. Honest to God, I have no idea like how close of a friendship was, but like I said, if he's in that fucking group of like content creation, like the anime side of things, then he would have known Shadman, and that would never have been okay. I feel like if he had any interaction, he should just come clean entirely. It does come across a little weird that he made a whole response, but he admitted that part. It's like, I think if you're in that camp, if you ever interacted with Chadman, just completely own up to it once, take the fucking L and move on. But that's just weird. I mean, there's no reason to really hide it unless like the interaction was more deeper than it was initially let on.
I also think that there are probably conversations that happened before this. Okay. I'm not going to pretend that someone that Muda calls a good friend, okay, he has stated, I'm not going to dig up the clip, but it's out there. It happened somewhere, whatever. He called him a good friend. And you typically know what your good friends are up to, especially when they're such a public persona. You know, even ballpoint pen drawings get a lot of attention. And so, you know, he probably talked to him. They probably came up with a way that he could spin it, like he didn't know what was really going on. Like good friends watch each other's backs, right? Right, and the Mama Max thing, exactly. It's worth noting the dynamic between these two, Chud and Muda. After the Mama Max talk, where Chud called Muda a very bad word, and Muda accepted and called himself an even worse word. So yeah, I don't know. There's a few schools of thought. Is Muda good at making friends with edgy people and then finding a way to wriggle free of them if necessary? Because some people have strong personalities and some people have very weak personalities. And if a strong personality can come in and be like, start directing things and be like, okay, well, let's say this, this, that, and the other, and save everyone a lot of time, they'll typically go along with that person. But maybe I'm looking too much into it. That's all I've had to do for 3 weeks, okay? Just to think about shit.
That's what I would say.
So, the Some Ordinary podcast was ending at the time anyway, but on the stream Mutahar pretty clearly said the last episode is cancelled and that it had to do with Nuxtaku's Shadman connection. So the podcast that was supposed to end ended an episode early because of Nuxtaku's Shadman controversy.
I think that's a good point too, obviously. JFS paying attention to the mood and stuff. I try to, but I don't watch Mudahar's content. I did, I watched a few videos back in the day, and I was just like, I just don't. That's not my thing, But Muda, so he was defending Max and then claiming that he never watched the video. Yeah, he does that. If you just claim, so here's the thing, right? If people haven't seen you physically do a thing, or you haven't told them the thing, people don't know that you haven't done the thing, right? So like, what are they gonna do? Be like, you did watch the video. You know what I mean? So if you just play dumb, playing dumb is a actually really potent strategy.
This was big news, especially for such a smaller creator
I think he does
like
that a lot,
Logic.
though.
The stream was getting clipped immediately, and a highlight of the conversation was up on Chud's channel the very next day, with his usual British tabloid news stylization. However, Mutahar changed his mind about what exactly was said on that stream.
Yeah, it was weird. Memory hole. Fill your memory holes.
On July 30th, Nuxtaku uploaded a video on his Nuxanor channel where he responds to his controversy. Most important for now, the video addresses Chud Logic's stream highlight and labels it misinformation.
To be clear, this is just false information. I was not fired from my podcast. Nuxtaku kicked from the Somewhere Near podcast, not because of Shadman, with the greatest selective hearing of all time.
This claim is backed up by a clip from Mutahar, who now surprisingly claims the podcast ending had nothing to do with Nux, and says nothing about the Shad stuff, or the last episode being cancelled, and that Nux will be on the podcast again after it's restructured.
Hey everybody, Muda here, and I just wanted to make it as clear
I'm gonna love this part. I'm gonna love watching this.
as possible. This podcast is not over because of Nux and his situation.
Mutafar. Jeez. I'm tired, okay? Mutahar looks tired here because this clip was filmed early in the morning. 8 o'clock, 9 a.m. is early.
Currently. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple days ago at this point, I was on a podcast, or not a podcast, but I was on a live stream with a creator known as Chud Logic. And I wasn't exactly clear as to the ending of the podcast, which really is an ending. Let me be more clear with you.
He does say that maybe he wasn't exactly clear on the stream, but to the people who won't bother to check if he's telling the truth, this looks like a frustrated YouTuber trying to correct misinformation spread by some cloud chaser who twisted his words to score a big story. Mutahar has the bigger platform and knows that most people will uncritically believe him.
Yeah.
The contradiction between Mutahar's statements on Chud's stream and on Nux's video is noticed by many, including Mutahar's friend, Turkey Tom.
So he said there's like two reasons. One of them is the weird shit about Mutahar, or sorry, about Nux, and one of them is some other reason. How did Chud spread misinfo though?
Tom is responding to a chatter who has brought into the claim that Chud Logic was spreading misinformation and is now spreading it forward.
I mean, Mutahar said in this clip it was because of the Shadman thing. So that happened, but now there's this new Mutahar responding here. So for context, podcast ending for a lot of behind the scenes structuring. I'm confused by this in tandem with like this doesn't really make sense, right? The thing is, I do believe this. This has been like the most severe misspeak ever.
Chud
Maybe he was feeling the public heat and pressure at the time. He wanted to say that, but it just feels like this is not true.
On July 31st, Chud Logic responded to these allegations on his stream. Nicholas Diorio had given him an anecdote from an anonymous third party, saying that Mutahar just had a retard moment on stream and that the podcast was ending because of business and not because of Nuxtaku's Shadman connections. This is again leaving out the claim about the last episode being cancelled and addressing all the inaccuracies as a retard moment. Why didn't Mutaha clarify he said the completely wrong thing on Chad's stream? Mutaha's wife Dojangles also tunes into the stream.
Oh, that's right.
Sending
They
several
popped up.
chats that reveal that the last episode was cancelled because of Nux's Shadman situation. But they worked things out and they're still friends.
This was so bizarre because I saw this too. Well, not we all probably saw this at the time, but yeah, yeah, she popped in and she made a statement that seemed official, but it was also untrue or inaccurate.
This is Dojangles saying this, I believe, okay? So, the last
to walk it
episode
back.
was the reason it wasn't filmed because of the Shadman stuff, but the podcast was ending anyway. And the way Mutaha explained it made it sound like the podcast was ending because of that stuff, but it was actually the fact the last episode wasn't being filmed because of that stuff and it was going to end anyway. Is that it? Is that the fair assessment of this?
Exactly.
Chad Logic is very confused by
screen
the
said
whole
exactly.
situation, but doesn't seem to mind being called a liar by two massive creators. His chat is calling for him to fight back.
Do it, Chad, turn on Mutaha. I mean, obviously it's annoying that he came on and said something in such a garbled fashion that apparently is totally different to what he presented to me, but it's not that big a deal. I don't care that much. Bro, that video got like 50,000 views. Yeah, honestly, dude, some people just want you to be a total psycho freak at all times, okay? And I've learned over a long career, you can't just be a psycho freak all the time. You know, have a problem with the stuff that really matters. The real fucking backstabbing shit. I mean, this is
Yeah, you got to pick and choose your battles in any situation.
just, you know,
Right.
this will be forgotten about in a few days.
I think honestly too, Chad would want more information. He doesn't shoot from the hip. I find.
You know, it would be kind of crazy for me to get super mad at Mutaha when he's
Also, Chud Nation, rise up.
gifted me a 50,000 viewership video.
Chad misses the message where Doe says that the last episode was filmed, and towards the end of Chad's stream, it's released.
First thing I want to address is obviously Nux. Nux, you've had a internet relationship with a internet bad guy known as Shadman. I just want to stress this podcast was never really ending because of that. It has nothing to do with obviously our relation to Nux. Controversial, but not controversial enough for us to cut our friendships with him, at least in my opinion.
That's very kind of you.
Good job of really tying up those loose ends, Muda.
Damn.
What the f*** do you want me to say, bro?
Yeah, nothing suspicious about that at all. The podcast episode doesn't mention anything about the last episode being cancelled, just a confusion caused by Mutaha's stream clip, which Nuxtaku labels out of context, pushing out one last turd on Chad Logic's credibility.
To be honest, most of my stress, okay, I'm just sorry to bring it back. Most of my stress was Muda's clip. I was like, what?
God damn it.
But it was just out of context, and I just fell for the bait. Oh, God.
Mutaha then quickly steers the conversation elsewhere. What Mutaha's doing here is something known as sweeping. To sweep under the rug, running cover for your friends. Doing the last episode anyway is just a way of making the out-of-context statements he made appear even more inaccurate. Suddenly the last episode wasn't cancelled, and the podcast didn't end early because of Nuxtaku's Shadman situation. Mutaha changing his mind about doing the last episode is one thing, but manipulating his audience to think he never changed his mind in the first place, or ever made those statements about Nuxtaku, saying that he was lying about not knowing Shadman's past history, is a completely different thing.
And I think that's probably why some people are kind of irked, is the pretending not to know something just because it's good business. And then maybe getting called out on it later. Maybe it comes up again. Maybe somebody figures it out. Maybe some information gets leaked. Who knows how, whatever happens. But there's an idea of, like, when it comes to a content creator, you really just have to ask yourself, with any kind of media that you consume, like little hungry pygmy hippos. I gotta find some Mudang. I'm gonna find some Mudang. I'm gonna find some hippo video for us. But how genuine and how transparent do you want your content creators to be, really? If you don't care, great. Like, some people don't care, that's fine.
Especially if you
Some
are
people do,
co-signing
no.
accusations of misinformation directed at a smaller creator who did nothing wrong and reported exactly what Mutaha said. But Mutaha regretted those words, and instead of taking accountability, he decided to crush a smaller creator.
Oh, a crushing, though. Was it really crushing?
I became extremely suspicious about all of this, and decided to investigate what kind of person Mutaha would throw a smaller creator under the bus for. I looked into the kind of content that Nuxtaku was making, and I couldn't believe what I saw. His
Okay, you know
thumbnails were
me.
plastered with completely inappropriate materials. A Pokemon trainer being raped by a horse
Oh,
Pokemon. An
gross.
elf woman getting raped by a normal horse. Tinkerbell
What?
wrapping her legs around
Nope,
a
nope.
cockroach. Another Pokemon trainer being raped.
No.
This thumbnail has a naked woman on all fours with a face hugger from Alien latched onto her ass. The actual video itself is Nuxtaku reacting to the r/WTF subreddit, where he watches a video of a woman accidentally
I
being
hate this
picked
guy.
up into
Not
the
the
bucket of a wheel loader, which
Really?
then fills
Don't you
up
show
the
it to
bucket
me.
with sand and empties it into a sand processor. This is actually a woman dying of asphyxiation in an industrial accident that occurred in China. Being crushed
Show it
under
to me.
several tons of sand
Okay.
tends to do that to you.
Yeah, I was getting a
Let's
little
hear
worried.
Nuxtaku's commentary.
Manager going for a ride. I don't know what I
Video
should
will
be
be
expecting
censored.
here, but I'm sure
Right.
it will be legendary. Oh. Oh no. Oh no!
Yeah.
Alright, manager,
oh, no.
you just stand right over here, miss. Oh my god. And out pops manager lady. Oh, this was something. Oh yeah.
I mean, that's the risk you take,
And
right?
she's gone!
Watching
What the-
accident videos.
Oh, is she climbing out?
Rolling the dice.
Well, that was
baby.
disturbing. Yeah, thank you for that.
This reminds me of this other video
Such a great emote.
where Nux is also reacting to
So
Reddit,
Sean.
giving his commentary on a video where a negligent forklift operator has left the fork of his
I don't
forklift up,
wanna
which is
know.
a safety hazard. A woman drives by on a scooter and her neck collides with the steel prongs of the fork. She
But
then
stop.
falls backwards to the ground and hits
Similar looking e-bike models are 1.53 meters in length. It takes half a second for the bike to travel its own length, so she's coming to an instant stop from traveling at 11 kilometers.
It's the back of her head on the concrete. The video cuts after the impact, but you would be very lucky to survive that with serious life-altering injuries. When elevated at eye level, these prongs can be really hard to see, especially if there's something in the background that they blend into, like this line in the wall at the back. They would be practically invisible from the woman's perspective. What is Nux's commentary?
Anyway, what could go wrong if I don't pay attention? Oh!
Nuxtaku finds this funny because Nuxtaku isn't very bright, and he doesn't understand that the world doesn't function with Looney Tunes physics. This is what the thumbnail for this video looked like, by the way. For some reason, Nux
I'm
deleted
sorry.
both
It's
of
not
these
funny.
videos, but deleting things off the internet
Second video
isn't so
actually got a
easy.
community notice. Okay,
So
I'm sorry.
Nuxtaku's content includes displaying media of women being
So the voice is little messages that come up. I'm just reading it for you. That's all. I'm not like riffing.
raped and real women dying and laughing about it. Let's see his depiction of children. Several of Nuxtaku's other thumbnails feature illustrated child pornography. Here's one of the VTuber, Gargura, where she looks like she's about to sneeze and is being comforted by a friend off screen. There's a lot of very helpful people in the comment section of this video, such as Mr. Gupta here, who are sharing instructions on how to find the original image. According to the tags of this image,
Okay.
it is Gaur Gura,
getting serious.
BDSM bondage, crime, cum, dental gag, imminent fellatio, imminent rape, lolly oral penis rape ring gag. I guess I
Okay.
was kinda right. There's actually quite a few of the
Eminent Fellatio sounds like a punk band.
Is Gura VTuber, who Nux has explicitly referred to as a lewd lolly.
Can we just at least appreciate the fact that out of all of the HoloLive English
God, I
girls,
hate these
Gura's
viewers.
like the teeny weeny little lolly in the group, and she is by far the most lewd.
Nux has
He's so gross.
publicly stated several times that he has a problem with lolly porn.
There's lollies, which I have absolutely nothing against. I don't think anyone has anything against lollies, okay? Like Chibidoki or Megumin from Konosuba or Gura. Nothing has anything against lollies. It's lolly that's the gray zone, all right? Look, it's lewd lolly stuff. That's a line, all right? Lewd lolly stuff, that's the gray zone. Not actual pedophilia, but the gray zone.
So I don't exactly know how he justifies the inclusion of this material in his YouTube content. A typical Nuxtaku video is him pulling another YouTuber into a Discord call and showing them some obscene porn.
To turn our attention here to, I think this is page 9, there is
that's a while ago.
an asshole door. So it's a woman with her ass out, and this one's like an anal key. And Ash Ketchum
my
is
God.
at least
I am not hearing what I'm hearing. Just catch the Pokemon, do your homework and shut up.
the young Ash Ketchum seems to be approaching it.
Oh, no.
And he uses what's called the fist dash, it seems, to gain entry. So this
don't know
society is
anything.
truly lawless.
Alright, Ash Ketchum uses Mega Punch. You know, it's super effective.
And to Nux, showing this material to other creators on the YouTube platform was just fun and games. The more concerning thing is that Nuxtaku's other content often features topics that interest kids.
Nuxtaku likes to especially use inappropriate of Pokemon characters. Just the recent videos are not interesting.
Like Adventure Time, Digital Circus, Mascot Horror, Gravity Falls. So his audience is a mix of gooners and
This put the kids back in the mines. Or everyone's forced to do a paper route for 10 years.
minors in their early teens. Now, at this point, I inform harmful opinions
harmful.
about Nux's channel and what happened between
Oh,
Mutaha and
right.
Chud Logic. He was interested in covering the story and started making his video. I'm
Exploded.
sure no one's defending Nux laughing at people dying in industrial accidents. But you might be asking, what's the big deal about having minimally censored porn in the videos? The internet is full of porn. And before you fully lock into this answer, I'd like to inform you that that is how Ava Tyson defended her having a porn channel on her Discord that she had minors moderating.
I mean, it's that whole thing. Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to do the thing. I never understood. I mean, I've never understood that. I've never understood the whole group activity. Seems weird. It's just. Ugh.
The problem with that statement is that it might be true to you, but YouTube is a mixed-age platform, with some viewers being very young children, many of whom are blocked from accessing porn websites on their devices, because their parents love them at least a little bit. Most of Nux's videos aren't age-restricted, at least of his own volition. When he doesn't get dinged by community guidelines, he's trying his best to dodge age restrictions. Instead of using words like hentai or porn in his video titles, he'll substitute them with words like shmentai, Rule 34,
Ugh.
and other such
Did he really schmentai? He Rick and Morty Ishmangela? Tell me. In case you're zooming in the titles and wondering why Maxor is showing so much lore in Rule 34 to Nuxtaku, that's just Nuxtaku's style of clickbait. He pretends the creators whose content he re-uploads are his friends.
euphemisms. If he's feeling bold, he'll just type out hentai or lewd, but substitute some of the letters with special characters.
Oh, that's
so that
that's so ugh, that's cringy in and of itself.
algorithm scanning for the words hentai
Smart.
can't see it. I don't know if this actually works for him, but he's still trying. Whenever Nuxtaku's video thumbnails feature cropped or minimally censored porn, Nuxtaku's comments are full of people sharing the source to the material and instructions on how to find it online, funneling viewers to strange porn websites. Nux does participate in this funneling himself sometimes by pinning comments with the source listed, showing the names of hentai animations in videos, leaving links to them uncensored, and sometimes his editor steps in to share their porn recommendations to the audience.
Hand job. Again, nothing special done with it.
Investigating these comments that are requesting and providing the source to the pornography, the profiles of these accounts reveal some of them to be very young children.
Man, you gooners really jump through a lot of hoops, don't you?
Posting videos of themselves playing music with their schoolmates, videos of tiny hands doing very early algebra, or playing with plushies. Here's a commenter who was a preteen at the time, asking why someone would want to see a dog having sex with a woman, referencing the thumbnail of the video, which featured an image of a woman being held down.
That's me. That's me right now. I'm XQC right now. You know, I mean, I can't look. You know, I know that sometimes people probably hate me because I'm a VTuber. Technically, that is what's happening. I do not label myself a VTuber. Okay. Because I don't really fit that understood term, that industry term. Okay. so yeah, I get it. Because I would hate them too. But Jesus. Wow.
So that she could be raped by a
Oh,
dog
no.
in public. The minor received a reply from another user telling them that bestiality hentai is softcore compared to stuff that most people are into online, and pointed out how pure they still are. This is likely not a child predator, but another similarly aged person further along the pipeline of having extremely deviant material
Get them off the
normalized to
internet.
them, and you can see them here spreading that normalization to another person. This exchange is surrounded by several comments explaining how to find the image. All you have to do is
Oh.
highlight the text, then right-click, search Google for this phrase, and you're on the web.
Some of the comment sections I've checked still contain live links to these websites, but also signs that there were more direct links. But those comments have been deleted a long time ago. That's all. It's
Website. This
degenerates be degenerating. We know this.
minor was one copy and paste away from seeing the thumbnail image uncensored. After they're funneled into that website, there's no telling what kind of things they'll be exposed to. These kinds of interactions, these kinds of ecosystems should absolutely not be happening on a mixed-age website. However, somebody, through their content choices, is facilitating this space,
Could it
and
be?
somebody is making money from it. You might say this isn't Nuxtaku's problem or Nuxtaku's responsibility. He's not the parent of these kids. Again, if you agree with that mentality, keep in mind that's a quote from Ava Chris Tyson, justifying having a porn channel on her mixed-age Discord. And you're using it right now to defend Nuxtaku uploading pornographic material on a mixed-age platform. The worst breeding ground for grooming I've seen on Nux's channel is his video on the Anka Zone animation, which is the most viewed video on his Nuxanor channel. This porn animation became viral on TikTok around the time it came out.
Oh, this
and Nux's
thing.
non-age restricted video
I remember this thing. I saw this stupid, annoying, unfortunate thing briefly a while ago, out of context. Because I think there was a game that featured an outfit that was similar. And my friend was like, "Oh, this outfit's out and everyone's gonna be wearing it." I'm like, "Why?" And then they referred to this, and I was like, "Okay, I don't get it, but whatever." It's like, okay. Fantastic.
shows most of it. It's minimally
But yeah, it's messed up. It's more that like, why are you doing this?
blurred, and Nux does cover up the action a bit with his puppet, but you can still
His
tell what's
puppet.
going on.
So now you got all these underage kids on TikTok doing the things, obviously Ugh.
Underage kids on TikTok doing the same. It's obviously solo, but
Ugh.
implication is
Children publishing videos of themselves imitating sex positions because
I
they were
can't.
exposed to porn shouldn't be a laughing matter
Oh.
to anyone. The most vile part about this video is that the comments section has many children in it, explicitly
the internet
reporting
right
their
now.
ages.
Shut it down.
11, 10,
Turn off the internet.
9,
Fix
7
it.
years
Bring it back
old.
online.
If Naxtaku isn't preying on these kids himself, his comment section is basically a buffet for child predators, which Naxtaku profits from. One of the minors comments that the only place they can see the uncensored animation,
Wait, there's
Pornhub,
an
is
uncensored-
blocked
oh, I
on
didn't see
their
that one.
father's Wi-Fi.
Oh. Well, look. You guys wanted technology, didn't you?
This video is one of the most available, most uncensored versions of this porn animation on YouTube.
I
If Nux's
disavow.
video introduced an
I'm just a
adult to
hippo.
the existence of this animation and they
nom
desired
nom.
to enjoy it, they would likely look at the original uncensored animation on a porn website somewhere. Despite this, the graph on the timeline, which indicates the most watched part of the video, shows that the vast majority of the attention is hyper-focused on the part of the video where the porn animation is
No
shown.
way.
Given the surrounding context, the implications of this are pretty disgusting. What exactly is Nux earning ad revenue from here? What's the goal of this behavior?
What's the goal? What are you doing? Fantastic questions. Keep going. Emmy. Awesome. I'll have to check it out. Welcome back from a break.
Naxtaku want to run Pornhub for kids? Or is there another reason, like a complete and total obsession with making money, to the extent that Nux has no problem selling sex to children? It's possible. He would still be a completely sociopathic monster, but I guess that beats being a pedophile. Trying to avoid age restriction this hard with your pornographic content is what a child groomer would do, but it's also what someone maximizing their ad revenue would do.
The G word.
Putting pornographic material in your videos to expose children to porn is what a child groomer would do, but it's also what someone really desperate for views and ad revenue would do.
That's
Which
probably
camp does
why, right?
Naxtaku belong to? I don't know. But later in the Anka Zone video, his reaction to this guy, who just wants to prevent children from being preyed on, is quite weird.
This is currently the most concerning trend on TikTok.
Is it really the most concerning trend on TikTok? There's literally a trend right now called devious licks, where people break into schools or are in schools and steal stuff, like hand sanitizer and fire alarms and toilet seats. They just rip them off the toilets.
Oh, no.
That is a trend on TikTok right now.
Oh no, let's not. Look, one is toying with funds, finances, and budgets. One is toying with the souls of our children.
Now. But no, this is the most disturbing trend on TikTok. All right, dude.
Well, more and more TikTokers have started to recreate that dance, and it's
It is
got
sus.
people concerned. Basically, a lot of people are afraid that the dance is going to get really popular, and kids are going to start coming on the app and doing it and
Fucking
get
hell.
targeted by predators.
No one's afraid of that.
So if you happen to see any kids on your For You page doing this dance, please nicely encourage them to stop.
Nicely encourage them to stop is just sending hate mobs in nicer words.
I'm gonna nicely encourage you to stop doing whatever it is with that microphone setup. Okay, deal with that room sound. All right. Look. I'm not a professional. Okay, but I know that your fucking mic sucks. All right, fix it.
It's
all right?
strange.
I'm just saying. You work at a professional podcast. Fix your fucking mic. Fix it. Fix it.
He decides to play it down. Naxtaku has rebutted grooming accusations by saying he doesn't have any private conversations with his fans. But if Naxtaku was personally having sexual conversations with a few minors while running an otherwise family-friendly channel,
He sounds like he takes his laptop to the bathroom to do his stream. Okay.
He would have done less damage than he has done now with his content, his comment sections, his subreddit that he promotes on his channel being full of deviant porn. While the subreddits are age restricted, they're still connected to a YouTuber whose content revolves around media properties that appeal to children, like shonen anime. Shonen literally meaning young boy, because that's the age demographic these shows are aimed at. While anime aimed at teens have some sexual themes in them, a minor seeking that material out by themselves is one thing. Having conversations with random adults online about what turns them on and getting recommendations for what porn to watch is completely different. As a content creator, if you're introducing pornographic content to your audience and it becomes a subject of the community that's built around you, you're eventually creating spaces and situations where people below and above the age of majority in your community talk about sex and porn with each other. Those people might take those conversations into their private messages, and then bad things happen. This is of course not even mentioning the damage caused by exposing children to deviant pornography and communities that set them on a path to excessively consume it.
So, that's a good point. Thought we had it bad in the early days. Yeah, see, that's the thing, I've been on the internet a really long time, since the 90s. And I never ran into weird shit like this. Just accidentally. Maybe like really rarely. And it was like super obvious it was happening. So there's a certain level of, I don't know, like maybe people are just being way too accepting of, you know, non-consensual, not safe for work crap in their like communities, right? Maybe that's just become normal. Maybe that's the new normal. Oh, I don't know. I just never ran in those circles, so I was never really. I feel I just avoided it. I don't know.
Now that you're more familiar with the kind of content Nuxtaku does, let's talk about something more recent. Nuxtaku caught some controversy for not being fully honest about his connections to Shadman, so I'm going to be revealing the actual truth. I found some new material that wasn't known at the time of the Harmful Opinions video. Nux's defenses are the following.
So I did use Shadman art in a thumbnail once. I made a video talked about fucking awful Game of Thrones, cursed Game of Thrones memes. One of the cursed Game of Thrones memes that popped up when I looked up fucking cursed Game of Thrones fucked up shit on Google Images was a Shadman art, and I didn't even know it was a Shadman art when I used it. I got comments saying I recognize the Shadman art, etc., etc., and I changed the art, not last week to avoid drama, not yesterday so I could have a Zynga response video and make an apology. No apologies! I changed the art 2 to 3 years ago! I don't know how you could look up that this is a fact, but you'll notice any screenshots of that video that you find with the actual Shadman art is like 15 minutes after the video is posted. You're not gonna find any from later than that because I changed it right when I figured out it was Shadman.
When requesting Shadman for a collab on September 30th of 2021, Nux says his plan was to press and confront Shadman.
I troll confront people when I collab the same way you do, talking to Keemstar, on LOLCow, and if you watch my videos, you know that. I legitimately was gonna grill the guy. If you've seen my collabs are not promotions or condonement in any way on my channel.
When asked what he would press Shadman on, if he didn't know Shadman drew porn of real children, Nux says he did know Shadman had drawn lowly bestiality porn, and Nux would have confronted him on that.
I knew about the lolly stuff and some of his art, like the bestiality with fictional children, etc. Definitely enough to grill the guy. Holy shit, there is so much more. Like, there is so much more than just that.
All of these defenses are complete lies, or make no sense whatsoever. The thumbnail Nux used was a Shadman illustration of the character Sansa Stark from Game of Thrones, drawn with the proportions of a child stripped naked in the snow. There exist 3 versions of this image.
Why?
One where she has large breasts, one with small breasts, and a variant of the small breasts version where she has bruises on her body, a bite wound, a laceration on her face is covered with semen, and there's also some seeping out of her vagina. There's also a noose around her neck, so...
Hey, Any artists out there? You ever wonder what Shadman's unseen PSD layers are? Oof. Oh, I shudder to think.
So basically, she's been raped and tortured and is about to be hanged. Nuxtaku used
Great,
the
looks
third
lovely.
version of this image.
really.
He didn't show the minimally censored original thumbnail in his defense video, with the tiny censor bar barely covering the girl's nipples. Nuxtaku says there aren't any screenshots from later than 15 minutes because he changed it so fast. In this video, where Nux is watching hentai with Oompaville
He needs a mute button.
and Iron Mouse,
Savage.
Nuxtaku ends the video with a plug for his second channel, Nuxanor, and you can see the thumbnail with the text 2 weeks ago under it, meaning that when the screenshot for this plug was taken, the video was out for 2 weeks and still had the Shadman thumbnail on it. The thumbnail for this video contained SpongeBob pornography.
Look, I discovered some SpongeBob stuff recently that has made me very upset. I don't want to get into it.
In which the character Sandy Cheeks is giving a boob job. There's a penis between her breasts
Why am I watching this video? She said.
that is spurting cum all over her and her
Yummy,
helmet,
yummy.
all of which has been poorly covered up with an
Ow, wow,
outstretched
wow,
minion
wow,
hand.
wow.
Sandy's nipple is also poking out of her open top.
It's like snooker commentary.
And is completely visible and uncensored on the thumbnail, as many commenters have pointed out.
That's bad.
This is quite coincidental, given that on release, one of the nipples in the hentai animation
Oh,
they
the
react to
nipples.
was also completely uncensored. This has been later rectified
Fucking
with
hell.
a YouTube Studio blur.
Oh, thank goodness.
So if they rhyme.
Returning to the Game of Thrones Shadman thumbnail, the claim that Nux didn't know this was Shadman art is quite hard to believe, because even if he didn't recognize his art style, Shadman's signature is clearly visible on these images. How could you miss it when editing
Oh
the
my
thumbnail?
goodness.
He
Good
edited
point.
Jon Snow into the background. That's not just pasting the image behind the template and calling it a day. Only a month later from this video, Nux used a drawing of Elastigirl, presenting her big bum on a thumbnail, and a
Look, Nux knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
title with an incest innuendo in it. Name of the artist? Shadman.
Nothing happens by mistake.
So Nux didn't change it instantly. It wasn't a one-time
Yeah, I think he
mistake,
found his
and he avoided showing the original thumbnail to his audience because he knew that no one would defend him. If everything Nux said about the Shadman thumbnail was true, his video would still be him admitting
How do these
under the
How do these people have so much energy for this bullshit?
criminal code of his country
God, I'm so
that he
tired
accessed,
listening to it.
possessed, and distributed child pornography for profit. Look it up. Lolicon is legally child porn in Canada. It's not punished as harshly, but one of the reasons why the government thinks it should be illegal is because they believe illustrated child porn could be used to groom children. When it comes to the Shadman collab defenses, Nux's first examples of confrontational, lolcow live-style troll collabs include him trolling an anime voice actor, a Netflix producer, and the daily dose of the internet guy.
Whenever I see her in a show, I'm always excited. Like, I unironically watch the Horimiya dub because I think you do such a good job.
Oh, thanks, man. That's
I
a really
usually
cute
watch
show.
anime sub. I usually watch anime and sub, but Horimiya, dude, you kill it.
Yes, my mother twisted my fucking balls as part of the abuse, and she twisted my balls and my dick, and she told me that sex was disgusting and awful.
Dude, I'm so honored that that you wanted to do this, that you were down. This was a lot of fun.
No, dude, of course. I've told you before. I'm so glad to have gotten to know you, and I'm such a fan of your content. And I had such a wonderful fear boner to do a video with you. So
yeah, that's the sweet spot I aim for. So let's go.
Yep.
Don't tell anybody. No one. I can't imagine that anything has tipped into anyone's favor by saying they had a fear boner. Because going out on a limb.
Over and over again, I hate being alive. alive. I hate being alive. I hate breathing. I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous
Based.
pain. I'm in tremendous pain. Help me. Help me. Help me. I'm in
It's like the Metallica song, One.
so much pain. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this was fun.
Hell yeah, it was my pleasure. Thanks so much for joining.
That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Let's go. We did the thing.
Crushed it. You did very good tonight.
I fucking bet you.
You did. What's going on over there? You did fine.
I believe that comparison montage speaks for itself. Notice that the descriptions of these videos contain shoutouts to all of the creators involved. When questioned on how Nux would have trolled Shadman, Nux reveals he had no preparation or research before asking for the collab.
The worst faith question I've ever seen. So what were you gonna show Shadman? The youngest characters in hentai and it's all his own work? What's the angle there?
Oh, it's Queeman.
How on earth?
This Queeman. This K-Man. So, what? You were gonna show Shadman the youngest characters in hentai and it's all his own work. What's that? Is that okay? I was making sure I understood what he was. I hate Nuxtaku's voice. Okay. I can maybe, I don't like shitting on people's art style. The ballpoint pen drawing thing is kind of clever. I get it. But I don't like listening to his voice. And that's okay. Some people don't like listening to my voice. And that's okay. I just wanted to read the tweet.
The youngest characters in hentai and it's all his own work? What's the angle there? How on earth is that the takeaway here? The point is, I troll people in collabs. I was gonna troll him in collabs. I don't know. Maybe I was gonna show him shit to make him say the lyrics to some song calling himself a pedophile or something. I don't know what it was gonna be. It never ended up happening.
Look, I think it's just, if you're hanging around with someone that likes to say and talk and accuse others of being PDF file extensions, I just don't hang out with those people. I'm not gonna hang out with those people. You are what we call a small dose.
This idea is very similar to another trolling example he showed, where he ran a trivia game show with a bunch of creators who were tricked into saying the words to a song. This video is 49 minutes long, with the trolling song in the last 3 minutes. All the creators are shouted out in the description, and if he had done this with Shadman, he would have platformed the guy for 50 minutes, 3 of which would have been a song of Shadman calling himself a pedo. The vast majority of viewers wouldn't see it, and the vast majority of the video's runtime would be Nux being nice enough to Shadman for him to stay on the call so that he can get him to say whatever words he needs. Mixing someone's words isn't confrontation or hard pressing, it's a very mild prank. Keep in mind that Nux claims his collabs aren't condonements or promotions.
Collabs are not promotions or condonement in any way.
I took a little issue with this as well. I took a little bit of an issue with this because Nuxtaku, whoever this annoying shit is counting on you to completely let go of any logic in your brain and listen to the words he's saying and just nod your head and go, you're right, but not actually listening to what he's saying. A collab is not an endorsement, that is correct. But it is an association which requires some effort. And if you are going to spend your time and energy with a person of questionable report, a ne'er-do-well, one could say, a real shitter, and you have the patience to do a collaboration with them that requires cooperation, understanding, communication, time, and effort, even in money in some cases, that tells me that you are okay being around that person on an intimate level. And I am not an idiot, and you suck.
Way on my channel.
It's very odd, then, that the Netflix producer video starts with him promoting the producer's show.
This Disclaimer! I swore that I would
Tell me
put
if I
this in
get
the
your name
intro
wrong.
if the One Piece action adaptation looks awesome, and I'm not saying or confirming that anything happened behind the scenes, but it looks actually really cool.
Is this
Based
okay,
on what I was.
Just ask yourself, would you let this person make you a sandwich? No. I don't know where those creepy unseen hands have been.
Nux's statement that he would grill Shadman for making lowly bestiality porn doesn't make sense either, as he has no problem showing lowly bestiality porn on his platform or supporting the artists who create it. In this
Lowly.
video, he's showing somebody a hentai comic where a little girl is raped by a pack of monkeys.
But she's sitting here in the.
Why? Like, why? You gotta cut. You gotta cut. Look, you gotta cut people off. There's a line. You gotta make lines. Okay, you gotta make lines around you. All right, and you gotta decide for yourself. What the fuck? You say to yourself, I don't think that is interesting and good for me to consume. Therefore, I am not going to consume it. But oh my god, why? This is Mudahar's good friend.
The forest, and all of a sudden, monkey.
I can't. I don't think Nick Andrews. I'm sorry, man. I can't with this.
Nux has no problem using porn
No
of this
offense,
underage character
buddy.
either. This video, for example, originally had an image of her completely naked. Nux asked Shadman for the confrontational collab on September 30th of 2021, where he was supposed to grill him for lowly bestiality. This video of him showcasing lowly this one as well, by the way, begging Nux to use less censorship in his videos.
Level.
The description contains a
Look, we are not idiots. Okay, here at the Starbud Lounge, you jelly babies are pretty rad. Don't you forget. And you're not stupid. I think you know what's going on.
legal disclaimer
let's get
that the
through this.
video and channel are rated PG-13, which is an absurd statement in every possible way. The video is also sponsored by
Not
Raycon,
Raycon.
somehow. Apparently, Nux shows this guy an
More like RapeCon, am I right? I'm sorry, it was right there.
image of a girl having her nipples cut off.
What
And
the? I can't. I don't know if I can make it through this
even
video.
this gooner, that's too much.
What?
Yep.
A third Nuxtaku video
It's okay.
with
Yeah,
not
we get
just
it.
Shadman
Yep.
art, but Shadman himself on the thumbnail. I showed
Gulp.
you a Nuxanor video page earlier with something called Shadman Keeps Sending Me Hentai as the title, which was originally published on December 4th, 2021, a couple months after the collab request. It is a real video. I didn't bother checking it out myself, but it's still on his channel, and if you want to watch it, here's the link. Go ahead, go take a look. I'll wait right here.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
Oh,
I'm not doing
Nux
that.
didn't want you to see
I
this
ain't
one.
doing that.
Well, I happen to be quite an expert when it comes to finding so-called lost media, and I found this one as well. And now I give it back to you, the people.
I don't know if I should thank you yet, though.
The video is Nux reacting to Shadman's arrest and talking about the DM conversations he had with Shadman. Some of you more familiar with Nuxtaku's controversy might be saying, hey, I've already seen this video before. No you haven't. You may have seen the clips from Nuxtaku's Nuxamo channel, but this video is 8 minutes long. Given that those clips were never privated, but this video was,
Every time I
should
hear his
say
name, I
something.
just can't.
What's going up with Shade Man? Oh my god, dude, Shade Man, this dude. Yeah, Shade Man, what's he going to prison or something these days? I don't know. There's always something else. Dude, I spoke to Shad Man once. It was the weirdest interaction of my life. Like, that dude may actually open up the DMs. Let me see if I can find anything funny he said. I'm sure I could. Oh, he was arrested for assault? Hell yeah. Yeah, Shadman was apparently actually arrested for assault. That's
What?
really funny. For those of you that are unaware, Shadman is a person that draws a lot of, well, I would say hentai, but when I said, hey, I've seen your hentai, he was like, I don't draw hentai. I draw digital porn. that has slight, there is slight, inspiration that he takes from hentai, but it is not hentai.
Wow. Sounds like you knew what he was all about.
That's
Color me shocked.
literally what the man told me, and I was like, what?
When Nux isn't
He is so much.
demonstrating his total lack of intelligence by not understanding what hentai means despite it being his entire job, he makes one very telling statement.
Oh my god, I can't show you the DMs because I don't believe in leaking DMs, but I can tell you some of it because it's hilarious. I'm just reading through our conversations. Holy crap, this man. He messages me out of the blue. Does heritage mean anything to you? Like, what the flip does that mean? Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't even read you most of this. I can't even, oh my god. I literally can't read any of this to you. I really want to show them to you, but I don't want to, like, show you anything that I can't reveal. Like, I don't want to actually get him in trouble. It's just,
Oh, really?
like, yikes.
I don't want to actually get him in trouble. It's just like, yikes.
Only 2 months before this
Oh.
video was made, modern-day Nuxtaku tells us
I don't
that
know
he
what
had
those
the
sound like.
intention of grilling, confronting, and trolling Shadman, and really tearing him down for his pedophile art. Nuxtaku didn't just say that he doesn't want to get Shadman in any actual trouble, he also admitted to having the capacity to do so by releasing the sensitive information they exchanged in their private messages. If he had the desire to go after or crush Shadman at the time, he had everything he needed to do so, but he didn't. What kind of messages was he avoiding releasing? Well, it couldn't have been too bad. Current day Nuxtaku says he only rarely received messages from Shadman.
Yes, I did get DM'd by Shadman every once in a while, back in the day. Rarely. I would just wake up out of the blue and boom, I'd have a Shadman DM, and I would literally make fun of him for those DMs later.
Before speaking that line, Nuxtaku showed a clip of himself from Nux's first Mr. Beast drama video,
Jeez,
where he
what a
shows a
fucking
DM from Shadman.
I'm scared to even, I don't want to show these conversations that I fucking had. You know what?
Nuxtaku is clearly not paying his editors very well if they're leaving incriminating lines like this into his videos. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
I'll put this into the world. Here's reasons why I don't like Shadman. I feel like I need to quantify why I think Shadman is fucked up.
Rick and Morty collection. Okay.
Look at this DM he sent me. Okay, I don't share DMs, but so I made this video where I catfished predators on Discord. It was awful, but anyway, he's like, I don't like that. Like, he didn't like that I was catfishing predators on Discord. I thought this was one of the wildest
I don't like it either.
self-reports I've ever
No one should like that. It's fucking weird.
seen in my entire life. It was wild. Oh god, this shit. It was.
Go to the library.
It was a long time ago, but like, how on earth could you? Oh, whatever. You know what? I've said enough. I've said enough.
The date shows this was from October 1st
Too
of
much.
2021, the day after the Shadman collab request, September 30th. Current day Nuxtaku characterizes this message as Shadman self-reporting, I assume about being a child predator. But in this privated Shadman video from December 4th of 2021, as Nux is scrolling through his DMs with Shadman, a month after he received this message, he says he can't show them to his audience because he doesn't want to get Shadman in trouble. In fact,
Warning.
That's
given
also
that
weird.
Nux received these messages the day after his collab request was rejected, this reveals us some more information. Look at the top right corner of this screenshot.
What?
Gray pixels. Same color as the text indicating
Wow, that's pretty deep.
the date. The address bar shows this was uploaded to Discord, and based on the file name, he pasted a Windows screenshot from his clipboard.
Oh, it's true. It's just image.png.
Which defaults to the file name image.png. There was an earlier message Nux sent to Shadman, and given the shape, it could be from the month of October or September. Shadman's message is from October 1st, so if it was October, it must have been very recent. Given that
Wow.
Nuxtaku was just rejected from a collab a day earlier, and how Shadman responded, this could be Nux asking Shadman for a reason why he won't collaborate with him. And Shadman then gives a reason. You catfished predators, which would mean
Because that's Chadman posting the link to the video, not Nux giving it to him.
that in December of 2021, Nuxtaku was, at the very least,
Oh
because
shit!
we don't know
I
the
did not
full
know
extent
that
of their
yet.
DMs, not just neutral with, but protecting a person he thought was a child predator.
I knew Nicandros would let us down. Like if this is new info, right? Awesome. If it's new, it's new to me. Gosh darn it. Okay. Sussing out like the screenshot and the time of the screenshot and the conversation, and that's why he was like, "No, I'm good." Oh.
And even if you want to say that I am lying about everything you have seen thus far in this video, I lied about my relationship, I lied about the collab idea, and I lied about the thumbnail, which I changed 3+ years ago. Holy Poopenhagen, I'm not a pedophile. It goes without saying. Also,
Oh, geez, guys, just let me lie a little.
I didn't lie about anything.
Past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior.
100%.
If someone
is. I'm sorry, I was
demonstrably
really
lies
excited
to
about that.
you 100 times in a row, would you believe the next thing they tell you is true?
No.
Of course not. They've never told you the truth. Their credibility is beyond repair.
Or did they take the boy who cried wolf out of schools?
That's the damage you do to yourself when you lie.
I remember that story scaring the flip out of me as a child.
Considering that Nuxtaku still has access to those private messages with Shadman, if he is innocent, and we already know he isn't, why doesn't he release those messages in full? If he chooses not to, the only thing we can conclude is that the full picture is way, way worse than what we already know.
Oh no.
But anyway, it seems like it's about time to return back to our narrative between Mutaha and Chad Logic.
Yeah, it's been a minute, huh?
The video by Harmful Opinions on Nux came out on August 8th, and while the information in it wasn't as extensive as this video, it had enough to raise an important question. Why the hell was Mutaha associating with such an obviously scummy, dishonest, unprincipled guy for so long? Why was he throwing smaller creators under the bus for him? Why hasn't he publicly disavowed him like he has done to much less scummy people? Judd reacted to Harmful's video on August 9th. This resulted in such an eventful day that I cannot possibly justify cutting as much as I would have to in order to fit it into this video.
I'm getting grilled.
This video is already getting long enough as it is, and for my second video, it's already a bit too ambitious, so I'll see you in part 2 when I'm done with it. How many times did Mutaha lie when being confronted? Why was Chad Logic so hesitant to call out Mutaha? Why was Mutaha working with Nux in the first place? Whatever did end up happening on August 9th, as if you can't go find out for yourself right now, for Nuxtaku, it was clearly not a very happy day. Just look at his more recent content.
I have not bumped into a single one of my haters. They're not real people. I can enjoy my life. They're not real. Yes, they want me to be dead, but they're not real. If you are here, you're probably here because of me.
Nobody likes you.
People just hate success. I have come to that conclusion for a really long time. I think that people are mega jealous bitches. Jealousy is a very, very ugly color. And I think a lot of people are very jealous.
Ooh.
Everyone successful gets hate because they are successful.
Exactly.
Daily. They've been ramping up the Nuxator cancellation shit. It's been fun. The reason why I react to Adventure Time is because I'm trying to lull in a child audience, and then they called me a pedophile, which is pretty fucking gross.
Look, it's not my content it's not my kind of content. I would not watch Nuxtaku if I had my druthers, so therefore I do not. So I can't attest to the kind of stuff that he does. I just know it's not for me. Done and dusted. But yeah, part 2 coming out. We'll cover that when that comes out. And I'll be a little more Johnny on the spot with a weird manga popping up. All right. And I don't, I want to react to everything completely as possible, but sometimes you just can't. I owe it to you as an audience a little bit to spare you once in a while, just because we got to keep a mood. Keep a mood. Get a little dark. Get a little dark. Just want to bring attention to Mojang. Oh. Oh, so cute. Yeah, Tunis overload before bed. I'm. Her little starts that she does is funny. Like she's trying to do zoomies. It's a little water cow, isn't it? Little water cow. His little toes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think there's audio for this portion. If there is, it's bloody wacko. It's whacked. It's knackered. Oh, there you go. Little palate cleanser. To wrap up the show. Too slippery. Yeah, they produce something on their skin apparently that's like a sunscreen. I think. Maybe I read that incorrectly. That's like whenever I have to deal with Bun. Yeah, it's a special sweat. I know that they're like they're very buoyant in water and they kind of like float. Like a whale cow. So cute. Thank you for joining us again here at the Starbud. I really appreciate it. I miss you guys. We're back in action. The move is a thing to get taken care of. Is the next hurdle before things are back to normal. So I'll be taking this following week off, and we'll be back in November. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Thank you for following. I'll see you guys later. Let's check out Mujang before we wrap it up. Not nearly as cute enough costume as the real thing. So cute though, right? Thank you, Pilky, for your inspiration. Thank you, Hoshan, for the awesome art this week. Join the Discord, hang out with us. Don't forget, Sam Hyde special coming up next year for 2025. Big deal, big stream. Oh, Muzang's gotten bigger this time. So chunky. So chunky. That's me. That's gonna be me in 45 minutes. Oh. Oh, there she. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, and totally forgot. I've got to get pictures of the new random kitty next time. We'll have that too. I'll post that in the Discord. Thank you, Pilky. You're the best. Much love and jelly babies. You have a good Halloween. Stay safe out there wherever you are. I'm gonna try to get a goodbye screen going without too much hassle. She's so cute, isn't she? She's gonna be a handful, I think. Good to see you too. You guys have a great night. Let's get in a Halloween mood before we take off one more time. Let's see if we can get it going. I'll see you guys again later. Take it easy. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Something last night.